Diem,
The trick is to keep the lid on. Now, let it cook for 1 minute. You like cooking, don't you? Good for you.
This is my sunny side up fortune telling. When it turns out good, it means something good is gonna happen.
Oh. So that's why you don't cook them over easy. But the secret to good cooking is to keep who's going to eat it in mind.
Oh.
Oh. Is this your mother?
Yes.
She's really beautiful. That tune you were humming, it's from the periodic table, isn't it? Thorium, protactinium, uranium, neptunium, plutonium, americium.
Curium.
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 That's it, curium. Oh, this? May I? There. Ah. See, Sonny? Us girls have to look our best.
Her name was Olga.
Hmm?
My mother.
Oh. I see. Ah! It's going to burn. Oh, hold on. And... there. Done.
Thanks.
Of course. We did a great job. Dr. Emmerich, Liquid is in Eastern Europe. He's after the corpse of Big Boss.
Huh? What for?
It's the final key he needs to gain access to SOP. The keys to the system are Big Boss's genetic code and biometric data. Without them, there's no way to gain access.
Wait, what's Liquid been doing all this time?
He's been performing tests. 2 tests. The first, using the genetic code from Liquid's DNA chip. In his second attempt, he used the DNA code and biometric data extracted from Snake's blood.
What's the need for the original if the substitute works just as well?
Neither your genetic pattern nor Liquid's genetic pattern is a 100% match for Big Bosses.
do you mean we don't match?
Dr. Emmerich. Scientifically speaking, there's the markers implanted during the cloning process. The mixing of mitochondrial DNA with the intentional Terminator genes. Scientifically speaking. Both you and Liquid are as similar to Big Boss as you could possibly be, but you're still different.
Different?
Yes.
That's what Liquid was talking about.
Which is why they created Solidus.
But Solidus is dead.
Listen carefully to me. This is the most important part. The AI that controls the system employs a highly aggressive, advanced IDS. It uses a special code to inspect all data and commands circulating within the network. Any data that fails to conform to that code is treated as a foreign object and expunged, like viruses killed by white blood cells. The authentication program this IDS uses is based on a genetic identification program. One I have developed for Foxdie. It's set up so that host commands only execute properly if the key matches the if the IDS suspects someone is trying to break into the system, it registers that genetic code on a blacklist. That code is then blocked and can never again be used to access the system. So, if you're going to use a substitute, you need to find a new genetic access code with each new trial.
So when Liquid accessed the system in the Middle East and South America, it was only a test.
I can't believe this. Snake and Big Boss don't have the same genetic code?
Strictly speaking, Snake and Liquid aren't the same either. Which is why Foxdie only affected Liquid at Shadow Moses. And spared you. Let's put it this way. If Liquid uses Big Boss's genetic code, the original, he'll have the system completely under his control.
Hold on. I thought having his code wasn't enough. You need his biometric data at the same time, don't you?
That's right. And Big Boss is already dead.
No. He's alive.
Big Boss is alive.
His body is. Or rather, his cells.
That's impossible.
Big Boss survives as a biomort. A brain-dead shell sustained in the lab. Liquid has already left for Europe in search of Big Boss's body. Right from the start, he knew his experiment in South America wasn't going to work.
Europe, huh?
The test was a failure, even with his code.
As I feared, it's not pure enough. We need all of him.
Our only remaining option is to secure the original.
If Liquid obtains the body, he'll be primed to make his final move.
Allowing him total control of the system.
Exactly. Unless we can stop him first.
This is it.
Where'd you hack this from?
AT Security. The Patriots.
I can't believe this sort of thing still goes on.
The war economy is heating up the R&D race. It's not just the PMCs either. Every corporation tethered to the military-industrial complex is losing its sense of morality. And it's us science-holics who are doing their dirty work for them, not even realizing it.
Can we make Jack better?
I don't know.
Sonny. May I? It's no use. There's nothing we can do here.
What do you mean?
Look at this. His artificial blood needs dialysis. We don't have the proper equipment.
Dialysis?
Getting his wounds healed is important too. But at this rate, he's not gonna last that long.
Dialysis. Is that like what kidneys do?
That's right. Raiden's blood is an older type of artificial blood that was used by the military, called white blood. After it's been in use for a while, the blood needs to be dialyzed, filtered. Right now, he's slipping into autotoxemia.
It's there. In Europe.
What do you mean?
Eastern Europe. They have equipment that can heal me there.
Where? The same place Liquid went?
Dr. Magnar. He saved my life.
Dr. Madnar. I've heard of him.
A world-renowned cybernetics expert. Strictly underground, though.
We're in luck then. It's settled. We must head for Europe. The sooner we get there, the better.
Yeah. I'll call Campbell and have him get us landing clearance. Oh, Snake! Where are you going?
I'm gonna be spewing out poison soon enough anyway. What's one more smoke gonna hurt?
This is a no smoking flight.
Who is this?
Oh, her? That's my sister.
Really? I never knew you had a sister. For a moment, I thought she might have been your girlfriend.
No, I don't have a... Emma was a brilliant programmer. She wrote the worm that destroyed the Arsenal Gear AI. Then... Vamp killed her.
I'm so sorry.
No, there's nothing for you to be sorry for. Or me. I used to be an anime otaku.
Oh. So that's where Otacon comes from.
I was always fascinated by sci-fi anime. That's what got me into this line of work. It's too bad reality wasn't so simple. I never even imagined that science, that my own research, could cause so much misery. I mean, it's not like us science holics or Satanists or anything. But even when we've got the best of intentions, we end up being used by others for evil.
Dr. Emmerich,
You see this? Sonny helped me build it.
Really? Sunny helped build this?
We built it using top-secret docs and patents dug up from intranets at a bunch of research labs. To tell you the truth, I think she's better at it than I am.
But she's just a child.
She cracked the protection on your mail.
Wow. I, assumed it was you.
Sunny was taken by the Patriots right after she was born. She never even met her parents. She's spent her entire childhood inside the net.
That's why she has trouble speaking.
Her home is in the computer. She can only see the outside from the inside. She's always in there, searching for herself, searching for her family. She's trying to find out who she is and where she's going.
Searching for herself and her family.
She believes she can find the answers inside a machine hooked up to the world. She spends every day inside the net, exploring. For Sunny, this is home.
No, it shouldn't be like that.
What?
It's time you let her go outside.
What are you talking about?
She hasn't even been born yet. She's still in the womb. She needs to live a real life.
But Sunny's never shown any interest in leaving the Nomad. Frankly, I'm worried about letting her go out there.
I have a feeling she'll do just fine.
You really think she'll be okay going outside?
That's not what I meant. I think she's got a good handle on her science.
He looks like a formidable recruit. Welcome aboard, soldier.
Huh?
You were about to say something.
Oh, right. Would you mind if I helped Sunny with her cooking?
Oh, of course not. Go ahead. But, about all we've got on board besides military rations are eggs.
No. Leave them off. It makes you look handsome.
You think so?
Dr. Emmerich,
Huh?
is it okay to sleep in there?
Excuse me?
Well, Dr. Emmerich, I know it's easy to forget sometimes, but I am a woman. You understand. Sorry. I know it's selfish of me, but I'd like to be alone for a while.
Right. I understand. I'll show you in.
Thank you.
You'd thought I was dead. Well, guess who is back? Now 25 days left until the release of Snake Eater Delta, so you can actually see my boldness in 4K at 120 frames per second. That's impressive, right? Before I go, remember, buy the game or else. Kojima will strand at you for 24 hours.
Get uncomfortable or anything, just let me know. I'll be out there working.
Thank you.
Oh.
Yes?
Call me Hal. Good night.
Good night, Hal.
Oh god, I'm stranding!
Good God! Good God!
C'est mère.
Snake, a national state of emergency has been declared in an effort to root out the local resistance. The hunt is being carried out by US-based PMC, Ravensword, one of the companies under Outer Heaven's control.
Which means that Liquid's lurking somewhere behind the scenes.
Right. And at the top of the target list is the Paradise Lost Army, the resistance group led by Big Mama. Snake, you'll be infiltrating the region where they are believed to house their base of operations. It looks as if the PMC's moved swiftly, cutting off Big Mama and company's escape routes. They should still be hiding somewhere in that area. Big Boss's corpse is bound to be with them. You've been added to the PMC's blacklist, so you're going to have to lie about your identity to get in. I've provided you with a way to evade the checkpoints. Make contact with the Resistance and find Big Mama. This is our last chance. We must reach Big Boss's body before they do.
Next. 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 Said next. You. Get your ass in the machine. Hey, are you deaf? Take him away.
You're coming with me. I said over here.
That's enough. I'll take him from here.
But...
We've been looking for this man.
Yes, ma'am.
Come with me.
Next.
You're looking younger. What's your secret?
Base camo. A little present from Tentacles.
Huh.
The PMCs sure seem to know you well enough.
You may not believe it, but I'm in charge of overseeing all PMC activity. Having connections can still open doors.
You alone?
Snake! Hey, Snake! Over here! Hey, Snake!
What is wrong with that guy?
Listen to me, Snake. After reporting what happened in the Middle East to my superiors, I wrote up a threat assessment. The President's finally realized the danger Liquid's little rebellion poses and has called for immediate action. Now I've got more bodies than I know what to do with. A whole joint Army-Marines team. They're already on site, mixed in with the US forces here. We're ready to strike Liquid at any time.
You're planning to take him by force? It's crazy. Look, things aren't that simple.
Listen, old man. I don't take orders from you or from your Colonel Campbell.
It's gonna be the Middle East all over again.
No, it won't. If things get out of hand, we can put a total lockdown on the PMC's weapons. They won't be able to fight back. Don't forget, we control the system.
I wouldn't rely too much on the system if I were you.
We've got them beat in sheer numbers.
Meryl.
Look, Snake. Just leave this to me. There's no need for you to put yourself in harm's way. Don't risk your life for no reason. Snake. What you're trying to do, it's not a mission.
I know. It's not justice. It's a hired hit.
If you know, then... ways of thinking might be different, but to me, you're still a legend, a hero. I know all about the things you did when you were young. It was what kept me going. I can't bear to watch you die over something so pointless.
Don't worry about me. Old soldiers never die.
Your cause is our cause now. You don't have to do this.
I'm no hero. Never was. I'm just an old killer, hired to do some wet work.
Fine. Then we'll just have to catch him. Before you do. I may have loved you once. But now you're just too damn senile to face the truth. Wake up and face reality. Old Snake. And stay out of our way.
Beautiful stream. People say Act 3 of MGS4 is a ripoff of Half-Life 2 CD17. No. That's surface level thinking. Just because it's rainy, European, and dystopian doesn't make it the same. CD17 is about rebellion, chaos, resistance, action. Act 3, it's restraint, it's noir, it's paranoia in slow motion. You don't fight your way through. You follow a man, track him by scent like a broken detective with nanomachine. Half-Life gives you a crowbar and says go loud. I give you a trench coat, a fake ID, and silence. Valve made a revolution. I made a Cold War, fever dream. Tell your chat this. After this isn't a ripoff. It's my smoky jazz remix of spy fiction and Eastern Bloc despair. And unless Gabe Newell ever made a game where you sneak through a decaying city smelling people, I win. Now pick up that can.
Soldiers and members of the Resistance.
Yeah, I thought it looked a little too quiet to be a tourist attraction.
The Resistance members are scheduled to convene at Big Mama's hideout. So our best course of action is to follow their lead. When you find the Resistance, tail them. Let them lead you to Big Mama.
But how exactly am I supposed to find this Resistance?
The PMCs have laid a dragnet for Resistance members that covers the entire town. They're using SOP to notify each other by radio of any info collected during their searches. By intercepting those signals, you should be able to reach the Resistance members' locations in real time.
Intercept their communications? How do I do that?
I've provided you with a new device for just that purpose. To hijack PMC communications, open the item window and select the Signal Interceptor. The interceptor constantly monitors PMC voice and data transmissions. When you've got the Signal Interceptor equipped and you hear the PMC's chatter about the Resistance, check your map. It should display the location.
Got it.
Oh, and Snake, I think we've found a way to treat Raiden.
Really?
Yeah, we got in touch with Dr. Madnar. Naomi and Sonny are on their way now.
They'll be all right on their own?
They're a few clicks north of where you are now. It's a non-combat zone, so there won't be any checkpoints. There's even a dialysis machine. It'll take some time, but I think he'll be okay.
Good.
Anyway, you need to hurry and make contact with Big Mama.
I got it.
If Liquid gets his hands on that corpse, it's all over. Follow the Resistance's lead. Okay. First thing is to look for the Resistance. Either use your radar to pick up their trail, or intercept the PMC's radio communications to learn where Resistance members are most likely to be found. Snake, the Resistance doesn't know anything about you. With the city under curfew, well, if they see an unfamiliar face tailing them, they'll assume you're with the government and attack, or else just run away. Whatever you do, make sure they don't notice you. The thing the Resistance fears the most is the government learning the location of their hideout. Which means that if the PMC's alert level is any higher than normal, the Resistance won't head home under any circumstances. It's too risky, and that hideout is too valuable. Keep that in mind.
Hello all, Kojimo here. Did you guys know that the first strength type game was actually Metal Gear Solid 4, specifically Act 3? I really love working with further gameplay in my games. This has been a Kojima Trivia message. Bye! Yeah, To
find the Resistance, check your radar for signs of their presence. You could also try intercepting communications from Ravensword, the local PMC, to identify a place where they're likely to be found. To find the Resistance, check your radar at a place.
What's up, Snake? I'm impressed, Snake. Maybe you were right about not needing my help. Snake, you should be careful about how much weight you're carrying.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Alright, hello everyone, and welcome to episode number 6 of the MGS4 Integral Podcast. Once again, I'm Sean Eystone, and I am here with Aki Saito.
Hi everyone.
And producer Ken Imaizumi.
Hello everyone.
Okay, so, Aki.
Yes.
Where are we today?
We promised to meet up at the Eastern Europe stage.
Right.
And basically, Sean, what are we going to do today?
Okay, so today we're going to pick up in Eastern Europe, and this is right after the cutscene ends where Snake comes out of the train station. And we're going to play the section where you're following the Resistance member through Eastern Europe and trying to find the Resistance hideout.
However, to make it interesting, I know that everyone has cleared this stage already, basically.
Right.
Yeah, more or less. So this time, we're going to try to be as like tour guides of the stage.
Yeah, kind of pointing out different parts of the town and, what happened here, what went into making this part of the town. Interesting things to see around the Midtown area. So it might be a little bit tricky because we will not be following the Resistance member.
Yeah, we'll make sure we'll update where we are.
Yeah, exactly. So
what we're talking about.
So people will have to follow instructions very closely this time because it is very easy to get lost here.
Okay.
The roads are very complicated.
All right, Sean, let's get started then.
All right. Okay, so first thing you'll notice is the atmosphere here. You'll notice all this mist, a slight drizzle coming down from the sky. Also the sound of the train in the background. This is all intended to recreate kind of like a, like a spy movie type of atmosphere.
Yeah.
Where, it's kind of dark.
Bourne series.
Right.
The MI series and things like that.
Rainy, and people may not even notice at first, but if you look very closely, you can see that it's not just mist, but there's also drizzle, rain drizzling down from the sky. And if you point the camera upwards, those droplets will actually stick to the screen. It is water falling from the sky. It's not just a simple mist effect.
Kojima Productions is really famous for this water effects on the camera.
Right.
The raindrops on the camera. This is a really cool feature.
There's also something that happens with this drizzling rain that I'll point out a little bit later.
Okay.
But for now, I guess we can continue on. One other thing that I want to point out is that aside from this rain, you'll notice the sound of the train in the background. There's a story behind this. We wanted to have this station in here, right? And originally, we were going to have actual railroad tracks in the town to kind of show the trains coming and going. But the problem is that, if we have railroad tracks here, then Snake could actually get onto the tracks. And, for various reasons, that was pretty inconvenient because, the player could follow the tracks to who knows where, and it wouldn't really be a good impact on the gameplay. We still wanted to recreate this feeling of being at a train station, but somehow do it without having the actual train, on the screen. And so the sound team came up with these wonderful sounds that really just recreate the atmosphere of being at a train station.
Do you want to talk about the sound
of the crosswalk?
Yeah, clicking sound of the crosswalk. We spent a long time to get that sound.
Yes. Well, actually, was it Ken that you said that there is a identifying sound of a crosswalk, which is so different to even other European areas, but this one location that he said he heard?
We went to Prague, and we heard the sound, and that's very different from the Japanese one.
So he came to our division and said, I need this sound. Can you get a hold of this sound? And, staff, which is Echo, went crazy. What's the big deal about the sound? But Ken said, no, I really want the sound. We want to put this in.
Hideo said, he wants to have that sound. And then sound team said, what sound? What kind of sound was it? So I said, tick, tick, tick kind of sound. And the sound team said, I don't get it. I wanted to have something, like a real...
Just something to refer to get this real, realistic sound.
Kojima Productions do a lot of crazy things.
Yeah.
She just went over to get the sound. She did other things as well, just to hand deliver something or things like that. All these miracles that happened. Really is reliant on these people flying over just for a night or something. But anyways, we got the sound in. We're very happy.
Right.
Very accurate.
Very accurate. So people living in this area of Europe may recognize that sound.
Yes. Yes. Okay. So where are we off to?
All right, so we're going to move ahead, and what we're going to do is we're going to jump into the cutscene where the Resistance member makes his appearance. So head towards...
You found a Resistance member. It's time to start tailing them. Get on it, Snake.
We'll begin.
Okay.
All right, so as we continue on, next, this is also related to sound. But, this Resistance member will come walking out, and you'll hear him whistling. And a lot of effort actually went into getting this whistle right as well.
Really?
People may not realize it, but, he has several whistling patterns.
Yeah.
Like if you're closer to him, he'll be a little bit nervous, maybe, may pause as he whistles, maybe sound a little bit more tense. If you get farther away, he kind of relaxes and does like a really loud, happy whistle. That was put in by request of, Mr. Kojima, who wanted to have really recreate the feel of stalking somebody and, having your target be a little bit nervous at times, comfortable at other times. So you could gauge, where he's going by the sound as well as your signal interceptor.
I heard a lot of players playing this game whistle the tune of the Resistance member, because I did.
Right.
You get into this gets into your head.
Yeah, it's pretty catchy.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Funny story about that whistling also is that the guy who actually recorded this whistling sound, and when he was whistling, like it was really accurate, like perfect pitch and everything. but the sound guys said, it's too good because, it doesn't sound like, a Resistance member. A Resistance member isn't a musician, right? So he's not going to have perfect pitch for everything. So they had to do several takes to get, the right sound, where it sounds like a normal person whistling rather than a musician whistling.
That kind?
Yeah, can whistle.
Yeah, you can whistle.
Well, another point that I found out about this Eastern Europe stage is that it's so different from the past 2 acts that you have been playing. All of a sudden, you're in this environment of buildings and, well, basically you look different, right? With the code and everything and the young face look. And also I noticed that there's a lot of lights and
Those
kind of like...
resistance fighters can't advance because of the PMC troops. Isn't there something you can do to help, Snake?
behind each buildings.
Right, that was a conscious effort on the part of the development team because we really wanted to create, an empty town, a town that feels empty, but it's not deserted. It's not a ghost town. It's basically a town that's under curfew, so people are forced to stay indoors.
Yeah.
But, people are still there, so you can see the lights on inside.
What do you call it? Martial law? Is it under martial law, kind of?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
So under martial law, and everybody's forced to stay inside, once it gets dark.
But when you go close to the windows or the doors, you could kind of actually feel there's someone kind of living behind that.
Right.
That was my second time when I thought I got real 5.1 and, good sound in there.
There's some people playing a game, right?
Basically, all these buildings actually have sounds emanating from them. People listening to different TV shows, radio shows, maybe playing games. And there actually is somebody playing the original MSX version of Metal Gear in here as well.
Cool.
So point that out a little bit later.
Okay.
All right. Well, of course, as you know, the real way you're supposed to play through this stage is to follow the Resistance member. And, the gameplay of this stage is a little bit different compared to all the other stages that you played up to this point because there's never been a stalking mission. The point of the game is to follow this guy without him noticing you and without any of the PMC troops noticing you either. And, I think for a lot of people, this was really hard. I think it's one of those stages where you're either going to really love it or really hate it. I think, it's one of the stages that'll give you the most trouble if you're more of the run and gun type of person. But there is, actually like a hidden thing that you can do to make it a little bit easier that some people may not know about is if you manage to put, Laughing Beauty to sleep in the previous stage and you use that Laughing Beauty face camouflage, you can actually walk through the town pretty freely.
Oh, really?
Yeah. A lot of people do that. They'll switch back to the Octocam and, kind of like sneak through, hiding in the corners and things like that. But if you want to take the opposite route and keep this coat on, put on the face cam with the Beauty's face cam, you can actually walk pretty freely through the town. And when the PMC guards notice you, as long as you're not doing anything really suspicious, then maybe they'll tell you to stop and they'll come up and look at you and then they'll let you pass.
Oh, really?
So for people who are having a hard time, getting through this stage, that's something they may want to try.
Cool. Okay, so Sean, why don't you introduce us the route you're going to take this time?
All right.
So that the players could try to kind of have that route in their head.
Okay, so I think most players probably followed the Resistance member and went through the park, with the guy peeing in the park and heading to that route. But there's also a route that's probably less known, and it goes along the river that runs through this stage. You follow the canals, and you get to the same point at the end, but it's a less traveled route. So I think today we're going to take that route and introduce people to places in the stage that they may not have seen before.
Okay.
All right, so the first thing we want to do is after you come out from this starting point, you want to head to that point where the Resistance member came out from. Okay, so it's kind of to the northwest, and you'll see it's basically, a dead end. And so people may be wondering, well, where did this Resistance member come from? Did he just suddenly appear? Well, actually, if you look closely, at the end of this dead end, to your right, you'll see there's actually a duct on the ground.
Yeah.
And it heads to the north. The idea is that this is actually where the Resistance member came from. And, the people who went to Eastern Europe to gather materials actually said they saw a lot of little ducts like this under the building. And so they definitely wanted to put that in there somewhere. And so they decided to use it here to explain where the Resistance member came from. And so what we're going to do is we're going to crawl into this duct and head north.
Okay.
Basically what you want to do as you go through this duct is just head straight ahead. Just keep on heading north. You can see the exit on the other side. If you go a little to your right, there's also an item in here. So you can pick up a PSS, which is, of course, a handgun. it's not a very great handgun, but the thing is you can sell it for a lot of money. So people who are gathering Drebin points, if you pick that up, I think you can get like 5,000 Drebin points.
Oh,
so
wow.
for people who want to pick that up, they can go ahead and do it.
Okay.
Otherwise, just head on straight through and come out the other side of the duct. And when you do, be careful because there's a guard on your left on the other side of this yellow car. So let's just put him to sleep. And then if you put this guy to sleep, the thing a lot of people may not realize also is that the resistance member will change their course depending on which guards are awake and which ones are sleeping. If you disable this guard, the resistance member will actually take an alternate route, and rather than going to the park, will head towards the river.
Oh, I see.
In any case, we're not going to wait for the resistance member today. So let's just head to the north. Basically where you put this guy to sleep, take the slope that heads up towards the north.
With the van on the right.
Right. There's going to be a van on your right, so head up that slope.
Okay.
So head up this slope. And
the van on the right.
Pass the van on your right, and also a trash can.
Red
and a
car.
red car. Then it kind of splits, but you want to take the right path that heads towards the park.
Okay.
Then when you get to this intersection, you want to take a left.
Okay.
And as you follow this left path, keep an eye on your left-hand side, and you'll see an open door.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a big double-gated door that's open. And so we want to head in here.
Oh.
Okay, so we're going to head into this load, and I believe this is the first time we've ever gone into a load to the Integral podcast. Gone into a load to the Integral podcast.
Okay.
It's a big event.
Load. Okay.
Load.
Shall we count down?
Shall we count down?
All right. Yeah. Everyone ready to load?
Get ready, everybody.
Okay.
Here we go.
3,
2, 1, go!
Okay, everyone finish the load. And where do we come out?
All right. So once you come out from that load, you'll be in a courtyard.
Wow, this is cool.
And this courtyard is pretty unique in this stage in that it's the only really enclosed courtyard that looks like this. You can hear a lot of different sounds right now. The really interesting thing that I want to point out about this courtyard is if you look to your left, you'll see a statue.
Yeah, statue, yeah.
If you look to your right, you'll see that there's a statue platform with no statue on it.
Oh.
In that case,
right, people may remember from the Middle Eastern stage, you can actually climb up onto this platform. So press triangle near the platform, climb up on top, then press triangle when you're on the platform, and Snake will assume a pose.
Wow, I didn't know this. Well, it looks weird without your statue camo, though.
Also, this pose is a little bit interesting. It's a Japanese pose, right?
Yeah, the Neo pose. Neo is a...
Gate guard.
Gate guard.
Well, if you go to Asakusa shrines and, temples, usually on the gate, on the side of the gate, there are huge statues that look like devils.
Right.
Which are not. But they're doing this kind of pose.
And so they're like gatekeepers or
gate guards.
Guardians of the gate to the temple.
Yes.
All right. So anyway, there's that statue pose. So people may not know about that. And so next we want to move ahead from this platform, head to the north, and you'll see a door to the north that leads out of this courtyard area. So let's just head there. On the way, you may be able to pick up another PSS, which you can sell for money. So anyway, head through this door on the north, and when you get to this intersection on the other side of the door, you want to head to your left.
There was a stairs.
There's a stairway, so head down the staircase. And you come to an intersection, and on your left, there's a yellow car. And something else that people probably didn't notice at all is that on these buildings, there's actually an address. There are address plates on the building. So if you turn and look towards the staircase that you came down from, you'll see a pair of plates on the wall to the right of the stairs.
One says 313.
Right.
And the other one says 21.
Right.
Does this have a meaning?
It actually does. This is actually a unique address. All the buildings in Eastern Europe have a unique address. The meaning behind this is actually 3 stands for third stage, which is Eastern Europe, and then each model has a number. So 13 is the 13th building in Eastern Europe, and then at the bottom is a unique number on the green plate which designates this specific building. So it's basically stage, model type, and specific model number.
So it's a very development.
Try equipping the signal interceptor. You should be able to get intel on the resistance from PMC Communications. Give it a listen.
number.
So it's a very development code.
Right.
Almost.
Yeah, it is. Probably something that people won't realize at all.
I don't.
You know, maybe people won't even care about it, but you know, for the team, it actually did have meaning, and you know, that just goes to show the insane level of detail that.
So there might be another 313.
Right. So you probably see another 313 somewhere in the game if you look around, but having this combination of 313 and 21
is unique to this building right here.
Building right here.
I see.
So maybe, you know, team member was saying like a 313-21 building was not, you know, quality was not great. So who did this?
I see.
Right. So maybe there's a bug with this building, 31321, and then everybody knows what they're talking about.
Okay. Maybe when you find or when you test it, go to 31321 and then walk north or things like that.
Right.
Yeah, I see. So, wow, quite handy.
So just a little bit of developer trivia.
Okay, we'll guide the listeners according to this numbers then, huh?
That might be hard.
Yeah, we'll just mention it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So now from this intersection, or you know, from this place where you came down from the stairs, we want to head to the northeast.
Northeast.
Well, actually, it's
a right side.
Actually, yeah, to the right. So when you came down from the stairs, take a right, and I guess it's more or less straight to the east, actually. So head to the east, and ahead of you, you'll see a building with some lights on the other side of this railing. So you want to head there, but be careful because on your left, there's a pair of PMC guards. So let's put them to sleep. All right, so once those guards are asleep, go ahead and walk until you hit the wall on the other side of this this rail.
So you're like walking on this corridor.
Right, so you're walking down this corridor behind these pillars. And keep an eye on the wall on your right. And eventually you'll see a staircase leading up.
I didn't know this.
Yeah, I think a lot of people miss this also.
Yeah.
This leads to another funny little area.
Okay, so should we go up the stairs?
Yeah, let's go up the stairs. It's a little bit dark, so it might be a little hard to see where you're going, but when you get to the top of the stairs, you'll be near this bridge. And if you look straight ahead of you when you come up the stairs, you'll see a statue directly ahead of you.
Yeah.
Right to your right, there's another platform.
Without a statue.
Without a statue, which means it's another point where you can jump on and assume another silly pose.
There's a second place where you could do this.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and go up onto the platform and press triangle.
What's this pose this time?
This pose is just a silly pose. You know, basically we have a lot of different types of poses in the game, a lot of serious poses, you know, based off of real statues and things like that. But the director, Mr. Kojima, wanted to have just some really silly poses in there also, and so this was put in there. And one other thing to point out is as you're taking this pose...
Try equipping the signal interceptor. You should be able to get intel on the resistance from PMC communications. Give it a listen.
As you're taking this pose, to your right, you'll see ahead of you there's another Minami Akina poster.
Oh, our favorite Akina.
Right, the Akina.
The most powerful poster.
Yeah, your favorite, right?
No, the most powerful poster in this MGS4.
The Invincible. Yeah.
Invincible poster.
Almighty Akina poster.
Wow.
All right. So that's another point that players may not be aware of. So next, let's move on. And what we're going to do from this point is head towards the canal.
Okay. Looking at Akina's posters, we take a left.
Right.
And we're going to cross this bridge.
And you should be heading roughly north to the northwest. And as you proceed, you'll hear a helicopter up above. And that means you're heading in the right direction.
And you're going down the kind of a slope this
down
time.
a slope, and then you'll come to a intersection, and you'll see the helicopter with its searchlight looking for you. So
look out!
Be careful.
Searchlight. Find something nearby to hide behind. Stay out of the light.
But searchlight. And from here, take a left. Kind of sneak along. Be careful because there are PMC patrols here. As you proceed, you'll see a bunch of signs like a cafe. And then you'll come to this building on your left. It's kind of like this big, dark, black brick building.
Yeah, what number is it?
The address is
312.
31312.
So we're the Studio B building?
Yeah, the Studio B building.
Okay.
And then you'll come behind this truck. You'll see a staircase heading down into the canal.
Oh.
So let's head down these stairs.
To the canal.
Into the canal. And at this point, a lot of people may just run straight ahead. But if you do a U-turn and go behind the stairs, you'll find that there's actually an FIM-92A surface air missile. So for those people who want to take out the helicopter and take more of an action-oriented approach, they can use that to shoot it down. So next what we want to do is we're just going to head on to the next load. So head down into the water, cross to the other side.
You could actually go into the canal, right?
Yeah. And then head to the east, to the other end of the canal. Just keep on heading to the east. Then when you get to the eastern side of this canal, on your left, you'll see a tunnel. And what we want to do is head through this tunnel. And this will go to another load, leading to Midtown Northwest sector. So jump into that load.
Load. 3.
Another load phase.
Load.
Right, so you jump into the load and you come out the other side. Okay, now I want to point out something about the mist and the drizzling rain. Remember at the beginning of the stage I said there was another little secret pertaining to that mist. And if you go into first-person view right now and just kind of look around, you'll notice that it's no longer drizzling.
Oh, it stops.
Right, it actually stops, and it's very gradual. As you proceed to the stage, it slowly gets, clearer and clearer until finally, after 20 minutes or so, you have clear weather, and it's no longer raining. So that's something else that people may not have noticed, is that, the weather does change in real time. Okay, so in any case, I think we'll stop here. So go ahead and save on the other side of this tunnel where we came out from the load, and we'll pick up here in 2 weeks' time and cover the later half of the Eastern Europe stalking mission.
Well, this is surely a route that normally you won't take, playing the stage.
Right.
Chasing the resistance member. And we showed various kinds of behind-the-scenes talks about this. But is this actually a recommended route that you could to clear it faster than a normal route?
It's not necessarily faster. It might be a slightly easier route depending on how you play. But the thing is, you can't really control the resistance member per se. The resistance member will take a route, and depending on how quickly you catch up to him, or depending on which PMCs you put to sleep, he may or may not come here. He may end up going to the park.
Yeah.
So if you put that guy to sleep, at the beginning of the stage, as we mentioned earlier, then the resistance member should head towards the river. But depending on how you play after that point, he may change routes again. So
really?
So it's really dynamic. There's no real way to 100% control the resistance member.
I see. Yeah. So even if you're here first, it doesn't mean that he'll come and
right.
Yeah, you have to go find him.
Yeah. So right now, we kind of forged ahead on our own, and as you notice, there's no resistance member in sight, and he won't come here since we weren't following him.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. Any other points?
Okay, well, one other thing that I wanted to point out about this Eastern European stage is as we're walking around, you saw a lot of signs and things for restaurants or shops. And this is something that, the design team really wanted to get into the game, because when they went to Prague and they walked around, there's a lot of different small little shops and signs here. So they really wanted to recreate that atmosphere. And, one shop in particular that really they wanted to put in for sure was the doll shop. And the reason for that is that when they went to Eastern Europe, they actually found, several doll shops there.
Yeah, dolls and puppets.
Right, like dolls and puppets. And one interesting fact is that that is actually the origin of the Mantis doll, right? So they went to Eastern Europe and they found this shop with this cool-looking puppet in it, and they decided, wow, that looks like something we want to use in the game.
I remember the signs and everything because Ken was really hassling me to get approval. All the signs and pop and try to make it fake and half fake. True as possible, but make it fake, not to ruin the whole atmosphere of Prague. But of course we can't use the sign as
Try equipping the signal interceptor.
Prague. But of course we can't use the sign as is because it might.
It's gonna take a long time to get a whole license and issue. So.
But it was very small. We didn't want to get every sign up and license and things like that. But the whole team wanted to make the environment as much as kind of real Eastern Europe as possible. But some signs were really, at first, very hilarious. There was some duck signs. And of course, there's, even if you go to Eastern Europe, there isn't poster of Aquino, right? But, you know, apart from that, there was like ducky signs, frog signs, you know, cute stuff as well. But, you know, it was challenging to try to tell Ken, don't use this, don't use that. It took a long time.
Yeah.
But he was hassling me always.
What about the train station also? The train station was actually modeled after the actual train station.
Yeah,
also.
Was it a combination?
That's a combination. That's a combination of the Prague stations, and we went to train station in Germany too, right?
Did
the
we?
GC show.
Oh, yeah.
I think we checked the Leipzig the central station or something.
Central station.
Yeah, and we learned some stuff from there too.
It's kind of a combination of
various European stations. Yeah.
Also, that cutscene is really funny for me because I could tell who is doing the motion capture.
Really?
Yeah, it was a couple of familiar faces.
Yeah.
And how he walked and all that thing. It was really funny. Okay, Sean, once again, our next meeting point.
Okay, so the next meeting point will be right here, actually. So once you get through that load point at the bottom of the canal, and you come out the other side of the tunnel, just go ahead and save it there. It should be the Midtown Northwest sector.
Okay.
And we'll pick up here in 2 weeks.
All right. Well, thanks, guys. We're going to have a little bit more traveling guide of Eastern Europe in the next 2 weeks as well. So I hope everyone enjoyed this tour. Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
See you next time.
Alright, that's gonna wrap up this edition of the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Check back next time for more tips, tricks, and insider info on Metal Gear Solid 4. Brought to you by Kojima Productions and Hideo Kojima himself. Make sure to send in your comments to Hideo Blog. See you next time. Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Okay, everybody, welcome to episode number 7 of the MGS4 Integral Podcast. I'm here with Aki Saito.
Hi, everyone.
And Kenny Maizumi.
Hello.
And my name is Sean Eystone. And today we're continuing at the Eastern Europe Midtown stage. And we're continuing from 2 weeks ago at the Midtown Northwest sector. So you should have just...
Why are you whistling?
Well, this is a whistle section, remember? They're supposed to follow the whistle.
Do you remember, my mother is always told me, like, don't whistle during nighttime.
Yeah. There's a saying, kind of a famous kind of saying, that don't whistle outside at night in Japan because snakes will come out.
Snakes will come out?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Not solid snake, right?
No. I don't know why, because we don't see snakes in Tokyo. Not so much. But my mom, Ken's mom as well, every mom will say, don't whistle at night.
So that's like a common thing for Japanese parents to say to their kids.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, if you whistle at night, snakes will come out.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Do you have the same kind of stuff?
I'm not sure about America.
Try.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Do you have the same kind of stuff?
I'm not sure about America, but in Hawaii we have something similar, where if you whistle at night, we say spirits will come out. So it's not good to whistle at night.
That's more scary.
Yeah, but in movies and things like that, right? Like a musical movie.
Well, yeah, I think there are a lot of scenes in movies and stuff where people are whistling at night. So in the mainland U.S., whistling at night isn't really a bad thing, I think, for most Americans anyway.
Well, don't worry.
I think it's more of a Hawaii thing.
Well, even in Japan, a lot of people whistle at night. Doesn't really matter too much. Anyways, nothing to do with Eastern Europe. Well, let's go. We're in the actual canal?
Yeah, so right now we're in the canal. You should have just come through that load point that we went through a couple weeks ago. And you just came out from the tunnel. And you'll hear the helicopter up above you. And last week we introduced that there was a surface-to-air missile that you could use to shoot down the helicopter. But for those of you who want to get through the stage without actually, killing anybody or causing a lot of damage, what you can do is you can actually equip a silenced sniper rifle, such as the VSS, which we picked up in South America a few weeks ago. And what you want to do is aim at the searchlight
of the helicopter.
And you can actually shoot this out. It's kind of hard to get a clear shot because the helicopter is moving around. But if you can get a shot at the searchlight... Okay. So it may take several tries, but if you can get a clear shot at the searchlight, you can actually knock it out.
Wow.
Wow.
I didn't know this.
You didn't know this?
No. I didn't think I had a VSS at that time.
You can use other guns as well. It's just that they'll make a lot more noise.
Yeah,
so people will be more likely to find you. And we can move on.
Okay.
Okay, so now that searchlight is out of the way, we can cross over to the other side of the canal. And on the northern side of the canal, if you cross over and take a left, now, even if you use a silent sniper rifle, there's a good chance that, some people may come because you may trigger a caution phase. So just go ahead and put them to sleep. And proceed to the left. You'll see a ladder near the bridge that passes over the canal. And what we're going to do is we're going to climb up this ladder.
Okay.
Okay, then once you get to the top of the ladder, you'll see a doorway directly to your right. And there's like double doors that are open. So we want to head into here. And kind of enter this narrow alley. And then at the end of that, there's another gate that's closed this time. At first glance, it may seem like this is a dead end. But if you round the corner, to the left, there's like a small little area you can walk to. If you go to your left and look at the wall behind the door, there's actually a little hole here that you can crouch down and go through. And so when you're tracking, one of the resistance members, it's possible that he may actually come this way. And when he does, if you ever lose sight of him, a lot of people may think they lost him because they can't pass through the door. If you just go around the corner here, you can see that there's actually this small little hole that you can crawl through.
So I guess there's no cheating whatsoever of the resistance route
where
he is going.
So yeah, he never warps or just magically
disappears. So there is a way that
there's
he got
always a
behind
way.
that door.
Right.
I see.
And this also is based on reality. According to the design team, when they went to Eastern Europe, they actually saw this type of weird hole in the wall.
Weird.
They didn't know what it was for. It's just kind of there. It's not a door. It's too small for a normal person to pass through without crouching. But it was there, and so it kind of struck them as just being really unusual, and they wanted to put it in the game because of that. And so here it is. Right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna crouch down and head through this hole, but use caution because once you get out on the other side, there are a couple of PMC guards on your left. So as soon as you pass through the hole, turn to your left, and then look to the north, and you'll see a pair of PMC guards in the street. So let's just go ahead and put these guys to sleep. Okay, and then once those guys are asleep, you can head out to the street, and then look to the left. You should be facing north. You'll see a staircase heading up, and to the right of that is a trash can.
A green trash can.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, people may not remember that there are trash cans in the game, because the last one that you saw was probably in Middle East.
Yeah. Act 1.
Right. So, you went through all of South America without ever seeing one, but you come to Eastern Europe and once again we have trash cans. So if you're ever spotted and you need to find a place to hide, you can always climb to one of these trash cans. All right.
But these are definitely different looking than the Middle East ones.
Yeah, and that's something too. They were actually modeled after European trash cans also, so different from the Middle Eastern trash cans. All right, so next what we want to do is head up the stairs that are to the left of that trash can. When you get to the top of the stairs, take a left.
Yeah, you're on kind of a balcony kind of.
Right.
Yeah.
And you'll see another set of stairs going down on the other side of this balcony. So head down these stairs. And then when you get to the bottom of the stairs, you'll see on your left-hand side Well, there's a bench, and then there's a bookstore display case.
Yeah.
So what we want to point out is actually in this bookstore display case. If you go into first-person view and look at this display case, you may notice some things that most people probably missed. In the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see someone who probably looks familiar. Well, it's really low res, so maybe you don't recognize him, but that's actually Otacon. You can kind of see from his profile. Another thing that, like really hardcore trivia buffs may get a kick out of is that one of the development team is actually featured on one of these books as well. So if you look at the center row above Otacon and count to the 4th book from the right, the cover to this book features our lead artist, Negishi-san.
Oh, this
and
small book, kind of.
Yeah, it's kind of like a small book. It's the 4th from the right.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like a blurry photo of someone standing there. He's actually holding a drink and drinking. It's really hard to see.
Wow.
But for the really crazy trivia buffs, this is actually our lead artist.
But this is very, very rare.
Yeah, it's
rare
a very
trivia, but who will be happy about it?
Well, a lot of fans, a lot of Metal Gear Solid fans are.
But they don't even know what kind of face.
Yeah, that's true. Well, that's true. But this is
maybe his family will be happy about this. My dad is on.
Actually, maybe his family will not even notice this picture.
The funny thing is, Negi-san himself didn't notice this picture. The artist who actually made this stage kind of told him that he was actually in the stage. And
well, we have to find some pictures for the books.
Yeah.
So maybe they didn't have a choice.
Yeah. So they decided to choose him, and so he's in here
without him knowing.
Without him knowing.
That's sweet.
Okay, so that's the bookstore display case. Just a bit of trivia for the real trivia buffs. And so from the bookstore, turn around, and here the road splits. You'll see the road where the 2 PMCs are, and then there's a truck next to that, and then there's another road that angles off towards the north.
Heads kind of down.
Right, and kind of heads down a slope.
Yeah.
We're going to take that road that heads to the north.
Okay.
Okay, so as you near that road, you'll come to another load point. That goes to the Midtown North sector. And so we're going to jump in here, and we'll see you on the other side of the load.
Okay, we're in the Midtown North sector.
All right, so you come out in the Midtown North sector, and as soon as you come out, you'll see a couple streets ahead of you, one kind of angling off to the left, and another one to the right. So take the one that heads to your right. And as you walk forward, you'll see an alley on your right, near this Golden Fish restaurant.
Oh, it's a restaurant.
Golden
Fish restaurant.
Fish.
Wow, sounds yummy.
Yeah, so take a right near the Golden Fish.
And we're gonna enter this?
And we're gonna enter this little alley here. Follow the alley, it kind of turns to your left, and then comes to intersection here. And what you want to do is take a left at this intersection. You'll see straight ahead, you can see the front of a van. And when you get to the street, just stop here for a second. People may recognize this area as where, if you follow the resistance member, there would be vehicle patrols around this area. You need to kind of hide. And, just kind of to offer a little bit of advice to people who are playing this. If you want to hide really quickly, the best way to hide on the stage is actually to use the cardboard box or the barrel. And, the reason for that, of course, is you can lay down on the ground and you can absorb the camouflage pattern, but it takes time, right? But if you use the barrel, you can quickly jump in and out. You can have a much easier time while you're trying to avoid these vehicle patrols. One other thing about these vehicle patrols that it's kind of funny. During development, we had the vehicle patrols going on, and of course there's the PMCs patrolling the street. And what was really hard was to keep these vehicle patrols from actually hitting the patrolling PMCs.
Yeah.
Because, the vehicles would just come charging down the road.
Yeah.
The PMCs would be walking, and bam, they'd be hit, And so we had to come up with ways to keep that from happening. And, at one point we figured, okay, I think we kind of got it. The vehicles will stop and, they won't run over the guy or whatever. But there's actually ways that you can get around that. If you put one of the PMC patrols to sleep, they'll go to sleep, and they'll be on the side of the road. And, the vehicle patrol will come up beside him, and they'll tell him to wake up or something like that, right? It's like, what are you doing? Wake up. And, what'll happen is if that PMC guard's post is on the other side of the street, he'll wake up and say, oh my God, I gotta get back to my post. And he'll start running to his post. And what was really funny is if his post is on the other side of the street, he'll just go dashing right onto the middle of the street, right as, the patrol vehicle starts up. And he'll just get nailed by that patrol vehicle. So.
Wow. Okay, so maybe some lucky guys might have seen the scene.
Maybe. I mean, it's really hard to get it.
Oh, really? I would like to see that.
The situation just has to work out perfectly. But it's pretty funny if you can get it.
Well, it's not a bug, is it? I mean, if you wake up and, if you dash across the street.
Try equipping...
And, if you dash across the street,
Right.
you can get hit.
It's an accident, right?
Yeah,
he's in a rush to get back to his post.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I know one more thing, but that's not the Europe stage. I know something in the Middle East. It's a really funny thing.
That gets run over?
No, not that one. Like, do you guys know there's some snipers on the building, third floor?
Yeah.
Like you sneak on the building and you put a Playboy magazine, right side of the, the sniper. The sniper will look at the, Playboy magazine, and he started shooting the gun. And it's really funny because he was like,
he's looking at the magazine.
He's looking at the magazine and shooting the guns, and he's so, genius.
He's that good.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. One other thing that kind of stands out while you're standing at this intersection is if you look straight ahead, there's a manhole in the street leading down to the sewers. And this is kind of a painful story to tell, but originally there actually was, you actually were able to go into these manholes and go down into the sewer. Yeah. So, the idea was while you're tracking this resistance member, sometimes he'll crawl into these manholes and you'll have to follow him down and crawl through the sewer, things like that. But unfortunately, for various reasons, for gameplay reasons, for camera reasons, for VRAM reasons, and just, time limitation, we had to take that out.
All right, then, where do we head next?
All right, so from this manhole, you're facing the manhole. What you want to do is turn to your right and head down the street. You'll see a parking sign in the distance, as well as a van parked next to that parking sign. And so what you want to do is head up onto the sidewalk, go past that parking sign, and keep an eye on your right. And you'll see a staircase heading up on your right. So let's just head up this staircase. And when you get to the top of the staircase, on your right, there's a door that leads to this small little empty lot.
Kind of a garden.
Right, kind of like a garden. And, people may recognize this place when they're tracking the resistance member. This is where the resistance member, of course, ducked into this door and changed into his PMC uniform.
Yeah.
One thing about that, I think a lot of people probably didn't realize at that time, and a lot of the team actually didn't realize until later, is that when he changes his uniform, it's actually not identical to the other PMC soldiers. If you look really closely, you can see that his helmet is actually just slightly different from the other PMC. The character designer, the character artist who was making, the resistance guys, when he was making these characters, he wanted to just add a little variation in there, just to say that, yeah, he has a PMC uniform, but he's not a real PMC, so his uniform doesn't exactly match with everyone's, with everyone else's uniform. And so for people who are very attentive, you may have noticed that. For those who didn't, next time you play, try and take a look at his helmet.
Okay. What's next in our tour?
Actually, in the last program, we mentioned that you could listen at the doors to houses and hear, sounds coming from the inside of the house. So what I'm going to do now is take you to one of those houses and point out something that's kind of cool. So from here, head back outside and back down the stairs that we came from. You should be heading north. Then on your right, you'll see a pair of PMC soldiers standing next to a barrel.
Yeah.
If you're the violent type, you could go ahead and blow up that barrel. Otherwise, you can just go ahead and put these guys to sleep.
Okay, so we put them to sleep.
Alright, so we put these guys to sleep. What we want to do is head down the hill towards that barrel that they were standing next to.
Okay.
Okay, so when you get to this barrel, first of all, take a look at the corner here. There's a building.
Cafe bar?
It says cafe bar, right? And there's a couple posters on that wall. If you look at the top poster,
What's this top poster?
you'll see another picture of our lead artist.
He's taking a picture.
And he's taking a picture.
Ah.
So this is actually a picture of him taking pictures in Eastern Europe.
Wow.
Doing, research.
Trivia.
Trivia within trivia. Pictures within pictures.
You're pretty good.
Is this real trivia?
Yeah, it's Negipi.
Yeah.
Okay. Enough.
It's enough. Where are we heading, Sean?
All right, so let's just follow this wall. Okay, so you're looking at, the picture, the
And the
poster
cafe bar,
of the
yeah.
cafe bar, and just follow this wall. It'll head up this slope.
To the left.
To the left.
Of the poster,
Follow
yeah.
to the left of the poster, and kind of head up this slope.
Okay.
And you should be heading kind of to the northwest. All right, so walk up the slope, but slow down as you get to the top
of the slope.
Because on your left you'll see 3 PMC soldiers.
Wow, 3
facing away from you.
Yes.
Okay, so let's just go ahead and put these guys to sleep.
Okay, so once you get these 3 guys to sleep, where will we go?
Okay, so now we got these guys to sleep, and what we want to do is head up the slope. They're kind of standing at a split in the road.
Yeah.
And if you're facing them, after you came up the slope, there's the road that goes straight ahead, and then another one that kind of angles off to the right. And what we're going to do is we're going to take this road that angles off to the right.
So you should see a van on the left and a van on the right, a little bit further up.
And the building number?
What's the building?
Try.
Further up.
And the building number?
What's the building number?
Building number is 32218.
Okay.
Okay. So we're heading up this hill. You go past that van on your left. You go past this peacock sign. So you pass that sign, and then you come to another van on your right. And what you want to do is head to the other side of that van, towards the wall. And you'll see a sign above this door.
A snake sign.
A snake sign,
Yeah.
right. So what you want to do is press up against that door underneath the snake sign and listen. And when you do, you should hear one of our Kojima Productions podcasts.
Oh, wow.
Coming from inside the building.
Wow.
You may need to, rotate your camera a little bit and get a good angle on it. And, for those of you who maybe triggered a caution phase as you were walking, it might be hard to hear because of the background music. Is you can actually turn off the background music. So if you press start and go into your menu, and go down to options, then go over to the audio video tab, and you'll see an in-game music on-off option.
So on the default setting, this is on.
On the default setting, it's on, but you can toggle it off. If you do that, you should be able to hear the sound much more easily. One thing to point out also is that originally in Metal Gear Solid 4, there wasn't going to be any background music. Originally.
Yeah.
The idea was to make the game much more realistic and therefore avoid putting in background music. So the whole game actually would have sounded like this, where you're just listening to atmospheric sounds, listening to people walking, background noises and things like that. But as we were making it, Mr. Kojima said, well, actually it's a little bit lonely without background music, so we wanted to put something in there to kind of spice it up a little bit more, so the background music was restored. But, the sound guys really put a lot of effort into making all this, all the background noise and atmospheric sound effects. So for people who really want to experience the game, I guess in its raw form, they can go ahead and do that and turn off the background music and maybe play through the game. And I think especially, like in places where there's a lot of battle, there's usually like really intense background music and things like that. So without the music, it's actually pretty different. And so people maybe can get a new experience by turning off the background music.
Well, it was so natural for me to have this background music when you're like in the caution phase or whatever.
Right.
Because it brings up the tension, like the movie kind of theater experience. But come to think of it, yeah, I think it would be fun to try to live through if you have a good sound system, that is, like 5.1 at your home, and you could not necessarily feel that tense caution phase, tense feeling, the pressure.
I think it's probably a different type of tension. Like maybe you won't have that tension from the music, but it's more realistic. So I guess you feel like you've
been shot from.
Right. You hear shots coming from the distance, and you know exactly where they're coming from because you can hear them clearly, things like that. So
in the direction, yeah. Surely people who haven't tried it should try it out.
Yeah. Okay. And what people may not realize is that there's actually another house where they're listening to the MSX. Well, they're playing the original MSX
and you
Metal
can listen
Gear, and you can listen in from outside the door.
From that house, right?
Right. And so this one's kind of far from where we are, so we're not going to backtrack to that point, but I will just kind of point out where it is. So people probably know the park, so go to the park and go to the north end of the park. And you'll find a slope heading up to a building on the north end of the park, and that building, the number is 3145. The red number is 314, the black number is 5. That building, if you listen to the door on the other side of the building, on the opposite side of the park, you'll be able to hear someone playing the MSX version of Metal Gear.
Wow.
Okay, anyway, so I think we're going to wrap it up here. For those who want to continue on to the end, if you head up the slope and take a right at the intersection where there's, a four-way intersection, you take a right and keep on heading straight ahead, heading to the north until you hit a wall. If you turn left at that wall, you'll find yourself at the church. And if you happen to be tracking the Resistance member, you can follow him into the church, and that'll trigger the cutscene where you meet Big Mama.
Well, this was kind of, as Sean said earlier, maybe this time on the last show, but it's a very unique stage. It's not like shooting and destroying, or also not just a simple hiding Metal Gear essence, espionage essence. But it does have the espionage essence because you have to follow someone.
Right, hiding.
And there's a lot of traps like helicopter searchlights, the cars that on patrol. Well, it's a famous story that, first of all, that we had this boot camp session by Kojima Productions.
Yeah.
Where we invited how many? 20?
I think 20 press people.
20 press people from Europe and from America to come down to Japan. And we kind of went up north of Tokyo, a little bit far away, quite to a resort area, where we have we can't say it officially, but a secret hideout of Konami's secret hideout.
Right.
Kind of a training kind of camp. That's why we call it boot camp. So we wanted to invite these press people to kind of ask their feelings about how MGS4 is, because it was ask their feelings about how MGS4 is, because it was almost connected till the end. So we wanted people to play through it. And
so
give
like
us
a
feedback.
Test
to these very limited people.
Right.
Mostly in the daytime. We were in this meeting room, and we set up all the PS3s on a good high def.
Right. We brought the PlayStation 3 from Tokyo, and a high def TV, and we set it up the whole thing, whole system.
Everyone was enjoying because they got excited, right?
Yeah.
And we were really excited too to set this up and watch these 20 press people play MGS4 for the first time. But until the point when point when they entered Act 3, which was this Eastern Europe stage. Because I think it was quite difficult.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, there was a couple of bugs.
Yeah.
And it was really hard.
Right.
And a lot of people got stuck. Couldn't find a resistant member, couldn't stay onto it. People started shooting at people, thought that it was the way to clear it.
Yeah.
Some people killed a resistant member, but of course you could do that. But
right.
People thought that, how do I clear this? And
yeah. Some guys are taking a long time, like
7 hours.
7 hours.
Hours.
Yeah, playing that stage and trying to reach the goal. And some guy was really
very upset.
Yeah, very upset.
But the thing was, we didn't want to I have played that stage before that boot camp, and so have the team members, right? Also, Hideo Kojima was there watching these press people play, but no one was supposed to give them direct orders how to clear it,
right?
Because that won't really help the development people for the feedback,
right?
But we were almost like Ken was almost, telling a couple of guys saying, no, don't go there, hide here, stay here for a while, things like that.
Right.
But a lot of people got really, really furious, frustrated.
Yeah, very frustrated.
And, that made Hideo really upset to some point. And he sent an email directly to the team back in Tokyo. And there's a bug here. What are you guys doing? Things like that.
Right.
Well, there was some bugs here, that's true.
Yeah, at that stage.
Yeah, some people got stuck, And Shinta Nojiri, some people know him. He was handling this stage and...
the stalking scene, right?
Yeah.
Not the whole Eastern Europe.
Right.
But the stalking scene was just 6 hours or 7 hours stuck here.
And Shinta Nojiri was, very serious. I mean, he took the problem very seriously, and he started to fix it.
But it was kind of found out that there was just a couple of guards, really off where they weren't supposed to be. So you could kind of almost, crawl up behind them or something without them noticing you. But because of this couple of guards stationed at just a fraction away from each other or something, that made it really hard.
Right.
But we found out that this would be a disaster if we released it as it was. But it was good that we did this boot camp.
Yeah.
Okay, Sean, what's up for next?
Okay, so next time we're gonna go to the stage after Eastern Europe, which means we're gonna jump onto Moses, Shadow Moses.
Oh,
yeah.
It's your turn.
It's my stage, yes.
Yeah.
Where do we hook up?
We're gonna meet up at the heliport.
Yeah.
So what we want you to do is enter the Shadow Moses stage, and then Snake is gonna jump off the helicopter in the cutscene. So what you need to do is just head, through the snowy wilderness area, and head towards the heliport. And then at the north end of the heliport, there's a truck parked in front of the hangar.
Yeah.
And what we want people to do is just head towards that truck, and we'll meet behind that truck.
Okay. Make sure to check back the next issue of our Integral podcast. Well, thanks, guys. Thanks for this lovely tour of Eastern Europe.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Alright, that's gonna wrap up this edition of the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Check back next time for more tips, tricks, and insider info on Metal Gear Solid 4. Brought to you by Kojima Productions and Hideo Kojima himself. Make sure to send in your comments to Hideo Blog. See you next time.
Standing on the edge of the crater, like the prophets once said, and the ashes are all cold now, no more bullets, and the embers are dead. Whispers in the air tell the tales of the brothers gone. Desolation.
There's something fishy about that PMC trooper. Do you hear
what a
whistling?
mess we made when it all went wrong. Watching from the edge of the circus for the games to begin. Gladiators draw their swords from their ranks for Armageddon. I'm nuclear, I'm wild, I'm breaking up inside a heart of broken glass. Deep inside the abandoned child, standing on the edge of the underworld, looking at the abyss, and I'm hoping for some miracle to break out, to escape from all this. Whispers in the air tell the tale of a life that's gone. Desolation, devastation. What a mess we made when it all went wrong. I'm nuclear, I'm wild, I'm breaking up inside a heart of broken glass. Deep inside the abandoned
Oh god, I'm stranding. I am stranded. You are friend. We are all homos. Homos.
Looks like they're conducting field operations. Watch out for them, Snake.
Need something?
What's up, Doc?
Your psych is looking good right now. Snake, your psych gauge is affected by the conditions you're in. Staying in a place...
Snake, that area is under surveillance by PMC security patrols. You don't need me to tell you to watch out for them. If they see you, you'll be too busy engaging them to tail the resistance. If you see your resistance target getting arrested, don't give up. They'll be taken to a PMC guardhouse for interrogation. While they're being taken there, help resistance members get away by taking out their PMC escorts.
Otacon, it's like a PMC convention here.
It all started 6 months ago. An American company was planning an oil pipeline, and the current pro-US government approved PMC units to be stationed in the country to provide security during construction. This brought tensions between the government and the anti-US opposition to a boiling point. And then, a riot, presumably instigated by the opposition, broke out near the US Embassy. The PMCs suppressed the riot, placing the government directly in Washington's front pocket. Almost overnight, they opened up this country to a large-scale hunt-down of the resistance. And now, the entire transportation network has been shut down, with checkpoints everywhere. That's the official story, anyway. The riot that the opposition supposedly started? I suspect it was all part of a conspiracy. The units executing the actual operation are part of Liquid's own PMC. And the resistance group they're trying to flush out is led by Big Mama. The resistance also happens to have Big Boss's body in its possession. Seems as though Liquid was the one pulling the strings. He must have incited the riot to frame Big Mama, creating a scenario that allowed him to bring in the big guns to recover that body. I doubt politics has anything to do with any of this.
Sounds like Liquid, all right.
It does. Now, Snake, you know the drill. We need to get to Big Mama before they do.
My sentiments exactly.
Don't worry if you lose sight of your resistance target. If the PMCs find anybody other than one of their own, they'll dispense with the niceties and take them straight in for interrogation. So if your resistance target gets, or is about to get, arrested, take out their PMC captor. Snake, I need you ready to respond if the resistance gets in trouble, okay? When your resistance target looks like they're about to be detected, try using yourself as bait to distract the PMCs. Get action if the... Stay focused on your target. You've got to tail...
this the guy?
What do you think?
I didn't hear him coming at all. He's gotta be the one!
Yeah, but look at him. He's ancient.
Very impressive, CQC, Snake. No doubt about it. He is the legendary soldier. Call me Mama. Big Mama.
I need to talk to you. Raiden sent me.
My, how you've grown, David. It was you, not I, who was created from the rib of man. But I gave you life. I am your mother.
What?
Les enfants terribles. You can't grow a human being in a test tube, not even a clone. You need a woman's body to give it life.
You mean a surrogate mother?
That's an awfully cold way to put it. I am your mother. I gave birth for the Patriots.
Gave birth?
The forbidden fruit. Appropriate. No? Follow me. I'll explain everything. The man who wants me dead is Liquid, your twin. You think you know him, but I know him better. He was once Ocelot, but Liquid has taken control of his soul. And now he's locked in a bitter struggle with Zero.
Zero?
The founder of the Patriots.
Founder? When did this happen?
40 years ago. During the Cold War, when the United States and the Soviet Union were still at odds. It was in that chaotic era that the Patriots were born. And I played my part. I was one of the founding members.
You?
Zero created the Patriots to manage and control the American state. That control endured long after the Cold War ended. The organization became an empty shell, continuing to function through AIs. Those AIs are responsible for the creation of the war economy, and they gave rise to the Sons of the Patriot system. But I am partly to blame. I bear some of the guilt for creating the organization. It was right after I first met your father, Big Boss.
Back in 1964, I was ordered to take part in a CIA op called Operation Snake Eater, which concerned a new weapon the Soviets were developing at the time. My mission was to support a certain agent. That agent later became Big Boss, but I knew him as Snake.
Snake?
Yes, Naked Snake. That was his code name at the time, a name he would give to you, his son. The commander of this mission was a man called Zero, the head of Special Forces Unit Fox. Back then, I was working as a double agent for the Chinese. My objective was to secure the location of the Philosopher's Legacy, a massive cache of hidden wealth, and report it to Beijing. I was to acquire a microfilm showing the location of secret funds, funds amassed by the Allied powers during World War II. But I failed in my mission and was expelled from China. I took the apple from the snake and was cast out of Eden. After years on the run, I ended up in Hanoi. That's where I met him again. It was around then that Zero used the massive funds contained in the Philosopher's Legacy to start a new organization, the Patriots, which would carry out the final wishes of a certain legendary hero. The initial membership consisted of Big Boss, Sigint, Paramedic, and their commander, Zero. Oh, and there was one more who we mustn't forget. He stayed behind in the Soviet Union to support the group as an informant, Ocelot, who is now Liquid. After your father rescued me in Hanoi, I went to America and joined their organization. Zero's goal was to achieve a unity of thought and awareness. He believed that was what the boss wanted, and the rest of the Patriots followed his lead.
The boss?
The boss was a legendary hero from the Second World War, known as the Mother of Special Forces. She had an almost overwhelming charisma about her. The CIA feared this, so they had her eliminated. If she had survived, the world of the 21st century might have been a very different place. We were all influenced by the boss's will. It was what drove us to create this organization, to be closer to that spirit. Zero decided that in order to lead the people, we needed a special kind of icon. So he turned to Big Boss, the last son of the boss. He shared more of her life than anyone else. It was Big Boss, the true heir to her legacy, who was best suited to play this role. Zero elevated Big Boss, the hero who saved the world, to the status of an idol. The truth behind Big Boss became riddled with exaggeration, misrepresentation, and outright lies. Zero disseminated these stories among the masses and gathered the rich and powerful to his banner. Every era needs its symbols to control the people, whether it be the stars and stripes, or the hammer and sickle. As the times and currents of politics changed, so too did Zero. Eventually, he became a prisoner of his own lust for power, sparking friction between him and Big Boss, who resented playing the puppet. With Big Boss drifting away, Zero realized he would need insurance. Something that would perpetuate the existence of Big Boss, their organization's icon. And so Zero secretly embarked on a new project, Les Enfants Terribles. Its goal was to create a clone of Big Boss, the ultimate soldier. The project was led by Dr. Clark, known at the time as Paramedic. After dozens of failures, they finally, miraculously, succeeded in producing a fertilized egg. The egg used in the successful in vitro fertilization came from Dr. Clark's assistant, a healthy Japanese woman.
Blood from the east flows within your veins.
Give birth to Big Boss. To realize this, I asked to serve as the surrogate mother, and was more than happy to carry you in my womb. I loved him. 9 months later, I gave birth to 2 Big Bosses, you and Liquid. It didn't matter that you were clones, or that they had manipulated your DNA. You were born the same way as any other normal child, from your mother's womb. But Les Enfants Terribles proved to be the final straw for Zero and Big Boss. Determined to oppose Zero and his plans, Big Boss broke away from the Patriots. He left the States, created his own mercenary company, and drifted around the world. I'm sorry. Your father never wanted you. Human life isn't meant to be manipulated like that. I knew that, but I wanted you. After Big Boss left, Zero really lost control. What Zero wanted was an orderly world, one governed by rules. His fortune grew through countless wars, and his words influenced decision-making all the way up to the Oval Office. As the world saw the rise of digital technology, IT, the internet, and genetics, the Patriots' power grew immense. Their roots spread and took hold throughout the globe. In time, they began to dictate the fate of entire nations from the shadows. And before we knew it, the Patriots, the proud police of the world, started bringing an entire planet under their control. Their intentions were fair, but their execution was flawed. Zero developed weapons, amassed armies, used information for extortion, all in order to gain more wealth. He was obsessed with controlling awareness on the inside from the outside. But I cannot imagine that's what the boss would have wanted. They both misinterpreted her will. And their absolute reverence for her drove them apart. So began the war between Zero and Big Boss. Opposing interpretations, each striving to realize the boss's will. Everything you see today stems from their Cold War. Differences in race, in religion, in ideology. This war they've caused is no different from any other human error in history. It all started with a tiny fork in the path, and grew into a great rift. There was nothing left of the boss's noble will in their struggle. All that remained was hatred, a passion to destroy one another. Big Boss returned to the US with a plan in mind, and once again assumed command of Foxhound. In Outer Heaven, and then Zanzibar Land, Big Boss plotted coup d'etat against Zero. But you, Solid Snake, his own clone, foiled his efforts both times. Big Boss and Gray Fox, Frank Yeager, were left near death. Zero recovered their bodies. Frank Yeager's entire body was reconstructed through surgery, and he was reborn as the cyborg ninja. Big Boss, now a vegetable, became a prisoner of Zero even in death. For Zero, more than anyone else, your father was an irreplaceable icon. No, the truth is, for Zero, he was an irreplaceable friend. After Big Boss's betrayal, Zero could no longer believe in something so uncertain as life. He lost his belief in everything, Nations, organizations, individuals. Zero was no longer willing to place his organization in the hands of the next generation. Instead, he set up a network of AIs, a decision-making system formed from all the information he had accumulated. He built 4 AIs, GW, TJ, AL, and TR, as sort of a digital Mount Rushmore, and 1 core artificial intelligence to unite them, John Doe.
GW. The same GW we destroyed 5 years ago.
The same. Ever since GW was cut off, JD and the other 3 AIs have controlled all information on every aspect of global society. Economics, politics, law, morals, and culture. The war economy is no exception. In the shadow of the system and its complete control over the world, Big Boss isn't allowed to live or die. He's trapped for eternity in a brain-dead prison. To bind himself to his friend, to ensure his rule over the world, Zero transformed Big Boss into an icon, neither living nor dead.
Sounds almost like a religion.
Naturally, Ocelot and I plan to free him from Zero's prison. We enlisted Naomi Hunter, an authority in the field of nanomachine research, into our organization. And we used Frank Yeager to kill Dr. Clark. Ocelot tortured the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, also known as Sigint, to death, and made it look like an accident.
The Shadow Moses incident.
With Paramedic and Sigint dead, Zero was the only one left. But we too paid a price. I lost Ocelot. Ocelot wasn't fighting for the Pentagon or the Russians, and certainly not for Zero. He was fighting for Big Boss. He idolized him. When Ocelot grafted Liquid's right arm to his own, his body was taken over by Liquid's thoughts and spirit. He may be Ocelot in physical form, but his mind is Liquid's. I was the last one. And then someone appeared to help me.
Raiden.
It was when I met him that I finally discovered the location of Big Boss. It was in the data he obtained from GW. Together, he and I retrieved Big Boss. But Big Boss was still asleep, as Zero had left him.
Why did Zero keep him alive?
People need heroes. Zero wanted to create a messiah. A legend that would never die.
Liquid is after Big Boss's body. Is it here?
I'll take you to meet him. This is his pyx, his holy ark. His body is alive, but his consciousness is locked away by nanomachines. So technically speaking, he's not really brain dead. We can't allow Liquid to inherit the same sins that corrupted Zero, manipulating people's minds for the sake of his own ego.
Otacon.
Snake, it's Naomi.
What happened?
She's gone. She's not in the Nomad anymore.
When?
Less than an hour ago. She disappeared right after she and Sonny got back from Dr. Madnar's place.
Why weren't you watching her?
I didn't have my glasses on.
Naomi said it herself. The experiment can't succeed without her.
You think she went back to Liquid?
What about Raiden?
Good news on that front. We managed to get our hands on a dialysis machine and set up an ICU. We just started him on dialysis and treatment for his wounds.
Will he live?
Yeah, no worries there. Sonny's taken over for Naomi. But his treatment's probably gonna take 48 hours. Until then, Raiden can't move.
Hey, you! Come here!
What the hell is that?
Move!
Scarabs. Unmanned scouts. They've found us. We're moving out.
Snake, the PMCs are converging on your location. Damn it! They're sending in Gecko! They'll be on you in less than 5 minutes!
Are they ready?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll escape through the canal route using the real van. Get it ready. Hurry.
Yes, ma'am.
Snake, over here. We've got decoy vans set to draw some of our pursuers away. All of these children were orphans. They work in arms factories. And when they grow up, they want to join a PMC. They seek revenge on other companies, PMCs that killed their parents, and use their earnings to support their younger siblings. There are countless child soldiers like these in the PMCs. Nowadays, anyone with a computer can get combat training. The FPS games that these children love are distributed for free by these companies. Of course, it's all just virtual training. It's so easy for them to get absorbed by these war games. And before they know it, they're in the PMCs holding real guns. These kids end up fighting in proxy wars that have nothing to do with their own lives. They think it's cool to fight like this. They think that combat is life. They don't need a reason to fight. After all, for them, it's only a game. Zero is the cause of all this. Defeating Liquid won't change things. Unless we stop the Patriot system, the cycle will go unbroken. Hop on. Hold on to me. With so many wars being waged, oil and biofuel have become as precious as diamonds. It's been a while since I went out for a ride.
Are you sure about this?
I only get off my bike when I fall in love. Or fall dead.
Big Mama.
Call me Eva.
have to keep Big Boss's body out of enemy hands, no matter what. Get the body safely to the canal escape point. Liquid will stop at nothing to get Big Boss's body. Work with the resistance fighters. Make sure that van gets out of there in one piece. The enemy is after Big Boss's body. They'll probably hold back from attacking the van to avoid damaging the body, but they'll throw everything they've got against you and the other escorts. It's game time, Snake. You've got to hold them off. The safety of that van depends on how well you fight to protect it. There'll be enemies waiting in ambush, too. You'll need to go ahead, wipe them out, and clear a path. The safety of that...
Snake, I know you must be reeling from everything Big Mama told you, but you've got to get a hold of yourself and focus on bringing Big Boss's body to safety. Protect that van. It's going to take more concentration than usual to attack from a moving bike, and hitting your targets will be that much harder. So keep your hands steady by preventing drops in your sight gauge. It's going to take more.
The enemy is after Big Boss's body. They'll probably hold back from attacking the van to avoid damaging the body, but they'll throw everything they've got against you and the other escorts. It's game time.
No! Hey, look! There's something about it! We're moving away on the scene. Guess we'll just have to outrun. Attack the van!
safety of that van.
There you are, Snake! Where's your anger? Show me your rage!
More incoming!
I've got bad news. The decoy vans have all bitten the dust, which means the enemy will be focusing on you now. I just need you to hold them off a little longer. Damn it! We lost the van!
And to top it off, there's some monster crows flying around here. Looks like the tourists have been feeding these guys. They're pretty damn big.
We'll just have to head to the rendezvous point and pray that the van is safe. Shake those guys off your tail! Snake, don't let your guard down. Take those guys out and open up the road. Hang in there, Snake! You're almost to the rendezvous point. Shake those guys.
I don't know much about motorcycles, but it's clear Big Mama's amazingly talented with that bike. It's like danger doesn't even register with her. One false move, though, and you're both done for.
That's part of the thrill.
She may be affected by what's known as rider's high.
I've heard of runner's high.
It's a similar phenomenon. Beta endorphins are secreted inside the brain while you run, creating a feeling of intoxication. In other words, a psychological high.
Right. I've heard of that.
Some motorcyclists have actually reported experiencing the same sort of sensation. It hasn't yet been confirmed psychologically, but that high could make you oblivious to danger. That may explain why she's driving like nothing could stop her.
Sounds like a combat high. Kind of wish I wasn't riding shotgun, though.
In a combat high, your brain overdoses on adrenaline, not endorphins. But don't worry, Snake. As far as I can tell, she's got skills, and she deserves your faith. Don't relax just yet. You've still got a ways to go. Don't forget to take care of your sight gauge, too. Don't relax just...
Have you tried aiming the gun? Need help in front!
one, Snake!
Need help in front! They're coming for you! Snake, are you okay? Here they come! I'm fine.
Snake!
Need help behind. They're still fighting.
I think we lost them!
There it is.
Are you okay? Big Mama, come on. Stay with me. Eva, I need you.
Is that you? Snake. Mother's work is never done.
Big Mama.
Where's the van?
Over there.
The children. No. I'm so sorry. She'll be coming to search the van.
I'll take care of it. You stay here. Keep watch.
I'll contact the children.
Here. Take this.
Snake, come back in one piece.
I will.
Promise me.
Give me your anger, Snake! Let it boil to the surface! Let your fury flow freely! Anger begets anger! Come on! Show me your rage!
Snake, those sliders are equipped with searchlights. Don't get caught in the beam, or they'll spot you right away. Snake, those sliders are... Those sliders will sometimes leave her side and operate independently, most likely acting as a remote scouting platform. If you see a slider flying on its own, don't hesitate to shoot it down. That should reduce the beast's situation awareness and tilt the odds in your favor. Those sliders will sometimes leave her side. Snake, those
This beast seems to be seething with rage. Anger causes us to lose self-control, making it the most dangerous emotion of all. This makes her extremely dangerous, Snake. Be careful. Snake, don't forget that your ability to fight is affected by your psych level. No matter how tough your enemy, you need to keep an eye on your psych gauge at all times. Snake.
outsiders will sign.
feel the anger building up inside, eating away at me. No, I'll never forgive myself. I don't want to be angry. I don't need anger. I'm not angry.
its wings. I don't need this range. Calm. Let your anger flow.
Snake! She's come out of her suit! Watch out! She's gonna try to grab you! Keep your distance, Snake! Don't let her get too close! Keep your
Snake, she may have shed her suit, but she's still consumed by anger. Anger begets anger. It's a vicious cycle. Don't get caught up in it. Stay away from her.
Chat, you bring up Yumi Kikuchi, my dear friend, my creative sister. People say she modeled herself into MGS4 for my fantasy. No. That's the thinking of someone who's never collaborated with a muse. Yumi, she's not just a model. She's not just a voice. She is Raging Raven. She is the pain and rage and elegance of the character. I didn't ask her to be in the game because I wanted to look at her. That's the thinking. I asked her because she understands performance, emotion, movement, silhouettes. She brought something real to the motion capture stage. I wanted authenticity, not fantasy. If I wanted fantasy, I have made a dating sim where Snake marries a vending machine. And she wanted to do it. That's the part people forget. She came to me, full energy. She said, I want to become this character. So I let her. And you know what? She nailed it. She didn't just wear the armor, she carried the tomo. That was real acting, real passion. And I'd rather cast my friend who understands the spirit of war and womanhood than some stranger who just looks good in latex. So no, it wasn't for me. It was for Raging Raven, for the game, for the story. I don't cast friends out of fantasy, I cast them out of trust. And if that makes people uncomfortable, maybe they don't understand what it means to make something personal.
Way to bring that bird down, Snake.
Drebin.
And you got yourself a souvenir, too. A grenade launcher. Nice. That's a real user-friendly weapon.
Not much use to me without an ID, though.
I'll launder this one free of charge.
What's the catch?
Only that you give it to me when you're done with it. A weapon with that many decades of rage stored up inside it? Now that's a collector's item.
How old was she?
I'd say about 20. But she had years of soldiers' rage hidden away in that youthful body of hers.
Soldiers?
you're asking dangerous questions now. The moaning, the white room, the purgatory between war and humanity. Yeah, people hear those sounds in the Beauty and the Beast model scenes and go, Kojima, Poco, what is this, some kind of perv fantasy? And I just laugh because they don't get it. They never get it. It's not about sex. It's about suffering. Psychological trauma externalized through physical presence. Those moans, that's pain echoing through the shell of beauty. You're not supposed to enjoy it. You're supposed to feel uncomfortable. It's a sensory contradiction. These women, these B&Bs, they've been twisted by war. They're beautiful, yes, but they've been broken. I wanted the player to experience the tension of attraction and horror at the same time. That white boy isn't heaven or hell. It's limbo. And in limbo, there's no logic or no emotion. So yeah, the sounds you hear, that's not eroticism. That's the remnants of screams, distorted through armor and memory. It's the only way they can still feel anything. And if that makes you squirm in your seat, good. That means it's working. Because war doesn't just destroy bodies, it corrupts even the idea of intimacy. I didn't put moaning in the game to titillate, I put it there to haunt you.
Yeah, the soldiers of Ake. A place that hasn't seen peace in a long, long time. She was captured by one side or another, and kept caged up like an animal, along with God knows how many other kids.
Anonymous violence.
Exactly. It's unknown whether her captors were with the government or the rebels. In any case, they got their kicks by abusing these helpless little kids day after day after day. That constant barrage, that battlefield rage slowly built up inside their bodies, their minds. The kids tried to keep each other's spirits up, always clinging to the hope that someone would come to their rescue, barely surviving off of scraps of food. But those soldiers didn't stop. They called the kids parasites and shit-eating ravens, beat them even harder. Then one morning, the soldiers just up and left, leaving the surviving kids to be eaten alive by the birds. Almost like one of those sky burials. One by one, their bodies were picked apart by ravens' beaks, until finally the flock came for her. But by some miracle, their beaks cut her bonds instead. And like that, she was liberated. In that instant, she was filled with an uncontrollable rage, and it smothered her soul. She ripped the ravens pecking at her to pieces, and then went after the soldiers. And when she finally caught up with them, she waited until nightfall like a hunter awaiting its prey. They say that when a raven cries, a man dies. And that's exactly what happened that night. Screeching and cawing, she killed every last living being in the camp. Both the soldiers and the civilians they'd enslaved. In her eyes, there was no longer a difference. The cruelty her friends had suffered, the pain and humiliation she'd endured. Hers was the distillation of the rage that decades of war had imparted on those soldiers.
It was her strength, and her greatest weakness.
You're something else, Snake. You managed to cleanse Raven of her rage. No, seriously. You're the seed of war. In fact, I'd say you might even be war itself.
Drebin.
Maybe it's still too early to tell. You've still got half the B&B Corps ahead of you. Keep your eye on the ball, pal.
have to apologize. The 3 vans that came out with us are decoys. The real one is floating down the river, headed downstream. I managed to get in touch with the children. The Pix is safe. We're going to rendezvous on the riverbank, downstream. Land and air routes are cut off. But there's a cruiser waiting for us. The Volta River is our only chance of escape. Let's get out of here. Hurry.
Good thinking.
This way. Follow me. I don't need to feel the wind anymore. There's no need to keep lying to myself. I only get off my bike when I fall in love. Or... Oh, Snake. Give me a hand.
Yeah.
The underground aqueduct leads to the river. There should be fewer of them down there. Oh.
Liquid. Not bad.
Where's the Pix?
That no longer matters.
Where is it? Ah!
Is that it? Naomi told me everything. And now, thanks to her, I finally have it. The thing I've sought for so long. Big Boss. Put down the gun, Snake. It's already too late. You almost did it. But it looks like I win after all.
cigars. Father's favorite. What do you say? Care for one last smoke?
You think you're big boss now?
Guilty as charged. But all that ends today. Nice try. But when it comes to CQC, I've got the upper hand.
Even if you do get a hold of the system, you'll only have one part of the Patriots AI. The military part.
What of it, brother? It's only a matter of time before I have everything. Remember, GW? The AI they think they lost? It's mine. A part of my army.
Impossible. We destroyed it.
Your worm only managed to cut GW into little pieces. Pieces we were able to reconstruct. And then we stowed it away inside JD's network. This man's body has served me well, allowing me to pass every security barrier between me and GW. After all, the Patriots system is nothing more than a machine. Now that GW is a spook inside the network, there's no way JD would recognize it as an external threat. Once I destroy JD with a nuclear strike, the Patriots network will be mine. And then, I'll build my haven, free from all forms of control. I'll cast aside my old identity and take my own name for the first time.
Liquid, you're planning to recreate the Patriots.
Snake, we were created by the Patriots. We're not men. We're shadows in the shape of men. We're freaks who never should have existed. We're a system. Insurance that future generations never prosper. The Patriots saw fit to create us, and in doing so became our only raison d'etre. I won't fight my fate any longer. I'll kill Zero and Big Boss and become a Patriot myself. It all began with Zero and Big Boss. Our purpose in life is to fulfill our destinies. And once all is returned to Zero, the world can be reborn.
Adam.
long as we both live, the world will not know an age of light. If we're to pass the baton to the next generation, the only choice left to us is death.
Boss.
Good. The players have all assembled, Snake. The time has come for you to witness our moment of triumph. Go! What? What? What?
The system is mine. Your guns and your weapons are no longer your own. Behold, guns of the Patriots. Bang! Bang!
Jonathan! Ed! Commander! Commander!
Akiba, you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
But why?
evidence. We don't need it anymore. So long, Snake.
Jonathan.
Ed.
You and me, we were great partners.
No. Great friends.
Meryl! 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 Meryl, don't give up on me. Meryl, don't go. Meryl. Meryl! Meryl! It's not... I mean...
Thank you.
You okay, Meryl? Hey, if it's all right, call
Call me Johnny.
You and the beasts are no different. Scorched shadows born to the world. When a beast steps into the light, unless the light is put out, the shadow cannot be erased. So long as there is light, there is shadow. To return everything to normal, the light must be extinguished. And when that happens, you will be too.
When she kissed me... When she kissed me, it was just like I expected to kiss me. That taste. Strawberries.
Like I said, we pride ourselves on service. Come on, let's take this guy to his friends.
Kawanishi no Seguchi, Kino no Bebashi, Takayama, Uguisu no Mori, Tsuzumi Gataki, Tara, Hirano, Ichi no Tori, Uneno, Yamashita, Sasabe, Kofudai, Tokiwarai, Myokanguchi.
We'll launch a stealth nuclear warhead at JD.
I thought you couldn't control the nuke with GW.
We can't. We've taken over their guns and heavy weapons, but the WMDs are still under JD's control. That's where Rex comes in. I know where to find nukes they don't control. Vamp, how long until Rex is ready?
All that's left is the final check. We've identified JD's location through GW, an abandoned 20th century satellite orbit, disguised as debris.
A clever place to hide.
Satellite orbit.
With a stealth nuke, there's no need to worry about the Patriots intercepting it. By the time they realize what's happening, it'll all be over.
Once JD, the core AI is destroyed, GW's priority will rise to 1, and all the systems under JD's control will then be ours to command. Now go, prepare our haven.
Yes, boss. What the devil is this?
The video feed from the Mark II cuts off here.
Haven. Yeah. Trevin was saying something about that.
In the beginning, the Patriot system was controlled by 4 AIs, with JD at the top. One of those AIs was GW. The Patriots thought it had been destroyed, but Liquid was able to use it as cover to slip inside the system. GW was one of the Patriot Cell AI. It was installed on Arsenal gear. Emma's worm should have put it permanently out of commission. But Liquid somehow recovered and repaired it. I'm guessing JD must be unable to recognize GW, even though it's inside the Patriot system. It's a blind spot. GW was written off as lost while it was still tied in. Using it let Liquid interfere with the AI from the inside. He made contact under the guise of Big Boss's genetic code. Even the AI threat detection system was fooled.
On the network. Even oversight by the Patriots AI.
It all makes sense now. That's why they made Arsenal go berserk 5 years ago. GW was on board.
Where is this haven? Where is that place?
Don't worry. Mei Ling is using the position of the Mark II's last transmission to predict the course of Liquid's ship. It's only a matter of time before we find him.
It's not off Liquid's set. Something about Rex being ready.
Rex. You mean Shadow Moses? It's Campbell.
The U.S. military systems are all in Liquid's hands now. The regional systems have all been shut down. Guns are falling silent across the earth. It's the first total ceasefire in human history.
How's the White House responding? The public.
The president has yet to make an official announcement. But the media is starting to pick up. Not this time. It's tough to play down twice. Worry-related stocks are already going into a free fall.
They must be shitting themselves at the White House right about now.
In any case, America had better sleep soundly while she's still can. Liquid's insurrection is about to begin. The first thing he'll do is try to destroy the system the Patriots built to control the U.S.
He's already taken it.
No. Supreme authority still resides with JD, which the Patriots still command. Which is why Liquid plans to launch a nuclear strike on JD in its orbit.
But Liquid only controls SOP, and SOP only controls guns and small firearms. Unless he gains supreme authority, Liquid can't use America's nukes and ballistic missiles. So how's he gonna launch this strike?
Good question. The U.S. converted its nuclear arsenal to reliable replacement warheads 2 years ago.
RRWs.
Yes. The core of the RRWs is now completely ID controlled by the SOP system. You'd need supreme authority from JD itself to control them, and they can be shut down remotely in case of an emergency.
All the old nukes were pulled out of service when they deployed the replacements.
If Liquid can't use the nukes, then what's his plan?
That's it. He's going to use Rex.
What?
Rex was scrapped before the Sons of the Patriot system was implemented.
Of course. The railgun.
Indeed. Rex's railgun can launch a stealth nuclear warhead into space unconstrained by the system. In short, it's the only device they have that is able to launch a nuke. Liquid's going to use it to kill JD and deliver the coup de grace to the Patriots' reign.
Campbell, where's Rex now?
I think you know. A long-forgotten base in U.S. territory outside the Patriots' control. The place where Liquid made his debut, his monument, off the Alaskan coast in the Fox Archipelago.
Shadow Moses Island.
If Liquid destroys JD, and his GW assumes total control over the system, he'll have the world at his fingertips. And no one will be able to stop him. Not even the Patriots. You are the only ones who can save us now. Snake, I'm counting on you. Defeat Liquid and put an end to his insurrection.
Enough is enough, Snake. You can't take any more of this.
I'm not dead yet.
That's not what I mean. You can't beat Liquid. He's got the Patriots' own control system on his side. Not only are weapons useless, but the US military is in shambles. And even if it weren't, Liquid's got enough men and machines to match it. Things can't get any worse. Face it, Snake. We've lost.
Otacon.
We never stood a chance.
It's not about winning or losing. No. We started this. And it's our duty.
He looks like a formidable recruit. Welcome aboard, soldier.
Sonny.
No! Jack can't go. He's not ready yet. He needs to rest.
Let me go, Sonny.
No. Your dialysis isn't done yet.
Snake. He's not ready yet.
Snake. I'll be fine. From now on, I'm living my life by my own will.
Rodden.
I won't live a proxy life. A slave to someone else's will.
I'm a shadow. One that no light will shine on. As long as you follow me, you'll never see the day.
You and I are both just pawns in this proxy war. But once this is over, we will have our freedom.
Rodden.
I'll release you. It's the only way I'll ever be free.
Rodden. 5 years ago. That's not what I meant.
I've got nothing to lose.
Don't be an idiot. You know you've got someone to protect.
It was never going to work out for me. It even rained the day I was born.
You've got it all wrong. You were the lightning in that rain. You can still shine through the darkness.
The lightning.
Rodden. Look at me. Do you see this? I have no future. In a few months, I'm going to be a weapon of mass destruction. You have a family.
I have no family. Been alone. Always.
here. Alone.
This is my fight. My destiny.
Dr. Emmerich?
Mei Ling.
I got the results back. It's official. He's on Shadow Moses Island. We lost Metal Gear Mark II's signal along the way, but the ship was headed in the direction of Shadow Moses. This is a picture of the island taken by a civilian imagery satellite. The sea line is rising due to global warming. Have you heard that the entire Fox archipelago is about to slip into the ocean? The surrounding islands have already been evacuated.
Liquid's arrival there can only mean one thing.
He is going to use Rex.
That's how it looks from here. All the Metal Gears after Rex were embedded with system IDs.
Then what about Rex? What did Washington do with it?
The nuclear disposal facility on Shadow Moses hasn't been touched since the incident.
That was 9 years ago.
The president of Arms Tech and the DARPA chief were killed, and the Secretary of Defense was arrested. By the time the Shadow Moses incident was over, there wasn't a single person left there who knew what took place. It was as if nothing had ever happened. The data was either falsified or erased, so no traces would be left behind. We were exiled to desk jobs for the same reason. Rex and the nuke should still be where they were 9 years ago. Untouched.
A forsaken island. A haven.
Well, I'd say it's more like a forgotten island. And it's sinking too.
I thought I'd never go back.
It'll take me a while to get there, but I'll be backing you up from aboard the Missouri. She's the only ship in the fleet still able to move, since it was decommissioned before the system was put in place. And Hawaii's not that far away. Otacon, you're not wearing your glasses anymore.
Oh, yeah. I switched to contacts.
We rendezvous at Shadow Moses. He who submits to heaven shall live. He who defies heaven shall perish.
I have to atone for my past, too. Rex is a beast, born from my research. Let's go. Shadow Moses awaits. everything all right, Snake?
I was having that dream again.
We're here. Shadow Moses.
C'est mais
Snake! Are you all right?
Yeah, I just slipped a little. Have to hurry. Not much time left.
Meet the Mark III. It's our last replacement, so try not to break it.
Who, me? Never.
One more thing. I don't see anybody around, but there are unmanned sentries patrolling the area. Be careful out there. The heliport is to the west of there. Head west and find that heliport. Snake, there's next to zero visibility there. You may experience complete whiteouts. You might even end up bumping heads with a gecko. Proceed with extreme caution. Snake, there's next...
Snake, as I'm sure you're aware, Shadow Moses Island is an extremely harsh environment. Staying out there in that raging blizzard will take a severe toll on your psyche. More than ever before, the success of this mission depends on you taking the proper measures to maintain your psyche. Don't forget that. This is Rose. How can I help?
I need a psych check.
Your psyche is in excellent condition. Everything looks good to go.
Great. Thanks.
Here's a good way to think about your psych gauge.
Look, there's the tank hangar. It sure brings back memories, doesn't it? I know it's all ancient history by now, but do you remember how you snuck into the hangar last time? I seem to remember the front hangar door being shut back then because of a blizzard just like this one.
Yeah, there's two ducts that lead inside, an upper and a lower one. I picked one and used it to sneak in.
Well, now you've got 3 ways to get in. Lucky you.
It's Snake. I'm in front of the disposal facility.
Excellent, Snake.
How's that sneaking suit working out?
I'm nice and dry, but it's a little hard to move.
Bear with it. It's designed to prevent hypothermia. This is Alaska.
Big Boss's body has fallen into Liquid's clutches. We can't let him get his hands on Rex, too. We have to get to the underground escape route where Rex is stored before they do. I'm setting your radar to point towards the target. Check it if you need to get your bearings. Shadow Moses is an uninhabited ruin now. There aren't any human soldiers stationed here, but I am picking up unmanned machines. Judging by their signature, they're probably a part of Liquid's army. I know you're getting pretty used to fighting them by now, but don't let your guard down.
ID. What's a Russian gunship doing here?
Wow, he must be crazy to fly Hind in this kind of weather.
Who's that?
Nice to meet you, Snake. It's an honor to speak to a living legend like yourself. What's wrong?
The Gecko appear to be designed for high mobility, even in cramped urban environments like this one.
Yeah, you're telling me.
Their leg's main drive uses artificial muscle tissue, genetically engineered from the cloned ES cells of ungulate embryos. This gives them quick response times and a high output-to-weight ratio. Basically, the Gecko have the legs of a star athlete. That's what makes them so agile. But it's also their weak point. Those things may have an amazingly high output, but they're also deployed in limited indoor search and destroy operations, so there's a limit to how heavy they can make the frames. Otherwise, they'd drop right through the floor. To keep its weight down, the Gecko's defensive armor is concentrated on the head, where the central computer is housed. The legs aren't defenseless, but by comparison, they're a pretty soft target. In other words,
targeting their legs should at least slow them down, right?
Exactly. Keep it in mind. It could save your life. It looks like they haven't deployed any security at the heliport. But that doesn't mean there won't be any later on. Stay alert.
Just like old times. Overhead view. Just like old times. Now you're talking. Overhead view. That's more like it.
Keep going north and enter the tank hangar. I'll let you decide the best COA. Keep going north. It looks like the front hangar door is open. A little bit, at least. You can get in that way if you want.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Hi everyone, this is the MGS4 Integral Podcast, Episode 8. I'm Aki Saito, joined with...
Hello, my name is Sean Eyestone.
And?
Hi, this is Ken Imaizumi.
Okay, today, Sean, we're in your favorite stage.
Yes, we are. We are in Shadow Moses.
Where was our meeting point?
Our meeting point today is behind the truck in the heliport.
Yeah, just after, the opening sequence.
Right, so after the opening sequence, you kind of go through that snowy area, and then you find the heliport, and then to the north of the heliport, there's a truck. So you should be standing right behind that truck. I just want to point out one thing. On the webpage, we've been getting comments and things from people, and one of the comments that we got was about, how we jumped back to the power station stage after we did the tracking stage?
Yeah.
And I think, a lot of people maybe only had one save, and so, there's a lot of trouble for them to have to backtrack. And so, we're sorry about that. Basically, when we're doing these podcasts, we're kind of doing it not necessarily in order. So people who are playing, you probably want to keep more than one save. Keep saves on all the levels and be prepared because we may jump back again in the future. So Just want to point that out.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, well, Sean, I heard that you have so many memories in this actor stage, actually.
He has a lot of things to talk about.
Yeah, you wanna start off?
The private. Right.
How it changed your life?
It changed my life. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I guess first things first, I just want to thank everybody for sending in their messages and comments on the webpage, because we have been getting a lot. And, we haven't been replying to them on the show because, there's kind of a lag between when we get the feedback and when we record. But we want to thank everybody for sending in their feedback.
Some people wanted to know, who the hell is Sean?
Exactly.
Who is this guy?
Yeah.
So, since I never really introduced myself properly, I guess now would be a good time to do it, since I was in charge of Moses. During Metal Gear Solid 4, I was involved with the script unit, and I think there's a lot of people who may not really know what that is, really, because in Kojima Productions, the script unit is kind of unique in a way. So basically what we do is we handle game design, level design, creating the maps, and doing all the scripting, and basically, all the stuff that brings the game together. So we communicate with the programmers, communicate with the designers, artists, and kind of bring everything together into the final stage.
So my understanding is that the script unit is kind of the central point where you gather all the materials,
right,
make sure the flow goes right, which flag is up or down, things like that, right?
Right. So it's kind of like the focal point, where everybody all the materials come together. The game design kind of comes together, the program gets put in, the art gets put in, and of course, we place the enemies, we tweak the gameplay, all that fun stuff.
He was in charge of Shadow Moses.
Yes.
Maps and all gameplay stuff. So if you guys have some complaining or anything, just call him up and say, hey Sean,
Yeah, but wasn't this a challenge for you? Because that all Metal Gear fans know the stage.
Yeah.
Mostly inside out.
Right. And that was the hard thing because, we're revisiting Shadow Moses, so we have to reuse the same maps. Basically we want to use the same environments, but somehow create a new gameplay experience using those same environments. That was a really challenging experience.
Yeah, you have to be precise and you have to make it, to the next gen sort of, from the PlayStation 1 actually.
Right.
So it's like 2 steps up.
Exactly. So somehow make it look the same, but make it look a lot better, and introduce something new to the gameplay that will be kind of fresh, to people who have played Metal Gear Solid 1, as well as people who may be playing Metal Gear Solid 4 for the first time.
Well, I think I have to say you and the team doing this Moses stage did a real great job, because I could say that I had no kind of awkward feeling. I had an almost natural feeling that this was almost playing MGS1.
Cool.
But actually, come to think of it, it's not MGS1. Everything is all different. It's all, high res and things like that. The truck itself, that we're standing right behind is, it should be the same truck. And I do get the same feeling. However, it's probably totally different, right?
Right.
In a technical
Yeah,
point
well,
of view.
that's the thing too, when we're planning the stage, we're kind of talking about it, and we're like, well, it shouldn't be too hard because, it's the same as Metal Gear Solid 1. We'll just, make the same stage, and it shouldn't be that hard. But actually, there's a lot of work involved, because we basically remade everything from scratch. You can't reuse anything from the PlayStation 1 game, so everything is totally from scratch, recreated just for Metal Gear Solid 4. So we had to try and recreate things so that they look the same, but just look a lot better. And also, a lot of effort was put into the environment effects, like the snow.
We had a hard time to create this snow.
Snow was quite obvious because, I thought that, it looked a lot colder than MGS1 because you get all the, snow sticking on the cameras and things like that. But, it was more like really kind of, how do you say, not foggy, but very snowy in a way. And you can't really, and you feel the coldness. And also there was no one there actually at the beginning. So you feel like you're really in a hollow place, but still you have that same nostalgic feeling.
Getting all this stuff in here, there's a lot of work that most players probably won't even realize that it's there because it's really subtle. Just all these effects that go into making this snowy environment look great, like, the mist, like the snow falling from the sky, the snow that actually sticks to Snake. The longer you stay out in the snow will build up on his body. There's his breath coming out, little flakes of snow falling off of his suit, the snow sticking to the camera. And then, of course, the ground, we had to create a whole new system just for this stage because, you sink into the snow here and you can crouch onto the snow and, Metal Gear Mark III moves differently on the snow. So, there was a lot of, I think, unseen effort that went into this stage, trying to make it look the same, but look really next gen. And just to kind of bring out that real nostalgic feeling for all the players who are coming back to Shadow Moses for the first time in about 10 years.
Wow, Sean, this is your stage.
Yeah, this is your show.
What do you got to tell the users? Everyone's kind of waiting behind.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, we've been jabbering for quite a while.
Yeah, okay.
We're sitting in the cold.
Let's go on.
All right, so first of all, one thing I want to point out is that we really wanted to create this really nostalgic feeling in Shadow Moses.
Yeah.
And one of the things that we did was actually to place a lot of the items in similar positions, in the same areas that they were in Metal Gear Solid 1.
Yeah.
So people who played Metal Gear Solid 1 may remember that there was a weapon in this truck, Mark 23 pistol.
Yeah.
And this time you'll see that the truck is closed, but if you crawl under the truck, you'll find that the gun is actually under the truck this time.
Okay.
So people familiar with MGS1 should definitely pick that up. And one other hidden thing about this gun is if you go into your menu,
the weapons,
and equip it in your weapons, then return to the game, and when you equip this and ready it, you draw it to fire, you'll hear Snake reminiscing about this gun.
Yeah.
You're back in Shadow Moses, you're here with the same gun. Just for people who played Metal Gear Solid 1, they're probably feeling really nostalgic, and so is Snake. All right, so anyway.
Details.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
More details.
Okay, give me more details.
Okay, another thing, we wanted to create this really nostalgic aspect to Shadow Moses, and another aspect of that was to have, the same songs from Metal Gear Solid 1, the same music, and so we really wanted to include the theme song, The Best Is Yet to Come. And so, of course, you'll hear that when you first come in to the heliport area. But one thing to point out, and I think most people heard it, but just in case, there's some people who missed it, there is a condition where you may not hear this song. Basically, you have to come into the heliport area without being spotted. So if you're in an alert phase or a caution phase, the song actually won't play. So you really have to sneak past that gecko at the beginning of the stage, in the snowfield, and then sneak into this area. And when you do, as soon as the heliport comes into view, that song will begin playing, and you'll get this really cool nostalgia going on.
Good song.
Yeah, it's a great song. Okay, the next thing you want to do is, right now we're under the truck, so let's just go ahead and crawl out from underneath the truck and head up to the center of the heliport pad.
Okay, let's go. Okay, what happened? Oh, there's another item right in the center.
There's an item right in the center, which people remember was here in Metal Gear Solid 1 as well. Chaff grenade. In addition, when you come to the center of this heliport, you should be hearing some voices right now.
Yeah.
So of course, the scene from Metal Gear Solid 1 where you first get introduced to Meilin. People who are playing Shadow Moses, there are these flashbacks hidden all over the stage, so be sure to look around and listen for those. There's one more thing as well. If you stand in the center of this heliport, and I think this is a secret that I think most people probably have not figured out, because it's really hard to, and most people wouldn't do this. But if you put the camera, shift it so that you're looking at Snake from above, similar to the camera angle in Metal Gear Solid 1.
Top view.
Yeah, top view.
Yeah.
And you leave it here for a while. You'll hear
Snake say something.
Right. So he starts talking about the overhead view, saying how it's just like old times.
The game was the top view.
Yeah, overhead view, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and you actually, I heard a tune that you got some driven points.
Right. So this is actually a hidden feature, so you can get some driven points for this. People may remember that back in South America, there was one hidden flashback on that stage as well. So for all of these flashbacks, if you listen to the end without skipping ahead, you will get driven points for that. So be sure not to run away and cut the flashback off early, because you won't get the driven points. So be sure to listen to the end.
Okay.
One thing also is when you came up into this heliport, you picked up some chaff grenades, and these items, of course, people will remember them from previous Metal Gear games, but in Metal Gear Solid 4, they are very useful, especially in Shadow Moses. Because, this time around, Shadow Moses is completely inhabited by robots. So you've got the gecko, you've got the dwarf gecko, and when you use the chaff, it just totally disrupts them and makes it much easier to get to the stage. So, for people who are having a really hard time with dwarf gecko, what you should do is save these chaff grenades and use them wisely, ration them out, and use them to get past the hardest areas of the stage.
Actually, I remember I used this. I didn't know it worked, but I kind of used this predicting it worked.
Right.
And actually got them confused, and
especially for the dwarf gecko. The dwarf gecko just get completely wiped out by this chaff grenade. The geckos, they'll still be able to fire at you, but it does, keep them from moving. So either way, it's a very useful weapon.
Good. Okay.
Yes. Some people might gonna say, 10 years ago the chaff grenade was very, very, useful, and 10 years after, still the chaff grenade is useful.
Yeah, we're living in a world of information and technology and things, and
but it's still.
Yeah, but Ken, if someone put out the batteries off your phone, you're gonna be in trouble, right?
I know, but that's true. But
you're saying there should be anti-chaff grenade.
So it should be countermeasures.
Counter chaff grenade thing. You could be right. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, some people might gonna say.
And then there's gonna be a anti.
Right. We can just say it evolved beyond the next step, right?
Okay.
Like they countered and countered again.
Okay.
Anyway.
The Sean was, working really hard, and maybe, his life has been changing from this point that something was happening.
What happened? Did something...
do you want to bring that up?
Well, I thought, you were going to talk about, the gameplay thing, and then your life in Japan.
My life in Japan.
Yeah.
Well, where to begin? Well, when I first started on Metal Gear Solid 4, it was shortly after I got married. And let me just give some advice to anyone out there who wants to start in the game industry. Do not get involved in a really huge project right after you get married. Your life will be hell.
Well,
yeah, it is very tough. I mean, there's always crunch time in these games, and especially for a game like Metal Gear, we're pulling some really crazy hours. And when you're single, that's fine, right? You can sleep in the office, you can do whatever, and it's your own time. But when you're married, things are a little different, and it's not as easy. Yeah.
Okay, well, Ken, we shouldn't talk about this anymore because Sean's starting to cry. And
I'm getting a little misty.
Yeah, he really missed his wife. Who left.
Okay, well, Sean,
anyway,
let's move on. Let's go to the west part.
All right.
West part of the what was it? The
yes.
What do you call it?
From the helipad.
Yeah.
Let's head to the west, and you'll see there's a storage room.
Yeah.
To the west, and so let's just head in that direction. People may remember that the storage room was here in Metal Gear Solid 1, but you couldn't go in. This time, the doors are open, and you can go in from this room to the other adjacent rooms through a duct at the back of the room. If you look at the corner, the northeast corner of the room, you'll also see a camera.
Yes, the surveillance camera.
Right, yeah. Surveillance camera that's also here from Metal Gear Solid 1. Right now it's not doing anything because we started the stage kind of in the middle from the back of the truck. But if you came in to this stage from the snowfield and you have The Best Is Yet to Come playing in the background, and you come to this camera without being spotted by any enemies, and there are no, flashbacks playing or anything else like that going on, you can actually see a very special sequence. Another very hard to find hidden sequence where we actually relive the first time Snake sees these surveillance cameras in Metal Gear Solid 1. So basically we match the same camera angle and have Snake look up at the camera. You hear the flashback. Surveillance camera.
Surveillance camera.
Right.
Yeah, that one. Well, I couldn't
Did
find
you
this.
see it?
No, but I saw the demo, so I thought, I was doing something wrong. Because when I played the game, I didn't see this demo, and I was like, I know that there is a surveillance camera flashback, but I didn't see it when I'm playing the game. What did I miss?
Right.
I mean, what did I do wrong?
I think there's some people who may not realize what the conditions are. So yeah, definitely come here while the song is playing.
I didn't notice. This is a real tough condition, isn't it?
It's pretty tough. You have to come here while the song is playing without being found, and without any of the the flashbacks playing in the background as well.
Yeah.
And you can only see this once. So if either camera will work, there's this camera here, and then there's also the one in the northeast.
Yeah.
So either one you go to, you'll see that camera sequence. For each camera, there's one sequence.
The camera sequence is really fun.
Yeah.
So people who played Metal Gear Solid 1, they will love it for sure.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
People get a kick out of it. So for people who haven't seen it, go ahead and give that a try.
Okay, let's get out of this room, and where we head, John?
From this room, if you go through this, at the back of the room, there's actually a duct that leads to the other storage rooms that you couldn't get to Metal Gear Solid 1. And this time, if you crawl through this, you can actually get some items back there, like Kiri-chan ramen. So, in this really cold stage, it might be good to eat some nice warm ramen.
Well, this ramen noodle thing, I had a really hard time because, we were going to have the, but then I talked to some people from, the company. I had a big presentation to them, like, what kind of concept is this game, and blah, 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 but, they rejected. This is the second time because we tried it when we were making a Snake Eater. And this time, second time rejection. So I definitely want us to try one more time for the next project. If the ramen noodle will be in this series, and I definitely want to
What was their reason for rejecting it? Because it was a war game? Or?
Yeah, because of the war game, I think. They got peace concept of it, So
I heard this from Ken like 10 times.
Yeah, so many times because I
was really upset.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're not making just killing they're killing people, the war game.
This time it's kind of difficult. Anyone you speak to that knows the game but hasn't played the game, and it's a kind of a looks like a war game.
Yeah.
A lot of people misunderstand that this is a kind of actually a real big anti-war, anti-nuclear. As always has been the message in MGS. That's why I like it. It's one of our favorite games. Of course, the fans who are listening to our podcast really understands what's behind it, and it has a lot of metaphors and things like that. It's really good. But for the people who generally know, it could be a little difficult. I mean, you have to play. You have to play the game to really understand.
Right.
All right,
so
Sean,
what he wants to tell me is, the thing was my fault. My presentation.
Yes.
That's cool.
Yeah, you should have taken me. So. I mean, I'm a good presenter. So can you take me next time?
Okay.
I'll get you. I'll get you.
Okay. Cool. All right. So anyway, so there's the Hide-chan ramen in there, but this time we're not going to get it. So let's just head back outside because there's another thing that I want to show you back up on the heliport.
Okay.
So let's head back to the center of the heliport.
All right.
Okay. Now when you get to the center here, people may remember in past Metal Gears that you could take pictures of ghosts in the game.
Yeah.
Right. And in Metal Gear Solid 1, there were a lot of ghosts hidden around stages, in Shadow Moses. And, well, in Metal Gear Solid 4, those ghosts are back. And most of them are in the same place. Of course, we couldn't put all of them in the same place because not every location in Shadow Moses is in the game this time. So we had to move some of them to other locations. But basically, all the staff who worked on Metal Gear Solid 1 and is, still with us in Metal Gear Solid 4, their ghosts are in the game. And one of them is right on this helipad. And, some people may have realized this, some people might not have realized this. But the only time they'll show up is if you take your camera out and take a picture. And you won't see it until after you take the picture. That's the way it normally works.
You have to tell where you get the camera first?
Right, yeah. Of course, in order to do that, you have to get the camera first. So for people who haven't found the camera, it's actually in the Nomad. So while you're in the plane, during the interactive cutscene, you go ahead and use your Mark II or Mark III and wander around the plane, and you can actually find the camera in there. So for those who haven't gotten the camera yet, just go ahead and pick that up. And in Shadow Moses, go ahead and equip it. So we're going to go ahead and do that right now. So if you go into your menu and equip your camera and kind of aim it at the center of the heliport and take a picture. when you hit the shutter.
Yeah, some center.
Yeah.
Right.
You have to switch on and off to the podcast and camera and things like that, right?
Yes, yes. So, people are listening to the podcast right now, so if you want to do this, you'll have to switch to your camera. But, before we move on, there's another thing that I want to point out about these ghosts, is that usually, you won't be able to see them until you actually click to take the picture.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a hidden way to make these ghosts appear in your camera viewfinder without snapping a picture, and it makes it a lot easier to find these ghosts. And to do that, you have to be playing through the game a second time, because when you're fighting Screaming Mantis, you can get the Sorrow Doll.
Yeah.
Right? And if you get the Sorrow Doll from Screaming Mantis, Sorrow, of course, from Metal Gear Solid 3, can see dead, dead people and things like that. And in Metal Gear Solid 4, you can use it to control dead people. And if you equip it while you're equipping the camera, so if you go into your weapons menu and equip the Sorrow Doll, and then ready it as a weapon while you have the camera on, you'll see the ghost actually appears without you clicking the shutter.
And it's actually more clear.
And it's clearer, and it's...
Actually more clear.
And it's clearer, and it's kind of, floating,
Is it
very
bigger
eerily.
as well?
It's not bigger. It's the same size.
Nose and glasses.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
But this makes it a lot easier to find.
Okay.
So yeah, just go ahead and equip your camera, equip the Sorrow Doll, and maybe, explore Shadow Moses this way, and look for some ghosts, because there's a lot of them hidden all over the stage.
Details.
And this is why Shadow Moses took so long to make.
With the ghosts. Okay.
All right, so let's head to the north.
Okay.
And we're gonna go up the stairs in the northeast.
Oh, this is my favorite part from MGS1, because, when the guards come over?
Right.
And you kind of hide. This is the first time you kind of encountered these, I think, the last moment thing.
Yeah, and you're kind of like on these stairs, right?
Yeah,
The
yeah.
guards are right above you, and you're kind of hiding here.
And you're thinking, oh, should I go back, or should I go kill him, and things like that. I love this part.
So right now, for people who are wondering where we are, we're right in the middle of the stairs right now. So we're gonna head up to the top of the catwalk, and then at the top, we're on the second floor. Just follow the catwalk
to the left.
You should be heading to the west, and you'll see the duct on your right-hand side.
Yeah.
So stop in front of the duct.
I remember this point as well, because every time you get spotted from the guards, you kind of duck into this duct, and
you're trying to get in as quickly as possible, right? The snake's like ducking down and go,
very slow, and
the guard sees you. Yeah. But anyway, no guard here this time, so let's go ahead and duck down, crawl into this duct. And as soon as you get in, crawl a little ways, and you'll hear another flashback.
Snake, this is McDonnell Miller. Campbell told me about the situation here. I thought I might be of some use.
There's no one I'd rather have in a foxhole than you.
Well, I know lots about
Taking the duct, eh? Still remember where the exit is?
Yeah, I'll be fine. Way I remember it, these ducts aren't that complicated. And I had some friends to show me the way.
Friends?
Friends. Little furry ones.
Little furry?
Never mind.
Snake, hurry through that duct and get inside the hangar. Snake.
Who is this guy?
Master Miller.
Master Miller?
Yeah. But he sounds like somebody else.
Yeah, sounds familiar.
Yeah, sounds pretty familiar.
Yeah.
Who was it?
Somebody else in Metal Gear Solid 1, right?
Oh, yeah.
It is a long duct.
It is a long duct.
Yeah, what happens if you kind of look down?
You can look down. You can see, look into the other rooms or peek out through the grates and see the, dwarf gecko crawling around. So
okay.
You can go ahead and do that. But this time the duct, is just one way, so just go ahead and follow it to the end. If you follow these rats, they'll lead you out. So
Oh, the rats are still here.
Yeah, the rats are still here, so you won't get lost. Okay, so when you get to the end of the duct, you pick up some iPod music. This was the Warhead storage background music from the original Metal Gear Solid 1.
Mr. Muraoka composed this music, right?
Yeah. We were talking to Mr. Muraoka about this music, and he was talking about how insanely difficult it was to make this on the original PlayStation. Back in those days, you had to load all of the sound into memory and basically call everything by hand. It's not like you could just stream audio from, a disc or, load everything into memory like we do now. That's just realize, listen to the quality of this background music and realize that this all had to be done by hand.
Okay. Shall we move on?
Yep. All right, so next, let's just go ahead and climb out from this duct. So go to the edge, press the triangle button, and you'll swing down and hang from the edge of the duct. And be careful when you drop down here because, there are the dwarf gecko patrolling the drop down. So let's go to the end of the catwalk behind this some kind of
small container.
Container at the end of the catwalk here. Hide behind this container here so that you don't get spotted by the dwarf gecko. And if you look to the east, you'll see that door with the number 4 written on it.
Number 4?
Number 4.
Yeah.
And there's actually something really special about that room number 4.
Special.
Yo.
Can you go inside?
You can go inside, but not now. If you try to go inside now, you'll find that the door is actually locked.
Yeah.
But later on in the game, that door will open. Actually, in the next stage, when you activate the power, and Otacon disables the security, this door will be open. So be sure to come back here and check inside of there because it's a pretty cool item.
What kind?
Actually get an iPod track. Okay, so we drop down from this duct. Again, dwarf gecko patrolling. And once they're gone, quickly drop down from this catwalk, end of the catwalk, swing over the edge, drop down, and as soon as you hit the ground, head outside through underneath these shutters to the north. And then stop as soon as you get to the other side of the shutters.
Could you be Snake? Are you Solid Snake? The legendary Solid Snake? You?
Don't worry. You'll land back on him once you meet me. The reality is no match for legend, I'm afraid.
I unlocked the cargo door for you.
Where are you?
Where I see ya.
Another flashback as soon as you drop down. Okay, so now you should be in this laser hallway, which you'll remember from Metal Gear Solid 1. And, again, to bring out the nostalgia, we actually placed these dwarf gecko on the walls in the same positions, the same place as the lasers in Metal Gear Solid 1, to kind of, recreate that feeling. So they're in the exact same spot. And another thing I want to point out while we're here is if you go ahead and equip your solid eye and enable night vision, and look at the ground, you'll see some footprints.
These are footprints. What? Yeah. There's 2 footprints.
Right. And people may recognize one set from South America during our tracking mission.
The heels?
Yep, the heels. So you can deduce that Naomi was here. And the other pair of footprints actually belongs to Vamp.
Yeah, he also kind of does that Vamp walk.
Yeah.
Yeah, over here.
Yeah, he's trademark Vamp walk.
Yeah.
Look around on the ground and you see their footprints here and there. So people. Look. Okay, so now let's go ahead and move through this hallway. So we're going to head to the north and just be sure not to get spotted by these lasers. So wait till you can run through and run under these lasers. Get to the end.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
You're out in the canyon.
Okay, we stop here?
Yeah, so let's stop here. So, once again, we're out in the snow and you'll hear another flashback.
We're out in the canyon, and what do you want to tell us in this canyon part?
All right, so first thing I want to do is let's...
Snake, be careful. There are Claymore mines around there. Who are you? one of your fans.
First thing I want to do is let's head to the right, go to the east.
East?
And there's kind of like this big boulder here. So
Yeah.
let's just go around this boulder until you hit the wall, like this rock wall.
Yeah.
And then to the east, there's actually a pathway leading up to the east.
Uh-huh.
So let's go up this pathway.
Okay.
And at the end here, you'll find a rock wall and a bunch of items. But, originally, when we were making this stage, there was not a rock wall here. There was actually a lake.
Yeah.
Beyond this, and we had this whole scenario where there was a frozen lake, and there were gecko patrolling on top of the lake, and you could break the ice and drop them down to the water, things like that. And that was actually an entirely different route that you could take to get to this point.
Yeah.
So in the original design for this stage, you could actually bypass that whole heliport area completely, and go from the beginning.
I see, to here.
Right. So when you first come down from the helicopter, instead of going to the west, if you went to the north, you could actually head up and get to this lake area, and then it would hook up to the canyon from this path here. But, back then, Moses was envisioned as kind of more of an action-oriented stage. But, midway through, we decided we wanted to go with more of a nostalgic feeling for the stage. And then, of course, the other thing was that we felt it would be a really horrible waste for people not to see the heliport. Because that's probably the most memorable thing that people, know about Metal Gear Solid 1 was that, sneaking from that heliport in the beginning. So, yeah, we definitely wanted to make people go to that heliport. So, for that reason, we decided to close this path.
I see. So, there is still a lake behind that, I guess.
Beyond here, I guess you can imagine there's a lake beyond that.
Okay. No data.
Yeah, not anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been buried by snow.
Okay. So we got the items, so what are we gonna do? We're gonna head back?
Okay, yeah, so let's head back to the canyon. So go down the slope, and you'll see these two gecko who are in power save mode. So let's sneak by these. If you go towards, through the middle of the canyon, you can get by without waking them up. So carefully do that. And then when you get past these gecko, kind of lined up with the second gecko, then to the west, you'll see this small little cave.
Yeah.
Which was also here in Metal Gear Solid 1. Probably when you get to this point, you'll hear Otacon going on about one of the geckos waking up. But if you come into this cave, you can get an item here. You can get the iPod track Following Destiny, which is from Zone of the Enders. Yeah.
Look!
All right.
A gecko! Huh, but it looks like the drive is dead. Maybe it's out of commission. Ah! It's alive! Look out! Run, Snake! Whoa, what the hell was that? That gecko must have been in hibernation mode or something. 1 minute it looks dead, and then BAM!
Tell me about it. Think I almost had a heart attack.
Seriously though, who'd have thought Gecko had that kind of operational mode?
Whoever made him must have been a real bastard.
From now on, you'd better keep both eyes on those Gecko. You don't want to get fooled like that again.
No disagreement here.
Alright, so I think we will wrap it up here. From this point, all that's left is to head to the north, and of course you crawl under that shutter, and you go to the next stage.
We still get a lot of requests about Zone of the Enders, don't we?
Yeah, everybody wants part 3.
Yeah, it was a good game.
You like to know how many people want us to make the sequel?
Yeah, well, because a lot of the Kojima Productions KJP fans really know Zone of the Enders or Boktai or other products as well, like even Snatcher or Police Notes. Not officially even released in some areas, but people still know and say we want this officially or we want a sequel to it. And Zone of Enders is always kind of referred as, in interviews or things like that. When are you going to create, to Mr. Kojima, when are you going to create the next Zone of the Enders? We would like to see him. We get this request all the time. However, we were thinking, Ken and I were always saying, actually, how many people, really want Zone of the Enders as a sequel? So, guys, if you're listening and tell us not about you, but your friends who are like casual Metal Gear fans, if they're interested or not.
Yeah.
Don't lie, okay? But
Don't inflate the numbers.
Yeah, we just want to know, purely, if it's really, of course, as Hideo's been always saying, he would like to do this when he has time, but there's always sacrifices. If he does that, you'll get to see the latest new Hideo's thing even later. So that's kind of a trade-off, isn't it?
Right.
But if there's so many people wanting to see Zone of Menace, why not put the priority on top a little further up? But we just want to know. Ken especially really wants to know because he's been asking this all the time.
Yeah. Well, I wish I could have like a poll or something. I mean, ask like all gamers and how many people wanted to play ZOE sequel.
Well, we have all the Metal Gear Solid 4 players listening to this podcast.
Okay. Okay, well, make sure you write your comments, and we'll check your comments out.
Yep.
And where are we going to start next time?
So next time we'll start right on the other side of that shutter.
Okay, the nuclear warhead.
Right, nuclear warhead storage building.
You guys, did you hear that? Next time we're going to do the latter half of Shadow Moses. Thanks, guys, for joining. And, well, if you missed something, Sean, you're, of course, more than welcome to say, especially about your personal things.
Yeah, I think I'll pass on the personal.
Okay. We'll hear more next time on the latter half. So thanks for tuning in, and see you next time.
All right.
See you. Bye.
All right, that's gonna wrap up this edition of the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Check back next time for more tips, tricks, and insider info on Metal Gear Solid 4. Brought to you by Kojima Productions and Hideo Kojima himself. Make sure to send in your comments to Hideo Blog. See you next time.
Hey, Snake, isn't this where you went toe-to-toe with Raven and his tank? Tell me again, how did you take that thing down?
Brothers! How? Well, grenades.
That's it? You didn't use an anti-tank missile or something?
Didn't have one.
Your technique is kind of, well, how do I put this? Archaic when it comes to fighting tanks. Honestly, I don't think it'd work on today's main battle tanks.
Well, that's how I did it. What do you want me to say?
You know, I asked an active duty army officer once, if an infantryman had to take on a tank one-on-one, how should he do it?
And what was his answer?
Don't. He swore there's no way in hell a single infantryman could take down a tank by himself.
Huh. Interesting.
I always suspected there was a little something crazy about you, Snake. But hearing that story, now I know it. You're nuts. Single-handedly taking out a tank? That's crazy. You're insane.
Otacon, is this your idea of a compliment?
Yes! You're the toughest, craziest, most hardcore badass on the planet. You're the shit.
Gorge, turn the podcast off right now. You have deprived your subs gooning content. They want to goon and strand so bad right now.
Oh god, I'm stranding. I am stranded. You are stranded. We are all homos. Homos.
This snow just won't quit, will it? Can't see a thing in this whiteout. Visibility is practically zero. You need to be especially vigilant for enemy patrols. Make good use of your octo camo to help you get through. This snow
This is Rose. Your eating replenishes.
The nuclear storage facility is just up ahead. But you're not even halfway to the underground supply tunnel yet. You need to get a move on. The nuclear
Insider info on Metal Gear Solid 4, brought to you by Kojima Productions and Hideo Kojima. Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
All right, welcome to episode number 9 of the MGS4 Integral Podcast. My name is Sean Eystone, and as always, I'm here with Aki Saito.
Hi, everyone.
And producer Ken Imaizumi.
Hello, everyone. Okay, Sean, we're in the latter half of Shadow Moses.
Right, so we are in the Shadow Moses nuclear warhead storage building, first floor. So at the beginning of the show, this time, we'd like to try something a little bit different.
Okay.
I think I'd like to just ask everybody what everyone's favorite drama scene in Metal Gear Solid 4.
That's a tough one. Sean, do you have already one?
For me, yeah, there's a lot. There's so much drama in the game that it's hard to choose just one. And this is a spoiler, by the way, so anyone listening, if you don't want spoilers, just turn it off now. But I think for me personally, it's that scene at the end where, Big Boss makes his appearance. That just really got it for me. As a Metal Gear Solid fan, seeing Big Boss come back, and then that last scene, where he's smoking his last smoke and nods off in the grave. That nailed it for me. A really great scene.
Well, for me, the part I liked, which I cracked up for about 5 minutes, was the part when Liquid seems to die, battling with the Metal Gears. The famous, the boss battle scene. You get to ride the Metal Gear.
Right.
He rides his Metal Gear and things like that. And then he seems to die. And he say, in the English version, I think he says, think again.
Right.
When he, in that crucial moment. But in Japanese, it was a little bit more hilarious.
Yeah.
So one of the famous line.
Yeah.
The fox died.
Yeah, fox died. Janai. Janai means not, or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
So the original translation, I saw the script, was not, actually.
Not, yeah.
Fox die. Not.
Right.
But this was a little not so funny, so I think a lot of people changed it to think again.
Yeah, not was little classic. I mean, little old, like Wayne's World.
Yeah, it's kind of like,
type, like a 1980.
Like in the 90s, you'd say something, then not.
Yeah.
There's that kind of gag. I guess it felt a little bit
And then
old.
it went to, I think, if I can remember it correctly, just kidding, or something like that. It went to several phrases during the translation.
Right.
Anyways, that scene, and after he gets up, he kind of runs really in a cute style, like a girly way.
Right.
Like almost jumping.
Jumping and skipping
Yeah,
and laughing.
And that really, I cracked up. And that's one of my favorite cutscenes. Ken?
We had a really hard time to do motion capture with writing part. So when he fight versus Vamp, the South American part.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Yeah, with the geckos, right?
Yeah.
Fox died. Just kidding.
Do like a break dance kind of, turn.
Yeah.
And we use a wire and stuff. We spent so much time to do the motion capture because we failed so many times, and and the motion team worked really hard, and then finally finished those whole sequence. And it was so decent.
Yeah, well, that was, I think it's safe to say that was one of the most stunning cutscenes.
I remember that was like the turning point when writing became cool.
Yeah. Did you know the part Sean's most favorite cutscene? The big boss.
Yeah, the ending. Yeah.
That motion capture session was the very last part of the session. The guy who did a big boss, he was the Snake voice.
Mr. Otsuka's?
Yeah, Mr. Otsuka's, first motion capture trial. He kept on saying like he wanted to do the motion capturing, and then Hideo said, "That's okay, let's do that." And then he joined, and he had to do big boss part.
Yeah, but if I remember correctly, the voiceover was done by Mr. Otsuka's father, right?
Yeah. One of the famous voice
actors in Japan.
Wow. Oh, I didn't know that.
So the motion capture was done by Mr. Otsuka, Aki Otsuka, who does the voice for like Innocence, or he's very famous in Japan. But he did the motion capture, and then his father did the voiceover looking at his son's motion capture.
That's really
cool.
Right?
Yeah. Okay, so everyone, thanks for listening to our chat. I think Sean's really revved up to introduce the latter half of Shadow Moses. Shall we give it a go, Sean?
Yep. So everybody should be at the nuclear warhead storage building, first floor. You just crawled in from under the shutter, and we're at our checkpoint, start of the stage. First thing I want to point out is that, as with the previous stages in Shadow Moses, and with almost all the stages in Shadow Moses, the item placement in this stage is pretty accurate, and follows a lot of the item placement from the first game. So, people may remember to the left here, if you go towards that window, you can get a ration at the end of that. Just something for people who play the original Metal Gear, something for them to keep an eye out for. Maybe they might get a kick out of seeing items in the same spot. But anyway, let's just go ahead, proceed down this slope, and head into the building.
Okay, let's walk up. I've been saying many times, but I hate this stage. This for me is was the most difficult stages ever.
Really?
Yeah, for me, I really had a hard time.
Sean's gonna cry.
Yeah.
I know. We talked about this before.
Yeah. He spent such a long time. Yeah, to create this stage.
So we just crawled under the
gate. What do you call
the first shutter? The first shutter.
Right. And so we're in this area, that people will probably recognize from Metal Gear Solid 1, where there's the nuclear warheads in the hangar. First thing I want to point out is if you go ahead and put in your solid eye and look at the ground, you'll see that Vamp's footprints, Vamp and Nomi's footprints are here as well. They were in the previous stage. We really wanted to just get the personality behind Vamp and Nomi into these footprints. So you'll see that they don't just, head straight on through to the back. They kind of wander around. Nomi takes a slightly curvy path, takes a look inside of the truck.
I don't see any enemies around here. Okay, we'll go through the door all the way at the back.
Otacon, last time around we had a few complications and wound up going through the commander's office in the basement.
That's right. I remember now. But there's no need to go all the way down there this time, right? The back door takes us straight where we need to go.
Good point.
Okay then, let's get to the back door. I believe the warheads have been removed from those nuclear missiles. The amount of ionizing radiation the Mark III's Geiger counter is detecting is significantly lower than what we'd see if there were actual warheads present. Which means, obviously, that you can use heavy weapons without having to worry about igniting leaking radioactive material and causing a nuclear holocaust.
Nice.
Keep heading north. Keep heading north.
Things like that. And one thing, at the end of the first Moses stage, when you're in the corridor with the lasers, if you use your solid eye there and look at the ground, you can see Vamp's footprints there. And there's actually some pretty funny footprints there, because he's kind of dancing around, and you can see crossed footprints. He's kind of doing that dance that he does, Other than that, what I really want to point out in this stage is that there's a lot of detail here that wasn't here in previous Metal Gears, but finally the team was able to get this looking exactly the way they want to look.
Yeah, high def.
High def, and a lot of detail, glare on the floor.
But it's really interesting I think most of the users realize that there's not a big change, although technically there's a lot of big change. But I when I first stepped into Shadow Moses, I thought it was like just doing MGS1 again.
Right.
But come to think of it, yes, it's all, like a blocked up, MGS1 because of the power of PlayStation. It's all like blocked and things like that. It's not as accurate and well drawn as this, but you get the feeling that it's the same stage. So it's really, I don't know, people really get used to these high-tech things.
Yeah. One thing that's kind of funny, you talk about really the blocked up look from Metal Gear Solid 1, but talking to the staff that actually worked on Metal Gear Solid 1, there's a reason for why these missiles are covered up with tarps, and that's actually so that they could cut down the polygon count in the original game. They wanted to have just like a whole bunch of missiles in this room, but they couldn't put it all in there, so they decided to put tarps over some of the crates, hide half of the missile under a tarp so they could kind of trim back the polygon count. And in addition, if you look at the windows around this room, now if you look at them, you can see that there's missiles on the other side of those windows. So there's other hangars with a lot more missiles in them. But of course, with the original Metal Gear, that wasn't really an option. So now, this is finally able to come through the way Hideo Kojima really wanted it.
Well, thanks, PlayStation.
Yeah, thank you for your
computer.
But anyways, let's go on. So we're looking at the rockets.
So head to the north,
straight
to the rear,
straight
to
up.
the rear of the hangar, and you'll get to the gate. So let's just head over there. On the way, there's a truck on your left. If you want to crawl in there, you can get a FIM 92A. So just move on, and when you get to the end, to this control panel, you'll get a call from Otacon.
Huh? Snake, that door is locked.
How do I open it?
Security is shut down altogether. You can't release the lock without activating it. You'll have to log in somewhere. I've got it, Snake. My old office is close by. With the power on, you should be able to unlock the door from there. And if you check the facility records, we can find out Rex's status and who's been in and out. You remember where it is, Snake?
I'm not senile yet.
Just to be safe, I'm marking it on your map. You old geezer. Snake, the password is 48273. Think you can remember that?
I told you, I'm not senile yet.
The north door is locked. It won't budge. We need to access the system through the LAN in my old lab to unlock it. My lab is on floor B2 of that building. Take the elevator to floor B2. The north door is... The north door is... Snake, I've checked the APU on this floor and engaged the generator. Energy output is low, but it should be enough to power the elevator. Try the elevator and see if it's working. You can get to the elevator from the catwalk you're on now. To activate it, stand in front of the control panel and press the action button. You can get to the... The north door is locked for B2. You can get to the... You can get to the...
So he'll tell you the door's locked, you gotta get the password, and then he'll activate the elevator for you. So let's just head straight to the elevator and head on down, because there's a lot of cool stuff down there.
Okay. So we climb up the catwalk.
Right, climb up the catwalk, head to the second floor, and then just go around, follow the catwalk until you get to the elevator. And one thing, this is going way back during the concept planning stages for the stage. Originally, the stage was more of an action-oriented stage.
You can get to the... You can get...
Elevator down to the bottom.
Really?
And access a secret base, things like that. But, in the end, we decided we really want to emphasize more of the nostalgic aspect of Moses. Okay, so let's go ahead and call the elevator. There's something about this also. People who played the original Metal Gear may remember that if you rapidly press the elevator button, the elevator actually will come faster.
Oh,
so that's preserved in here also. We wanted to have that in there for the fans. In real life, because that's what you do, right? A lot of times you're in a rush, you press it. You want it to come quickly,
but the elevator
never comes.
You can get to the elevator. You can get to...
But the elevator...
It never comes.
No.
Yeah. In this game, you can do it, and it will come a little bit faster.
Okay, so we head to which floor?
B2.
You head down to B2.
Uh-huh. This elevator.
Well, Metal Gear Solid 1, when you ride and then change the floor, and then when they're showing that when you're moving that floor. Background.
Yeah.
But this time, the PlayStation 3.
Okay, first go down the central hallway. Don't worry, it's not electrified anymore.
Powerful. So much memory, so we don't have to do that download in the background.
This time you can get on the elevator and walk around and shoot.
While you're
in the elevator.
You can do whatever you want.
That's why in MGS1 you couldn't do anything. And once you're in the elevator, and when the elevator's moving.
Right.
So that was a trick.
That was a trick. I think a lot of people didn't realize it, or the people who did realize it were really hardcore.
Okay, where do we go, Sean?
Okay, so the first thing we want to do is head out into the hallway, step forward a little bit to the south, and then turn to your right, and you want to head to the west. And when you get into this room, you'll see control panel on your right. It's kind of blown up. And of course, people will recognize this control panel from Metal Gear Solid 1.
Yes.
And this is, of course, where you used the Nikita missile and blew it up. But, it's not completely destroyed. And for people who maybe didn't realize it, you can actually use this, you can still activate the electric floor in the hallway from here using the Mark III. And you can actually use this to electrocute the gecko that comes down in the later half of the stage.
Oh.
Did you know this?
No, I didn't know.
Yes, a lot of people had a hard time to beat the gecko. This part.
Yeah.
But, what you're supposed to do, or, the best strategy is after the gecko drops down, then you kind of go back into the hallway, hide behind the door, and then use your Mark III and send him over to this control panel and activate the electric floor while the gecko's in the hallway. And you can take him down really quickly. On top of that, you'll also get some driven points as a bonus.
Wow.
Very quick way to beat the gecko.
You didn't tell me that.
I didn't know that.
Oh, okay.
Just kidding. I knew it.
Yeah, when I was playing, you didn't tell me that. Okay.
But, we really wanted to put this in also just, because we had that electric floor in the hallway and we really wanted to use it again. Yeah, it's something that, players will remember from the first one. Definitely wanted to use that in some way. So you can use that on the gecko. For people who want to try it, you can also use it on Snake. So if you have Snake stand in the hallway and you send the Mark III down here, you can electrocute Snake also. Which doesn't sound too impressive, but, we had to make a motion just for that.
That's why it's taking a long time to do.
Yeah.
Sean.
Brothers!
A long time to do.
Yeah.
Sean. It took so much time creating this level.
No, it's just, you gotta put the details in there, especially for the fans.
Okay, one reason I hate this stage, nothing against personally to you, Sean, is about, the gecko.
Right.
And when you have all these dwarf geckos, kind of like trying to sneak through.
Right.
And not even get spotted by the geckos nor the dwarf geckos. And, once you get spotted, you're like hammered.
Yeah. There's a way to do it.
Yeah, tell me in this stage, how do you do it?
Well, in this
Oh, my Kia Congo hate the things I say on codec. Kia Congo Heil Cypher. That Kanye West is always pumping those sick beats. What a nice man.
kind of opens the door. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
But there's actually a faster way to get through it, and that is just to, destroy the gecko.
Uh-huh.
And so this applies to all the gecko in the game. The weakness is their leg, right? They have very weak legs. So if you aim for the knees, you can actually bring them down. And once they're on their knees and they're on the ground, you can aim at the head. And there's a weak point right at the top of the head. If you equip your solid eye and look at it, it'll actually show you the weak point. And say, shoot here, basically. They kind of have that triangular head.
Yeah.
And if you're looking at it from above, it's kind of in the middle. More or less in the middle.
Yeah.
So if you shoot at that particular area, then you can very quickly take out the gecko. So even using something like your M4 Custom or just any type of gun, you can quickly hit the legs and then hit the head right after that, and you can take them down pretty quickly.
Any other gecko episodes?
Well, there's the gecko, and then there's also, as you mentioned, the dwarf gecko.
Yeah, I hate those.
Yeah, you hate those. I think everybody hates the dwarf gecko. But, we wanted to add some kind of personality to the stage that's different from everywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
And so, the idea was you have these dwarf geckos that just kind of swarm out and smother you. But, there's a way around these as well. Of course, you can just shoot at them with, rapid fire. And that works. If you're trying to sneak by them, you can also use tranquilizer rounds on the dwarf gecko as well.
Really?
But you have to aim for the arms.
Ah, the arms.
Yeah, if you hit that orb part in the center, they'll just, realize you're there. You're get found. But if you aim very carefully and hit the arms, you can actually incapacitate them.
I always got the feeling that the dwarf geckos are much more, smarter than normal guards and things like that. Just a feeling.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, they're mechanical, so they follow, set routes and patterns because they're supposed to be a machine.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, they're very sensitive. They have very good hearing, especially. So you really have to walk slowly while you're around them. If you run by, they'll hear you running.
Mm-hmm.
They'll come after you. So, yeah, I think the key is just to kind of walk slowly.
Mm-hmm.
Use your tranquilizer guns to get past particularly challenging areas.
Yeah.
And then also, of course, if you have chaff, you can use a chaff grenade.
Mm-hmm.
And that makes things really, really easy.
Well, at the really end of the game, I really kind of gave up and I just ran through the dwarf geckos. Someone told me this technique: just run through it, just dive and run through it.
Well, that works.
That works. Yeah, because you wanna head to the next cutscene or whatever, or the next stage. I just kind of ran through everyone. But anyways, okay.
Yeah. But if you do fight them though, there is a reward that you can get for taking them out, and you can get a very rare weapon from these dwarf geckos.
Oh, really?
If you destroy enough of them, they'll drop a DE, which is the handgun.
Yeah.
It's a really good handgun.
Yeah.
It's a very rare handgun.
Yeah.
And the only enemies that drop them are these dwarf geckos.
I see.
All right. So anyway, from this room now, let's head to the west, and we'll go through this other lab section. So head to the west, and then you'll see a door on the south. So head through that door. And here you'll actually get a call from Otacon, and he's kind of reminiscing on the room, talking about the damage that you did to the control panel.
Yeah.
Everything looks exactly like I remember it. Except for that wall way in back, anyway. I still can't believe how much damage you caused in such a small space.
Ah, the switchboard. Nailed it with a remote control missile to shut down the electric current in the floor. The guidance system in those things takes up so much space, it hardly leaves any room for explosives.
Didn't make much of a bang, huh?
Hardly. Switchboard's still intact.
You're right. The wiring past the switch circuits could still be live.
Wait a minute. I'm not gonna get shocked if I walk on this floor, am I?
No need to worry. As long as you don't turn the current back on. This brings back memories. My colleagues and I used to work in these cubicles. We were all brilliant engineers. The best of the best. And we were close, too. Like family. We used to play pranks on each other all the time. Like, on this one girl's birthday, we stuffed her cubicle completely full of balloons. Or this other guy who got married, when he came back from his honeymoon, he found his workstation had been hollowed out and its guts replaced with jelly beans.
Sounds like a blast.
It was. But all that time, my colleagues and I, we were building wrecks. Here we are, messing around in our cubicles all day like giddy grad students, and what do we end up with? A weapon of mass destruction. It's not exactly the sort of thing you can look back on and laugh, is it?
You obsess over the past too much. It's a bad habit. Come on, I need directions here. That's your job, right? To support me.
Yeah, you're right. You can count on me. We're partners after all.
Good to have you with me, partner.
It's good to be here, Snake. Just a little farther to my lab.
On the room, talking about the damage that you did to the control panel.
Yeah.
And, yeah, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, well...
That was actually left in intentionally, though.
Really? we were talking about this demo sequence when Otako comes up, and then he kind of has this habit of how do you say it?
He's kind of pushing his glasses up with his finger.
Yeah, even though he doesn't have his glasses
Right,
anymore.
right.
So I asked Sean, was this deliberately made? And the producer, Kim made a funny face, saying maybe it was kind of. It's not a bug, is it?
No.
Okay,
it's
okay,
not,
it's
it's
not.
not.
Good. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
no, that's something that a lot of people had issues with. Also, they said, "Is that right?" Because he doesn't have glasses, but yes, that was intentional. If anybody who wears glasses, I think they can attest to it. If suddenly you just switch to contacts and you've been wearing glasses all your life, you probably will.
Okay.
Yeah, well, no watch, and then you
look at the watch.
Keep on,
Look at the wrist. Your
look at
wrist.
the
Right.
Sometime.
Okay.
That's the same thing.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought it slipped through the thousands of checking.
No.
Okay.
It's not a bug.
Okay. All right. Let's go. Okay, we're in this room. I remember all these papers and things like that.
So let's just head to the south of the room, and at the very southern end of the room, you'll find an item, and this is the Metal Gear 20 Years History, Part 2. So people who want to relive the music of the Metal Gear series, it's kind of a medley of all the Metal Gear series music strung together in an orchestra format, which is really cool. Okay, so next what we want to do is crawl under this desk at the south end of the room. And then head to the east.
The East Hall.
Yeah, you'll find yourself in a hallway.
With the electrifying... this is the electrifying floor, right?
Right. One thing to point out though, on the left here also, if you go to the farthest room on the north, nearest the elevator, people who played the first one, they may remember there's like a Moai statue in the room.
Moai statue?
Moai statue.
Do you know that?
No.
No?
No. Moai statue?
Yeah.
Do you know Moai statue?
If you head to the north, and just head to the glass door, number 1.
Room number 1,
Room number 1.
Yeah.
And look in there. You'll see that Moai head from Gradius.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Konami's kind of icon.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's still there. And we actually paid a lot of close attention to that while we were making this. So all the rooms, have the same type of items in them. Anyway, so from this point, backtrack and head to the east. You'll head through this doorway and head into this hallway where you hear a flashback with Ninja, right?
Yes.
From the Ninja sequence in Metal Gear Solid 1.
Yeah, the corridor, with the hall with all the blood and, there's a lot. Yeah, the corridor, with the hall with all the blood and, there's a lot of dead bodies at that time.
Right. So we're just going to head through here and head to Otacon's room, but stop right before you enter the room and actually end here for this session. Because once you enter Otacon's room, there'll be a long cutscene. But we would like to talk about some other things in this stage. People may not realize is, when you are in the cutscene, Otacon asks you to input, the passcode for the computer. And there's actually several codes that you can put in that aren't actually the correct code, but they'll give you some special bonuses.
Cool.
And so I think we'll go ahead and explain those codes.
Okay, name one.
Okay, so the first one is 78925. And that'll give you the old LA 2040 music.
Ooh.
So where's that from, Ken?
Police Notes, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Police Knots. There is the Police Knots poster in the room
Yeah,
also.
yeah.
So, I think a lot of people at least kind of heard of Police Knots,
Well,
even
yeah,
if they haven't played it.
I think a lot of Kojima fans know about Police Knots and Snatcher in general anyways.
Yeah, Snatcher and Police Notes, yeah.
And, well, one more code is another Police Knots song, and that is 13462. People who want to hear the ending song from Police Knots, 13462 is the code for that.
Wow. Well, what happens? I mean, I didn't try this. The tune goes on?
You basically get the iPod track.
Oh, okay,
right?
okay.
So you input this code, and then after the cutscene ends, it returns you to the game, and then you get a message at the bottom of the screen saying that you got that iPod track.
Okay,
So then after that, you can go ahead and start up your iPod and listen to it.
Cool.
But one thing to point out is that if you put in these codes, it's actually the wrong code.
Yeah.
So, Otacon will tell you, oh, Snake, you're getting old, you don't remember, and this kind of thing. And, of course, Snake his feelings will be hurt, and his sight gauge will go down. But, there is actually like a little trick you can do to regain some psych during these cutscenes. Because there are several places where your sight gauge will decrease during a cutscene. But if you rapidly press, the circle button, you can actually regenerate some of that psych.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Does this apply to every time?
Yeah, so every cutscene where
like when Sunny kind of says, don't smoke in here, and your sight gauge goes low,
right.
You could still tap it.
Yeah. So whenever you see the sight gauge start to go down, just start tapping really quick, and you can fight it.
This?
I didn't know this, really.
Oh.
I'm really the first time I played MGS4, no one told me anything. I mean, even Otacon was not programmed to give hints. So
even Otacon wouldn't help you.
It was one of the most...
Just pop up the screen, but he doesn't talk.
Yeah, he doesn't talk. And or he talks about some other things, right?
Yeah.
The program's all screwed up. So that's my first impression. I'm doing my 4th at home recently, very slowly.
Cool. So you have time to properly explore and enjoy everything.
I mean, I'm more relaxed because I know what happens.
Right.
But when it's the first time, I mean, I really enjoyed the first time experience. So I missed a lot of things, like we're explaining in the Integral podcast, like this is the detail and that thing. And I think a lot of listeners are same with me, even though they kind of seem to explore everything. What you tell, guys, Ken and Sean talks on this show, is probably 80% of the people kind of, oh, I didn't know that thing.
Yeah.
If people zip through the game.
Yeah, so definitely, it pays to replay the game.
Yeah.
And actually, for these 2 particular items, you need to replay the game to get both of them, because you can only get one at a time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right.
During that cutscene, you can only put in one code.
Yes.
So you'll have to get one or the other for these soundtracks. So for people who want to collect all the iPod tracks, they actually have to play through more than once.
I never even thought about trying to collect all the iPods.
Well, there are people who do.
That's why it's taking a long time to do the testing and,
I'm a lukewarm player, I say.
Yeah, and of course we had to debug all of this, we had to play it through over and over and make sure like all the flags were set. And,
yes, cool.
Yeah, so.
Okay.
Hopefully people will appreciate that.
Sure.
Yeah, and, one more code just to throw out there. This is something for people who want to have a little bit of help in the game. You can get some extra Drebin points from this password segment also. And the code for that is 14893. And you'll actually get 100,000 Drebin points from that, so that's a huge bonus.
Yeah.
Wow.
So for people who want to get that, that's something they can do. If they think they need a little extra help and they want to buy some rare weapons.
All right.
Okay, so then one other thing, we mentioned the Police Nuts poster in the room also, and people will remember from the last stage we pointed out that you could take pictures of the ghosts in the stage, and this is actually a really good ghost to take a picture of, because this is where you can take Hideo Kojima's picture, in ghost form.
Cool.
He's right next to the Police Nuts poster on the left. So for people who want to collect all of the ghostly images throughout Shadow Moses, you can get Director Kojima's picture here.
Yes, this is the biggest one, isn't it? Hideo's ghost picture. He has really weird ideas, which is really fun for the fans.
Yeah.
Really weird idea. Okay.
Okay, and one other thing, after you watch the cutscenes and you restore power to the Shadow Moses facility,
Hold on. I want to check security. Snake, that password I told you before, you remember it, right? Because I completely forgot. Can you punch it in for me? It's a 5-digit number. Snake, I think maybe your memory... Don't worry. I'm sure I can remember it. Well, let's see. Oh! I jotted it down. See? No need to worry.
What? I knew the number. In fact, I remembered it just now.
Huh. This version is totally obsolete. It's gonna take a little work. This is the room where we first met, huh?
Yep.
It's not conjuring up any unpleasant memories, is it? I was being attacked by Frank Yeager.
Yeah, I remember.
If you hadn't shown up when you did, gives me the shivers just thinking about it. Snake, you saved my life.
Naomi hated them for what they did to Frank's body. But it was me that crippled him in the first place. She must have hated me too.
We shouldn't have been so trusting. I blame myself too. I helped develop Rex. That's why it was so easy for me to believe her feelings were genuine. But she was only using us to atone for her sins.
So what? What did she do to us?
You forgot already? She betrayed you. She stole your blood.
If that was all, it should have been over and done with in South America. Why'd she join us afterward?
Well,
She has us come rescue her, and then she turns around and goes straight back to Liquid. Why would she do that?
I don't know, Snake. But it looks like she's still with him.
What?
I just had a look at the security access logs. As I thought, there's people coming and going at frequent intervals. In fact, the record shows some recent activity. Look at this. It's an image taken a few hours ago by a surveillance camera up ahead.
Naomi.
And Vamp.
Beauty and the Beast.
They've been through here. And from what we've gleaned from the security records, it can only mean one thing. They're headed for Rex's old underground hangar. I finished rebooting security and released the locks. The door on the first floor ought to open for you now.
Amazing. Almost makes me nostalgic for the days when you needed a key card for every door.
Yep. It's been 9 years. All you really have to do is reinterpret the old technology in terms of the new. Getting old isn't all that bad, you know. Let's get going, Snake.
I finished unlocking the door on the first floor. It should open now.
I've been waiting for you, Snake.
Who are you?
Neither enemy nor friend.
Gray Fox. Colonel, that ninja is Gray Fox. Ridiculous. You yourself in Zanzibar land.
Yes. He should have been killed, but he's still alive.
What?
They were using a soldier for their gene therapy experiments.
How long are you gonna stay in there?
Huh? Are you one of them?
No, I'm not. I always work alone.
Alone? Are you an otaku too? Come on, get out.
You watch the cutscenes and you restore power to the Shadow Moses facility. As we touched on in the last episode, if you return back to the tank hangar and go up to the second floor catwalk, you'll remember that there was that room that we couldn't get into last time.
Oh, because it's locked.
Right.
Or the power is
Right.
Yeah.
But it's kind of locked and you can't get in. But this time, you restore the power and the computer system's back up, and Otacon disables all the security, so you can go back there and pick up an iPod track in that room.
Wow.
So people who want to backtrack can go ahead and grab that.
Okay, I know.
The door on the first floor is unlocked now. You can go through any time. The door on the... Gecko! We've got Gecko! Do you have a weapon that would work against those Gecko?
Sure do.
Okay, great. Use it to get them out of the way. Snake, it's blocking the hallway leading to the elevator. You'll have to do something before you can get to the first floor. Do you have a weapon? Okay! Nice, Snake! Okay, Snake. The path is clear. Head for the first floor. Use the elevator to get up there. Snake, hurry to the first floor.
Okay, you know, I know the geckos have these voices, and these are supposed to be the very calm of cicadas and cows and the moose and things like that.
Right.
And I heard from Hideo at the very beginning of the development when he was thinking about these geckos. He wanted to make, you know, he has always this golden rule of keeping the tension, tightening it, loosening it, tightening it so that the overall tension is really tight.
Right.
So he told me that for these geckos, even they look so kind of like, you know, when you first look at them, they're almost like disgusting, right? Because they're like, you don't know if they're mechanic or animals or, you know.
Kind of creepy.
Yeah, very creepy. But he said he wanted to create this sound where people kind of, you know, just forget that they're in the war zone or in a battle. And all these kind of...
Okay, Snake. Take the stairs down and go to the north door. I'll open it for you with the Mark III.
War zone or in a battle. And all these cicadas and the you know, cow sounds supposed to bring you the, how do you say, relaxing mood.
Right.
And these are really, really, you know, nasty guys, the geckos.
Yeah.
And when you're in this relaxing mood, they're really trying to kill you. Is that true? Was that deliberately made that way?
It was, but you know, I think it's also, you know, it's just a really creepy sound, you know, because it's kind of like, you know, you're up against nature. It's kind of like this wild beast, right? You know, and you know, it's not like you said, you know, it's mechanical, but it's organic, and it's kind of scary because, you know, it's mooing at you like, you know, making these weird sounds, and you know, so it's definitely something that doesn't feel manufactured like a robot.
Sean, that kind of wraps up this session of Shadow Moses. Did you talk everything you wanted? I mean, it's your...
There's a lot to talk about, but I don't think we have time for that. We only have about half an hour.
We just want to tell everyone that we cut like 3 hours of a recording session.
Yeah.
Sean went on and on about his...
Well, you know, he has so much memory and you know, some like good stuff. And
you spent how many years on this?
About 2 years.
2 years, but you know, 2 years, but
times 24 hours times
times 24 hours times like 7 days a week or something.
Okay. Well, I hate to really cut it, Sean, but we got to go on to our next stage, which is the last stage.
Right. So we'll be moving on to Haven.
Yes.
Yeah. Finally, last stage. It's kind of sad, isn't it?
It's sad.
Yeah, because our Integral podcast program is kind of coming to a finale as well.
Yep.
But I think, well, I guess people will play on and on listening to this podcast whenever they feel like it. For the final, we're going to have probably maybe call a guest or something, you know, to join, to give us more color details.
Yeah, maybe we should, call somebody.
Because the producer doesn't remember anything.
I'm sorry.
And I'm so lukewarm. And Sean's the only guy who can really guide us, so we need some guests. So Ken's gonna bring maybe a guest.
Yeah.
If possible.
I think so. Well, we have some people, you know, who wanted to join this Integral podcast.
Right.
So Sean, where's our next meeting point?
So we'll pick up at Haven right after you finish launching onto the ship, and you should be on the ship bow. That's the name of the stage. So just go ahead and save after that cutscene ends, and we'll pick up from there and guide you through Haven.
Great. Okay, well, once again, thanks, Sean, and thanks, Ken.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And hope we'll meet soon, and it's our final stage that we're going to introduce, which is the Haven. So make sure you play. Well, make sure you play Shadow Moses a lot, you know, just for sake of, you know, Sean.
Yeah.
So play as much as you can in Shadow Moses. Find everything you can, and then we'll meet you in a couple of weeks.
Yep, sounds good.
Well, thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, that's gonna wrap up this edition of the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Check back next time for more tips, tricks, and insider info on Metal Gear Solid 4. Brought to you by Kojima Productions and Hideo Kojima himself. Make sure to send in your comments to Hideo Blog. See you next time.
More gecko! The Mark III is totally defenseless while working on the door. You'll have to distract the gecko so they don't spot it. The Mark III has to stay near the door until I've opened it, and it can't use stealth camo. It's only a matter of time before the gecko find it.
No stealth. So what? I thought it didn't work on the gecko anyway.
It's true, stealth doesn't do much against the gecko's sensor suit, but it's better than nothing. Compared to full visibility, the probability of detection is slightly lower.
So, if it's even a little bit better being invisible than not, why turn off the stealth?
Why? Because I have to use the Mark III's manipulator to open the door, that's why.
I don't get it.
Once the Mark III activates its stealth camo, the entire machine becomes transparent, including the manipulator.
Yeah? So?
How easy do you think it would be for you to eat a meal, clean your gun, if you couldn't see your own hands?
I got it.
Look, Snake, it doesn't take a genius to figure out the Mark III's not gonna survive a run-in with those gecko. Don't let them get close to it until I've opened the door.
Okay, no problem. I'm on it.
Look at the gecko. See the milliwave radar antenna up top? And the intercepting shot launcher on the upper part of its leg? That's the active defense system. Knock out the sensor, and you should be able to disable it. Aim for the antenna. Buy us some time so the Mark III can open the door. Distract the gecko and keep them far away from the Mark III. Buy us some time.
Another ambush?
Not exactly. Things are just a little sticky right now. I need to distract the enemy's attention until the Mark III gets the door open.
Listen, Snake. Overwhelming fear can lead to careless mistakes. The important thing here is to remain calm. Keep a clear mind. If anybody can pull this off, it's you. Hi, it's Rose.
What's my...
It looks like you're... Right now, though, you're in a dangerous situation. You must be under considerable mental stress. You need to resolve this situation as quickly as you can and get yourself to safety. Hello, Snake. I'm in Snake.
We'll have it open in no time. Just be patient. Okay, Snake. It's open now. We need to keep moving forward. Look at your radar if you need to know which way to go. The comm towers. This is where you fought Liquid's Hind D.
That was a tough scrape.
But you still managed to shoot down his gunship. Up till then, I'd heard that even with a man-pads, going one-on-one against an attack chopper was an act of suicide. I thought only Hollywood action stars did that kind of thing. But you made it look easy.
I just told you, it wasn't that easy.
Really? But you were all like, oh, I had to take out that helicopter. Real cool. Like it was nothing.
All right, enough chit-chat. Let's get going. We got a long way to go to Rex's hangar.
Yeah, you're right, Snake. Naomi's headed for Rex's hangar. We have to get there quick. Head north. Don't bother going into the comm towers. Go around them. Naomi's headed for Rex.
This is where... Good.
Naomi's headed...
Show me your tears. Let them flow. Cry until your eyes run red.
She seems to know exactly where I am, even in this damn whiteout. What the hell is going on?
Infrared, maybe? No, you're wearing octo-camo. It wouldn't be able to read you. Snake, do you see a pattern in her attacks? Anything that gives you a hint?
Right. Now that I think about it, her attacks have been coming from downwind.
Which means?
Damn! She can smell me.
Amazing! Tracking you in this wind, just by your scent?
A St. Bernard can find and rescue a lost hiker in the middle of a blizzard in the Alps. If that beast has no olfactory sensors keen as a dog's, it's not out of the question.
Then what do? Octo-camo doesn't do anything to mask your scent.
All I can do is try and guess where that thing's going to be. Try to move downwind.
Can you do it?
Either I do, or I don't.
Okay then. Good luck, Snake. This beast has 4 legs, and it's accompanied by an escort unit wearing powered suits. Watch out for their attacks, Snake!
Damn it, Otacon. It's mowing those trees down in one shot. What the hell is that beast using?
All that power, but still small enough for the beast to carry. And that noise it makes when it charges. Snake, do you remember the weapon Fortune had?
Railgun. We come here to keep them from stealing a railgun, and here they are using one against us.
I don't want to be conspiratorial, but it seems like something's behind this. Maybe it's just fate. Never mind. You've got to tame that beast.
You're right, Otacon. Let's do this.
Snake, the enemy is coordinating their attacks against you. Don't get too focused on one, or the others will sneak up behind you. Keep your eyes peeled. Snake.
The beast is crying. In psychology, crying is thought of as a way to freely express and release feelings.
Kind of like catharsis.
Bingo. That beast cries and cries without stopping. There must be some immense sadness in her, the stress of which is tormenting her mentally and physically. Crying is the only way she can deal with it. The blizzard outside is as bad as ever, Snake. The cold places your body under intense stress and wears away at your psyche. Finding a place to take shelter should prevent your gauge from draining. Keep an eye out for something like that and use it to your advantage. The blizzard outside
Forget it, Snake. It's locked. There's no place to run. Stand your ground. It's your only option. Snake, the...
Oh God, I'm stranding. I am stranded. You are stranded. We are all homos. Homos.
Stop it! Stop crying! Please! Please stop crying! Knowles! Go away! Don't come any closer! I'm sorry. I was so scared. Forgive me. I'm sorry. You can cry if you want. Cry if you need to. I don't need tears anymore. I've cried myself dry. So cry as much as you like. I will be there to listen.
Watch out, Snake! Don't let her get close to you!
Her embrace is deadly, so keep your distance.
Yo, Snake, I finished laundering that railgun you picked up just now. Knock yourself out. It's on the house.
Thanks.
Time for another bedtime story, Snake. This one's about crying wolf. You don't need me to tell you there's whole nations in Africa tearing themselves apart in the name of ethnic cleansing. Well, she was born into that environment. When she was a little girl, her village was attacked by rival armed factions. Her parents and siblings were slaughtered, and she was left a refugee. She took her last surviving relative, her baby brother, and ran as far as she could away from the war zone. One day, they came across an enemy unit, so she took her brother and hid in an abandoned shack. And then her brother started to cry. She knew that if the soldiers heard the noise, they would find them and kill them both. So she wrapped her hand as tight as she could around his mouth. As the footsteps gradually went away, she came back to her senses. Her brother wasn't crying anymore. Horrified, she pulled her hand away, covered in sweat and spit. He wasn't breathing. They say wolves eat their own pups when they die. She was spotted wandering through the thick of battle, carrying her dead brother in her arms. She had visions, too. A wolf walking alongside her. Every night, the wolf would howl and cry, just like her brother did that day. Eventually, she made it to a government-run refugee camp. But by then, her brother's body had rotted away. The camp was crowded with refugees like herself, and little children like her brother. Day and night, she was tormented by the cries of babies. The wolf that followed her heard her sorrowful screams and answered. He made his way around the camp, and one by one, he silenced the children. She tried to stop it, but she was powerless to stop the wolf. A few days passed, and on the eve of the enemy's raid, there wasn't a child left. The adults who survived were torn up pretty bad. Of course, there was never any wolf in that camp. She was the one who killed those babies. But she couldn't bring herself to admit it. She couldn't bear the thought of herself going from one baby to the next, howling like a wolf, snuffing out their little lives. And she never did, even as crying wolf, a lonely beast forever stalking the battlefield. Snake, fighting with you made Wolf finally accept what she'd done. She was cleansed by you. If the cries she heard of children on the battlefield have been silenced, it's because of you. You ought to be proud. 3 down, 1 to go. All that's left is Mantis. But you should know, Snake, she's been controlling all the other beasts. She's the beast of beasts. Don't let her get her hooks in you.
I won't.
See you around, Snake.
Welcome home, Wolf.
Hear that, Snake?
Yeah. The wolf dogs.
Her family. It must be tough for them in this environment with all the people gone.
Wolf dogs aren't like other dogs. They're closer to wolves in nature. Happier living in the wild than being kept as pets. Even more so now that they're guarding the grave of a loved one.
You sure about that?
Trust me. I used to live with dogs just like these. I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, if you say so. Snake, we're only halfway there. Let's get going. The warehouse at the north end of the snowfield leads to the blast furnace. Head north. The warehouse at the north...
Snake?
Oh, Rose. It's you.
I'm glad to see you're safe. You're not hurt too seriously, are you?
No, I'll live.
I was listening in on the B&B's stories too. It's heartbreaking.
Those things happen every day on the battlefield. But you're right, they're never easy to hear.
They've all suffered such unimaginable trauma. Hearing the cries of phantom infants in your head, facing flashbacks to uncontrollable rage. These are textbook clinical cases for us counselors.
PTSD, right?
Absolutely. I can't believe anybody would coerce them into entering battle in their state.
Just goes to show how much faith Liquid has in their combat abilities.
That's no excuse. No CSP member, no one with even a shred of conscience for that matter, would ever treat another human being like that.
Conscience? Liquid? Listen, lady.
It's more than just a matter of conscience. Without the proper treatment, their symptoms will worsen, eventually leaving them unfit for combat entirely. And that can't be good for their commanding officer.
Maybe not, but it suits me just fine.
Snake!
Look, maybe it sounds callous to you, but that's how things are out here. We're talking about survival.
Well, yes, but...
I know what you're trying to say, and your heart's in the right place.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I'm sorry I lashed out like that.
Forget about it.
Snake, there's only one of those things left. Stay focused. The end is in sight.
I'll be careful.
This is Rose. How can I...
Good.
Snake. Oh.
Sunlight!
Snake! What was she fighting for? What am I fighting for? What are you fighting for?
If we make it through this, I'll tell you.
Okay. I'll be searching too.
War, meaningless. Nothing comes out of war. Snake, please, save yourself. Go on living and don't give up on people.
Snake! I'm afraid I can't let you get past here.
Liquid.
You're not going any farther. Die! Come on, fly!
See you in hell. Liquid.
The warehouse... The warehouse...
Need something? Good.
Oh!
Snake, a link between cruelty to animals and antisocial criminal behavior was established a long time ago. If you keep on killing animals for no reason, we will be forced to conduct a thorough psychological review upon your return.
The blast furnace is just below. Keep going down. Hold it, Snake. Time to change the disc. I know, it's a pain. But you need to swap disc 1 for disc 2. You see the disc labeled 2?
No.
Huh? Oh, wait. We're on PlayStation 3. It's a Blu-ray disc. Dual layered, too. No need to swap.
Damn it, Otacon! Get a grip!
Yeah, what an age we live in, huh, Snake? Wonder what they'll think of next. The cargo elevator down to Rex's hangar is ahead. It's that big door in the back, on the right. Head through that door and keep going. The cargo...
Otacon, how do I get this door open?
It's not opening? That's weird. I know I disengaged security back at the lab.
We should have been able to get to Rex's storage hangar from here.
I've got it. If memory serves, there are casting and rolling facilities directly beneath the furnace. You should be able to pass through them to a drainage duct that leads to the hangar.
How do I get there?
There should be a special service elevator in the northwest corner of this floor.
Northwest corner. Got it.
To get down to the rolling facilities, use the elevator in the northwest corner. Snake, go down to the... To get down to the rolling facilities...
Snake. I've got something to tell you about Naomi Hunter.
What about her?
She might be a spy.
To kill me? Is that all you cared about?
Frank Yeager. The man who you destroyed was my brother and my only family.
Gray Fox.
You killed my benefactor and sent my brother home a cripple. I vowed revenge.
But I can't go yet. I still have a job to do.
I vowed revenge.
The rolling facility is a long, narrow space that stretches south to north. The southern half houses the rollers, while the northern half is used to cool the finished steel sheets. The drainage duct lies beyond that. Head for that drainage duct. Careful, Snake. This place is crawling with gecko and dwarf gecko.
It must have been Vamp who sealed the blast furnace door.
How do you figure?
No one ever comes down here, and yet there's gecko everywhere. He must have figured if I couldn't get the door open, I'd come down here. That freak set up a kill zone just for me.
Figures. Snake, don't let him get to you. You've got to get through there alive. Keep moving north through... Keep moving north. Keep moving. Keep going straight down that waterway. You'll end up in front of the hangar. After that, it's just a hop, skip, and a jump to Rex. Keep going straight down. Finally, it's just up ahead. The hangar's just a little bit further. Stay en route.
You are a snake which was not created by nature. You and the boss, you are from another world,
A world that I do not wish to know. Snake, in the natural world there is no such thing as boundless slaughter. There is always an end to it, but you are different. The path you walk on has no end. The killing will never end. It's a future without hope. Hear me, Snake. My spirit will be watching you. Good God. Good God.
Rex is just up ahead, Snake. But you know that by now, don't you? This is it. Be careful in there. The hangar's just up ahead. Rex is on the floor above you. Use the lift. Snake, I went ahead and remotely sent the lift used to bring Rex up to the supply tunnel. So then, all aboard. Snake, I went ahead and remote...
Hop on, Snake. I'll send her up. Rex! Look! The railgun's been removed! Liquid doesn't need the whole Rex to launch his nuke. He only needs the railgun.
Damn it. Has it already been shipped?
Hang on, I'll check.
I'm afraid so. Unfortunately for you, the railgun is no longer here.
Naomi.
This place will be your grave, as my queen wishes. The suicide gecko are on their way. Soon, there'll be nothing left of this place.
We've been had. Rodigon.
Snake, I think I might be able to get it working. I just need some time.
Hurry! Naomi!
Excellent. You'll amuse me until they arrive. Come on.
I'll take care of Rex. You take Vamp. Kill that monster. Get Naomi back, Snake. Please.
Take this.
Make him pay, Snake! Do it for me! For Emma! Do whatever it takes! Just make sure he stays down this time! Get Naomi back for me! Please! Do whatever it...
Snake, I don't know much about Vamp, so there's not much I can offer you by way of advice. But you do have my unconditional support. Don't let him beat you, Snake. You're the only one who can save Dr. Hunter. Remember to take good care of your sight gauge and finish that monster once and for all. You're the only...
Snake?
Yes. Get this!
What does it take to kill this guy? I've done enough damage to finish him, and he's just bouncing back.
That's it. Remember what Naomi said after Raiden fought him in South America? The nanomachines in his body are helping him heal at an accelerated rate.
Damn. So conventional attacks won't do any good.
I don't know. But for now, just give him everything you've got. Vamp's nanomachines instantaneously close up any wounds he receives. It's not that conventional attacks don't work. The nanomachines undo the damage before you can finish him off. There must be some special attack method that could work. Think, Snake, think. There must be something. Vamp's nanomachines instantaneously close up any wounds he receives. It's not that
So long as these nanomachines swim through my veins, never keep me down. Perhaps I expect too much of you.
Vamp's nano.
You're the only one.
What have you done? There. Now you're a mere mortal, like the rest of us.
Clever. But can you kill this mere mortal?
Snake, look out! They're rigged to self-destruct!
Snake, sorry to have kept you all waiting.
You ready for this?
Sonny gave me the go-ahead.
How about it, undying man? Care to die too?
Sorry, but I can't die just yet.
Then kill me.
Snake, this one is mine. You keep those gecko at bay.
We're gonna buy you some time.
I'll do my best.
Wait, you are a scout too, are you not? Then, let us duel with blades.
Those are suicide gecko. They blow up and they take us with them. You've got to keep them back. I'm sending you data on where to keep them. put a bullet through their brains. You've got to hold those gecko at bay until I finish checking on Rex. The gecko are rigged to blow themselves up. You need to destroy them before they finish their self-destruct sequence. Time to show off your sharpshooting skills. Stop those gecko! Don't let them self-destruct! If one of them looks like it's about to self-destruct, shoot it immediately. You can do this, Snake! Stop those gecko!
Listen to me, Snake. In this situation, your aim has to be perfect. You can't afford a single mistake. Avoid letting your sight slip, otherwise your hand tremors will worsen. Your sight gauge should always be a top priority. Listen to me, Snake.
Gecko are blinking. When they stop blinking, it's low. Don't let that happen.
I can't do it. No, I can't. I can't shoot. I can't do it. Gotta watch my fire. Gotta watch my fire. I'll hit right. Gotta watch my fire.
Damn! Here they come again! Hang in there, Snake! Don't give up! Above you! They're coming from above! Snake, be careful!
He was never immortal. His natural healing abilities were enhanced by the nanomachines inside his body. But, after so many battles, he's finally reached his limit.
Doctor, ease my pain.
Naomi, Sonny asked me to tell you something.
What is it?
I cooked them right.
I see. Good for you, Sonny. You finally did it. No, I can't save you. You have to trust me, Dr. Emmerich. Give this to him. Not for revenge, but to end his suffering. Now you can return to your true self. You can be at peace.
I can die.
Yes. Forgive me.
This doesn't change anything. Why?
We can't erase the past, nor can we forgive it. And so the only thing we can do is end it. Snake. Liquid's down below us. He's stolen the Patriot system, slipped out of their sight, and taken their Ark.
Ark?
A warship. Unfettered by land, law, country, or network. The only place where they are truly released from the shackles of the Patriots. The place where they can be free. Outer Haven.
Outer Haven?
Liquid plans to launch the nuke from that ship. Snake. You have been given life so that you may fulfill your purpose. When all of this is over, you'll have no choice but to accept death. We are given life only so that we can atone for our sins. Your life was created for that very purpose. We all must atone for our own sins. We must not pass them on to the next generation. We must not leave them for the future. That is your true fate. One that even you cannot defy.
Naomi!
What have you done?
Vamp and I, we are the same. We're living corpses. Our bodies kept barely alive by nanomachines.
Then you...
Cancer. I shouldn't even be alive right now. The nanomachines have kept it from progressing. But there's nothing more they can do. the nanomachines gone, time will unfreeze and begin to flow again.
What are you saying?
Goodbye.
Hell. Don't!
Give my best to Sonny.
Naomi, don't do it!
Are you crying? For me?
Naomi, why?
You have such beautiful eyes. I'm sorry for everything.
Let's get moving.
Why does it always end this way?
Otacon! Come on! Pull yourself together!
Naomi!
You're coming!
Why? Snake, you're right. I haven't lost everything yet. I've still got a job to do.
That's right. We need you.
I'm done crying. I don't have any more tears to shed. We have to get out of here.
Any ideas?
Time's running short, so I'll explain as we go. Pay close attention.
I'm listening.
Promise me you'll carry on. Or will.
Snake, we have to get out of here. Follow the supply tunnel. Stomp those gecko and head straight for the exit. Get to the port area at the end of the supply tunnel as fast as you can. Go, Snake, go! Just in case you forget anything, you can review the controls for Rex in Briefing in the Mark III menu. Just in case you forget anything.
I'm sorry things had to happen that way, Snake. But there'll be time to mourn later. For now, you have to get out of there as fast as you can. Go. The clock is ticking, Snake. Get out of there as fast as you can. Time is not on your side here. Keep your cool, but try to hurry. The clock...
Snake, I've made Rex's control necessary. Check it out before you get started.
Clock.
Just in case you forget.
Fates were born, and where yours ends, Snake.
Let's finish this, Snake. Ray may have been designed as a Rex, but he's got me on his side. You can't lose. Crush Ray, and leave it with it. hate to say it, but I think Liquid's got the advantage when it comes to piloting Metal Gear. After all, he's had Ray in his hands for quite some time now. But not to worry. I was Rex's lead designer, and I'm here to support you. I've installed an emulator of Rex's main CPU and DSP on Gaudi. We'll run it in parallel with Rex's processors to enable distributed processing of control tasks. It'll give us a big boost in throughput, which should make Rex as fast and agile as Ray.
Well, I have no idea what that means, but it sounds good to me.
It's okay, Snake. I know you can win this.
Thanks, Omicron.
Do me a favor, Snake. Get as close to Ray as you can.
Get closer? What the hell for?
I created a special control program back when I was designing Rex. I thought it might come in handy here.
What kind of program?
Rex is armed with powerful self-defense systems, missiles, laser, designed to protect it during solo ops overseas. But some of us engineers were worried about what would happen if it found itself in a close-range shootout. We got to thinking, why not use Rex's tough shell as a weapon in itself? In other words, why not make it into a street fighter? The program was completed, and we got fantastic results on a supercomputer simulation. But the project was shelved before we could make our pitch. It didn't fit in with military regulations. But I went ahead and installed the program anyway. You know, secretly.
Seriously?
I just rechecked the program on Gaudi's simulator, and as far as I can tell, it should still work fine.
Okay, just tell me how to use it.
The program is still in alpha, so it's low on flexibility, and only gives results in specific cases. I'll give you a signal when the conditions are right to activate it. When you see the signal, just press the action button, and Ray won't even know what hit it. But first, you have to get close to Ray.
Let's do it.
All right. That's what I like to hear. Come on, Snake. You can't let Liquid beat you. Come on, Snake.
So Liquid finally shows his face. It's the moment of truth, Snake. The man you've pursued all this time is standing right in front of you. I know it's tough to keep a cool head, but stay focused and watch his movements closely. It's up to you, Snake. Eyes on the prize. Come on, Snake. You can win this one. Come on,
Come on, Snake. Ray pushes itself wide open right after you dodge its attack. Keep dodging and wait for your tools to counter it.
Where's Liquid?
Snake! Fox. Think again. Sorry, but that won't work this time. Behold! Liquid! Outer Haven. And with this weapon, I will destroy JD. Then, everything ends, and everything begins. But as for you, brother, you'll stay here to mark this island's watery grave. Die, Snake! Sonny, forgive me.
Jack, do you remember the day we met?
Yeah, it was in front of Federal Hall. There were all these tourists around you.
They were asking me which building it was that King Kong was climbing in the movie. I said it was probably the Chrysler building. And then you showed up and started mouthing off. You were like, no, it's the Empire State.
I said the Chrysler building was in Godzilla.
We started arguing, and I forgot all about the tourists.
The next thing we knew, the tourists had gone away. And a week later, I found you again by coincidence out in the base corridor.
An amazing coincidence.
That night, we went up to the top of the Empire State Building.
It was so beautiful.
I didn't care anymore who was right.
And that was our first date.
We watched King Kong in your apartment a bunch of times that night. Didn't sleep till morning.
Worthless fossil!
Haven is headed southward through the Pacific at a speed of 33 knots. The Missouri is falling behind at a rate of about 2 nautical miles every hour.
Can't this thing go any faster?
I'm afraid not. This is as fast as she'll go. Liquid's target is JD, a U.S. military satellite disguised as orbital debris. Haven will have to surface in order to use the railgun.
If we can figure out JD's orbit...
There.
We should be able to predict where Haven's gonna surface.
JD is in a synchronous elliptical orbit, so its next perigee should be in...
Got it! 15 hours, 6 minutes, and 12 seconds.
Right. In 15 hours, it's going to be over the Bering Sea, 494 nautical miles from the Bering Strait. Haven knows it too. They'll be holding position in that area.
Did they really have to get that close to launch?
The nukes fired by Rex's railgun have a damage radius of approximately 300 meters. The target is a moving satellite that's traveling at 10 kilometers per second. To get the precision they need, they have to get as close as they possibly can.
Liquid won't launch his nuke until JD is at perigee. The Missouri can use that time to catch up.
Will we make it?
Once Haven stops moving, it'll take us an hour to close the gap. After that, the Missouri needs to strike before Haven's launch preparations are complete. This ship was stripped of most of its equipment, and she's got no electronic warfare capabilities of any kind. No radar, no high-tech weaponry. We'll have to rely on our own eyes to track the enemy. From the looks of it, Haven is going to use a railgun mounted on the bridge to destroy JD. You'll need to open the cover to launch the nuke. That's our one and only chance to get inside.
Inside? Why can't we attack it from here?
It wouldn't do any good. As long as Liquid has control of the system, physically destroying GW would still leave supreme authority in his hands. Sons of the Patriots.
Yes, Dr. Emmerich is right. That's why we need to destroy GW from the inside, before attacking Haven itself.
Liquid's very own Death Star.
All right, everybody, here's the plan. We know Haven will have to surface in order to fire the railgun. When it does, the Missouri will see it. We'll make a quick approach and deliver a strike team. Our goal is twofold. Prevent that nuke from launching, and wipe out GW's programming. The enemy relies entirely on electronic means of threat detection, so they won't be able to see the Missouri until they surface. We'll launch the strike team from catapults at the exact moment Haven's armored cover opens. They'll then penetrate GW's physical server room and infect it with a worm cluster.
But what if they shut down GW before we get in there?
Liquid is already entrenched within the Patriots network. He needs to stay there, or destroying JD won't serve him any purpose. They can't afford to have GW shut down.
And let's not forget, Liquid will throw everything he's got at stopping the strike team.
Exactly. The corridor leading to GW is defended by directed energy weapons that emit certain types of microwaves.
Did you say microwaves?
That's right. And at that frequency, the waves will start to evaporate any living person within range.
A giant microwave oven. You'd have to have a death wish to go in there. Sounds like the perfect job for me.
Snake, this isn't the time for your stupid jokes.
Outside the corridor, Liquid soldiers will be out in full force. Inside, there'll be unmanned weapons waiting for us.
Where are you getting all this information? You really think there's a way to destroy GW?
Yes, I do. She left us something that'll point us in the right direction.
Naomi helped with the preparations to stop Haven's launch.
Naomi?
All of our internal data on Haven came from her. The reason she got on the Nomad with us in the first place was to get close to me. But she ended up turning to Sonny instead.
What do you mean?
She left her plan in Sonny's hands.
This entire operation is based on the data she left us.
Whose side was she on, anyway?
We'll never know exactly what her true intentions were. But one thing's for sure. She was determined to stop Liquid.
Come on, guys. Somebody say something positive. Anything.
Attention! Listen up. A wise man once wrote, "The tongues of dying men enforce attention like deep harmony. Where words are spent, They are seldom spent in vain. Any other questions? Yes, Snake?
Anybody got a smoke?
Snake.
So this program, you're saying Sonny wrote it?
Actually, only about a third of it is her work. Naomi was working on a program to destroy GW, but she couldn't quite finish it, so she handed it over to Sonny. Sonny went fishing in my library to see if there was any source code she could use to complete it. Eventually, she found some. It was Emma's worm cluster. She took my sister's code and worked it into Naomi's program. I didn't have time to look over every single line of code, but what I did see reminded me of Emma. It was like she left traces of herself behind in the structure. But this worm cluster that Sonny created, it's even better than Emma's. Sonny's worm destroys the AI's intellect by triggering apoptosis in the cells. Once uploaded into GW, it should do some real damage. Snake, you ever think about quitting?
Why? It's not like I've got my health to worry about.
Are you trying to kill yourself? So, you're dead set on going to Haven yourself. Why don't we get somebody else to go? There's no need for you to do it.
I still have things left to do. Besides smoke. Otacon, why don't you jump off the ship with me?
I don't think so. I've still got things to do myself. And I don't even smoke.
C'est mer.
300 meters and still rising.
And the engines.
No problems to report.
Prepare to go full speed ahead, and get the strike team ready for immediate launch.
Aye, aye, Captain.
How long until it surfaces?
About 20 minutes.
Right on schedule. When she surfaces and opens up her armor, we'll move in as planned.
Aye, Captain. Captain?
Yes?
This is my first real engagement.
I see. Your point?
At first, getting assigned to this ship was a big letdown for me. But the inaction was kind of a relief, too. Captain, I'm scared.
It's okay. I'm scared too. This is also my first time. But I'm not going to let it get to me, because I'm more scared of what'll happen if I run away. Nobody is going to die on my watch. This ship is going back to Hawaii in one piece. That, I promise.
Right. Thank you.
He'll live, but he's in no shape to fight. Best to let him rest.
Right.
Without the system to protect them, everybody's losing their nerve. They say SOP's after effects are so bad that a lot of soldiers are deserting.
The only people I have left to rely on are Marilyn, him.
Kind of an unknown quantity, isn't he?
I hooked him up with a non-ID M82. Fancy meeting you here.
What are you doing here?
I laundered these guys' IDs, then issued them new naked weapons, including that catapult you're gonna be riding. Business has been slow ever since Liquid got his hands on the system. His extra orders stopped coming in. Now that all the weapons all over the world are locked, the only ones still looking to fight would be you and yours. They tell me it's not economical to replace all that useless equipment on the battlefield with my stuff. So I made an extra special trip out here, just for you.
Driven, do you even have the slightest idea what's going on here?
Of course I do. See, when it comes down to it, the world's like this soda here. Once the bubbles are gone, I ain't got no use for it. It's worth nothing. I'm on the side of whoever needs me the most. You dig? If you need anything, just say the word. I'm setting up shop here for a spell. Enjoy it. Could be your last.
It is. I'm all out.
Looks like that last smoke will have to wait after all. Later.
Hey, here.
Oh, thanks.
You're over there. There.
Snake, can you hear me? Liquid's warship, Outer Haven, is a modified version of an Arsenal gear model stolen from the Patriots. Inside, it's crawling with Irving and other unmanned weapons. According to Naomi's data, Haven is crewed by a battalion of enhanced soldiers, each culled from the best the PMCs have to offer. If Liquid succeeds in destroying JD and gaining control of the Patriots system, he'll make Haven his flagship, and his PMCs will spread like wildfire across the globe. And then, mankind's armed subjugation will begin.
Captain, Haven sighted.
Prepare to fire, main gun!
Listen closely. This is our last chance to stop Liquid from enslaving the planet. Meryl, can you hear me? It's time. Time to do your duty. Remember, no matter what happens, I'll be with you till the very end. You are my pride and joy.
Railgun is exposed.
There it is. A naked nuke.
Let's finish it, Snake. Let this be our last battle. If we're responsible for Liquid's sins, then the onus is ours to bear.
Right.
Enemy moving to intercept!
Maintain full speed!
Failure will spell doom for the human race. You've got to stop them from using that railgun. Then annihilate GW.
Sorry, it's my ankle.
Can you walk?
I think so. Ah!
Are you okay?
Hurts a hell of a lot more without SOP.
Makes you feel alive, doesn't it? What about Occupy?
He fell into the ocean. Snake, I'll catch up soon. You go ahead.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Snake, can you hear me? GW is toward the ship's stern. Hurry!
Good job, Snake. You made it on board. Welcome to Haven. Enemy units are already on their way. Break through their defenses and find GW's server room. Snake, the catapult malfunctioned when it launched Meryl. She landed some distance away from you.
And Occupy ended up in the drink.
There's no time to rendezvous with them. You'll each have to make your own way to the server room. I'll be following you with the Mark III. I can't be there to watch your back in person, but I'm with you all the way. Good luck, Snake. Liquid has dispatched armor-enhanced troops from his personal army to that area. You do not want to get surrounded by them. Make sure they don't see you, or if you do engage, try and take them out one at a time.
How's it going over there, Otacon?
The troops above decks are having a shootout with the enemy over on your end. It's a total war zone.
You could be okay.
For now, at least. The Missouri's protected by some pretty thick armor.
Good. Sounds like everything's under control. Don't count on it lasting. If things get bad, abandon ship. Got it?
Yeah, I know. The same goes for you too, Snake. Don't end up like Admiral Nelson.
Don't worry. I'm not ready to hang it up yet. Not until I finish the mission.
That's the spirit, Snake. Snake, proceed towards the ship's stern. We're going to infiltrate the interior of Haven. The entrance to the interior of Haven is towards the stern of the ship. Head toward... Snake.
This is it. You finally reached Liquid's home base. I'm here to support you just like always. Snake, promise me you'll finish the mission and come back safely. How are things going, Snake?
Dandy.
It looks like you're psychic, but there's no telling when you might encounter an enemy patrol. Please be careful. Don't let them find you. I know you can do it, Snake.
The entrance to the...
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Hello everyone and welcome to episode number 10 of the MGS4 Integral Podcast. I'm Sean Eyestone and once again I'm here with Aki Saito.
Hi everyone.
And Ken Imaizumi.
Hello.
Yeah, so the first thing we're going to do is, as soon as the stage starts, the first thing you want to do is jump into the pause menu. Okay.
So, today, where was our meeting point?
We are at Outer Haven, and we are at the beginning of the stage, basically. So right after you catapult onto the ship, and we are on the ship bow. First things first, this stage is full of action. It's very easy to get spotted, and also it's in caution phase from the beginning. So from the outset, you're already in caution mode. So anything you do, if you get spotted or anything like that, it'll trigger an alert, and the alert will basically continue all the way till the end of the stage. So it's going to be pretty difficult for people to get through this particular stage, I think, while listening to the podcast. So if you get spotted, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to start over again. You know, the thing is, it's a very difficult stage. And so our goal this time with this podcast is a little bit different from, you know, the earlier stages. What we're going to do is we're just going to try and give people the correct route to get through the stage without getting spotted.
Ooh, that's cool.
Because it's a very difficult stage, and there are a lot of, you know, little tricks that you can do to get through the stage that a lot of people may not be aware of.
I never even realized that you could get through without getting spotted.
Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of people actually think that. They think, you know...
It's really, really hard.
Yeah.
But once you know it, and then it's going to be...
Were you able to do it, Ken?
Sort of.
Yeah. And that's the producer's call. So anyways, so it's that difficult, right?
Right. You know, what's really important in order to get through the stage without being spotted is to make sure that your camouflage is really good. Because basically, you know, there's guards everywhere.
Yeah.
And if you don't have your camouflage percentage up to max, you're going to be spotted, you know. So the first thing you want to do is go into your menu, go to camouflage, make sure you have your octo camo equipped. And then also for your face, make sure that you have the face camo equipped as well. And what this will do is it'll enable you to get, you know, up to 99% on your camo rate, you know, your camo meter. And that basically means that, for the most part, the Haven Troopers will not see you unless they're right on top of you. So as long as you know, duck down and stay still, you should be okay.
Okay.
All right.
Let's move on, Sean.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
Okay, as soon as you come out of this pause menu, let's put those Haven Troopers to sleep. Okay, so and go down, grab the camel pattern from the floor, and then directly to your left of the start point, you'll see there's a trap door on the ground. So first thing you want to do is run to this trap door, press triangle, and climb inside very quickly. Alright, so, you know, I think a lot of people may not have noticed this trap door because it does kind of blend in with the floor.
Yeah, maybe most of the people think that's a texture pattern.
Right. You know, they see it there, but they don't think maybe that you can go in. But if you go up to it, you actually see the triangle icon comes up, which means that you can use triangle, use your action.
Did you know this, Aki?
No. I kind of just went through the left side and tried to avoid those Haven Troopers coming. And I didn't even notice. Well, first of all, I didn't put on my face camo to start with. But anyways.
Okay, now you know. So.
Yes,
now you know.
I think everyone starts battling right from the start.
Yeah, majority of the people, I think, too.
Right.
Okay.
So we're in this duct now. What this is it basically connects the east and west sides of the ship bow. So from here, we can crawl to the west.
Wow.
And you'll crawl under the bow. If you look up, you can see there's a grate above you. And you can see the Haven Troopers patrolling above. So be careful not to make any noise, because if you do, they'll hear you. As you crawl through, you'll get this iPod music. So let's keep on going. Continue on through the duct. You'll come to another opening. And here you'll get an RPG-7.
Cool.
Pick that up and continue on. Climb up this slope. And when you get to the top of the slope, it kind of opens up, and you'll see a trap door on the ceiling, kind of in the center of this square room, I guess you could say. So press triangle under that trap door, and you'll climb out. So as soon as you climb out, careful, because you'll see Haven Troopers jumping down to the south. So just kind of crouch behind this container-looking thing and wait for them to finish their patrol route. Okay, so once the one ahead of you starts jumping away, sneak around to the other side, check left and right, make sure there's nobody here, then run ahead.
Wow, this is really challenging, isn't it?
Yeah. It's best to keep crouched also as you do this.
Yeah.
And you'll see this canvassed container. It's like a canvassed wall. So just kind of hide behind here for a bit and wait for the patrols to pass by.
I see.
Yeah. And you know, one thing to point out also is that I think a lot of people maybe take the threat ring for granted. But in this stage, you know, you really should pay attention to your threat ring because it's very useful. You know, you can see where the enemies are in relation to Snake and know which direction they're coming from. So definitely pay attention to the threat ring as you're going through. And so what we want to do is just go to this wall, take the octo camo, and then crouch down. At this point, your camo percentage should be at 99%. So when the Haven Troopers come around this corner, they will basically pass right by you. You know, unless you move or something, they won't be able to see you. So just don't draw any attention to yourself. You know, and I think a lot of people freak out at this point as they see the Haven troopers coming, like, oh god, and they try to attack or something, but the best thing to do is just stay still and let them walk past.
Wow, that's 99%. What happens if you don't have the face camo?
If you don't have the face camo, your camo percentage will be lower,
Yeah.
and you probably will be spotted.
Oh.
So, yeah, definitely make sure you
So
have
you
the face
have
camo.
to, you have to wear.
Yes.
Wow, okay.
So when they start turning away, they start walking away, then that's your chance. So move around this container, and then you'll see a ladder right on the other side. So let's climb up this ladder. When you get to the top, you can climb off to the left onto this balcony, and then there's another ladder here. So pick up the item, the arsenal compress, then climb up the ladder. And then at the top of the ladder here, you know, it looks like it doesn't go anywhere, right? It's just kind of like a dead end. But actually, if you look to the right of the ladder, you'll see that there is actually a rail here.
Yeah.
And you can actually climb onto this rail. So while you're on the ladder, press to the right, and you'll climb up onto this rail and inch your way along. Move along the rail until you get over the second balcony, kind of to your right, and drop down onto that. And you'll get some railgun ammo.
Wow, okay.
You'll hear some Haven troopers jumping down, so be careful. Next thing we want to do is jump from this balcony onto that duct that you see kind of to your west, southwest. We'll jump onto that duct as soon as you get on. You know, crouch down, get your octocam again, make sure the coast is clear.
We're going to try to stay on this
Yeah,
duct?
so just stay on the top of this duct and follow it. You know, curves and heads to the south. So just keep on following this. And while you're on here, you'll notice that a Haven trooper actually drops down right above you. And you can tell this by looking at the shadow on the ground. Right. So this is a a really valuable strategy here in Haven, because you have these Haven troopers that just kind of they can jump anywhere, right? They can jump really high, and they'll just suddenly drop down out of nowhere. So what you want to do is really keep an eye on the shadows. All the catwalks here allow light to pass through, and so you want to keep an eye out for those shadows to see if the Haven troopers are jumping down. And we actually did a lot of balancing here to make sure that you could see these shadows.
I see.
Because we don't want people to just get suddenly found without any way of knowing that they're going to be found. So yeah, this is the method. Just keep an eye on the shadows.
This is very useful tips.
Yeah, this time it's a lot of practical game tips.
Very real sneaking.
Yeah.
True.
Okay, so when the coast looks clear, jump across onto this balcony and quickly run around the corner. Okay, so you should have jumped across the balcony. That's across the duct. It's on the west side. So jump onto that balcony and run on the corner. And you can then jump onto another duct. When you're around the corner, there's going to be a ladder. But you don't want to climb down that ladder. What you want to do is actually jump onto this other duct that's right on the other side of the ladder.
Yeah.
So we'll do that, and that's to the west.
Okay.
So jump into the duct and crouch down. And you'll see that it looks like a dead end, but there's actually, if you crawl, you can actually crawl under this fence here along the top of the duct.
Yes.
So go ahead and do that. You should be heading to the south.
We're heading to the south.
Right. And to your left here, you'll see there's a PSS handgun. So people who want to pick that up can go ahead and pick that up.
Okay.
But otherwise, what you want to do is head straight ahead until you get to the end of this duct. Ahead of you, you'll see some Haven troopers patrolling. So be careful, don't jump down yet. Wait till the coast is clear. And what we're going to want to do is, as soon as these Haven troopers turn away, we're going to press toward the end of the duct and press triangle to swing down. Okay, so triangle, swing down, it should be hanging. And while you're hanging, press and hold X, and you'll drop down and lay down on the ground right below where you dropped.
Cool.
Okay, so get that octocam. And now from here, you see there's a pillar kind of behind you with R3 written on it. You want to go to that pillar, press up against it. And there's actually like a little gap between this pillar and this container. And we want to go through that gap. So press up against the pillar and go through that gap. You'll kind of slide through. And be careful, because on the other side here, you'll see that there are Haven troopers patrolling and looking for you, as well as a gecko.
Yes, in the middle, right?
Yeah, in the center area. So be very careful here. It's very easy to get spotted. And the coast looks clear. Oops. So crouch down. Make sure you got your 99%. Okay, so climb down to this trapdoor. And you'll be, once again, in another duct. And what you want to do is crawl to the other side of the bow now. Keep on going.
So this duct method is really useful for going from east to west, is it?
Right, right. So basically the right or the left side of the ship.
Is really, really handy, isn't it?
Yeah. Then when you get to the other side, just go underneath that trapdoor and press triangle to climb up. Climb up here, just lay down, get the octo camo pattern from around here. Just try to keep your camo at 99% as much as possible. Then you round the corner here. There may be some Haven troopers patrolling here, so be very careful as you go through. At this point, it's probably a good idea to have your Mark II tranquilizer equipped, so just in case you see any guards, you can take them out. Because at this point, there are a lot of Haven troopers wandering around, and it's very easy to get spotted. The other thing is that there's a sniper. So as you're heading to the south, right now we just got out of the trapdoor, we're going to head to the south, and as you're heading to the south, just kind of crawl along and look up, because at the south you'll see there's a wall, and at the top of that wall there's actually a sniper. You want to take her out. Okay, so once she's asleep, it's safe to move on. What we're doing now is we're just going to head to the south. So basically just sneak along to the south. Keep an eye on your right hand side because there's a gecko in that center area, so don't get spotted. When you get around to the southern wall, you're just going to stop and look to the right, make sure nobody's there. And we kind of hide behind this pillar here. And wait for the coast to clear. You'll see a Haven trooper on the other side, and there's also the gecko in here. So if you want, you can put that Haven trooper to sleep. You don't have to, but it might make things a little bit easier. So it's kind of hard because there's explosions going off everywhere.
Snake, use that watertight door to get in.
Once the coast looks clear, just kind of run out behind these boxes. The basic strategy here is if you see a Haven trooper, just put them to sleep to be on the safe side because it is really tough.
Just makes it much easier.
It makes it much easier. And there's the gecko in the center, so we're already having enough problems just avoiding the gecko. So just try and put the Haven troopers to sleep, and that way you can just focus on the gecko.
So we're almost there because we're trying to aim for the door.
Be careful, this gecko may drop down. Maybe Haven troopers stay low. And when the coast looks clear, it looks like you're safe. Quickly run over to the door, press triangle, and just jam on the button really quick. Like your life depends on it, because it does. And once the door's open, run in. Go around this corner here. And there you go.
Wow!
Yeah!
Whoa. I'm impressed, Sean. Alright. Now this was really, for me, the first time I played it.
The corridor leading to GW is defended by directed energy weapons that emit certain types of microwaves. Did you say microwaves? At that frequency, the waves will start to evaporate faster than person.
Sounds like the perfect job for me.
Triangle button.
Right.
I got killed by a gecko.
Yeah, it's really hard if you're in alert phase and you're trying to open that thing because you have to stand there and turn it.
Yes.
And the gecko's shooting at you, all the Haven troopers are shooting at you.
But I thought that once I open the door and get inside, it'll be okay.
Right.
But it wasn't. You have to go all the way inside. So I died. The moment I kind of opened the door, I was like, oh yeah, I got it. But then I died.
Yeah, that's a kind of trap, because people who get used to there's a classical game.
Yes.
Once you go to the next level,
yes.
You're safe.
Right.
But, this is not.
Everyone used to do that all the time in MGS1. Like for instance, when you go through the duct, and it's the loading sequence, you're okay. Or you go past the checkpoint, and now you're okay. Things like that, you know. We're used to that, but this didn't work. Okay, Sean, let's go on to other tips and tricks.
Okay, so people may remember that back in South America, we discussed rare camouflage patterns that you could gather in the game. Well, one of those patterns is right here. So if you look outside towards that center area where the gecko is walking around, you'll see that there's that lift, and around that lift platform, that elevator platform, there's a red and white striped barrier. And if you lay down on top of that barrier, you can actually get a very rare camouflage pattern that you can only get here.
Really?
Yeah. And it's pretty neat. So people who want to try that should go ahead and grab that and save it into their camo pattern.
That's good. That's cool.
You know, one other thing, since we're here in Haven,
yes,
let's talk about Haven Troopers. Right, because that's the only enemies here besides the gecko. You know, you fought Haven Troopers before, you know, in the Middle East and all along the way, right before a boss fight, things like that. But in this stage, there's a lot of Haven Troopers, and it's, you know, it can be really challenging to do battle with them. And one thing, for people who haven't tried it, I'd encourage them to try and use CQC on the Haven Troopers.
Really?
Yeah, but you know, the one thing that people may be aware of is if you do it from the front, they can actually counter your CQC.
Ooh, cool.
So you always have to do it from the back if you want to, you know, catch them. But it might be fun just to do it from the front anyway, because they have a really cool animation that they do when you do it from the front and they counter you. And I think, you know, what happens is most people try and get out of it as soon as they get caught by that counter. So they only see the beginning of it, where basically they kind of use this cord to try and start strangling him, right? And I think, you know, at that point, most people just kind of like, you know, jam on the buttons and, you know, get out of it. But if you let it go, there's actually 3 stages to that entire animation. And it's pretty cool. So, you know, you're going to die if you do it, but, you know, it might be worth taking a look at. But
very painful.
Very painful. I heard that, you know,
That's very painful.
The animator was just under a lot of stress when they requested this animation. And it's kind of like their way of, you know, taking the stress out. Like, take it out on Snake.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, and one more CQC tip regarding, this is not just the Haven Troopers, but, you know, it's pretty effective on the Haven Troopers, is if you grab them in CQC,
Meryl.
before they get to her.
Is if you grab them in CQC, you can, you know, spin them around and use them as a human shield and hold them hostage.
Yeah.
And so in order to do that, you want to grab them with, you know, of course, your CQC button using the right R1 button. And then while you're holding them, press and hold L1.
For the handgun.
For the handgun.
Yeah.
And you'll pull out your handgun and you'll be holding them while you're holding your handgun out. You can hold them hostage.
Yeah.
And the other Haven Troopers won't attack you. So that's a useful strategy whenever you're fighting the Haven Troopers in the command center or Admin Palace or, you know, Wolf Battle, things like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But will the gecko care?
The gecko won't care. The gecko will still mow you down, but the Haven Troopers will. They don't want to kill each other, so that works.
Okay.
And if you're having a hard time doing CQC because of this, you know, CQC counter, there's a way to get through it. You know, people who play fighting games may be aware.
Let me go!
You know, people who play fighting games may be aware, may use this strategy a lot in fighting games where you kind of like do a short jab before you do a big move.
Right.
And you know, it works in Metal Gear as well. So before you grab them using CQC, just kind of tap on the R1 lightly, and you'll do a jab, and that just kind of throws them off balance. And then you go and hold down R1, and then Snake will grab them, and and then you can go into
Oh.
CQC.
Oh.
CQC.
Yeah.
CQC grab.
So one jab, and then
so jab and grab. Yeah.
This is useful for all enemies.
Yeah.
For CQC, right?
Well, for most enemies, you don't really need it.
That's true.
But the Haven
For
Troopers,
Haven
because they have that
The counter.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So once you enter this door and run to the end of the hall, you'll see there's the elevator at the end here. And once you go in there, of course, the elevator will activate, and you'll go down and go to the next stage, the boss battle with Screaming Mantis. So I think we will wrap it up here.
Okay. Well, basically, we took the shortest route, right?
Right. Well, it's not necessarily the shortest, but it's the fastest way to get through without being spotted.
I see. I see. So this is Kojima Productions kind of recommended.
Yeah. So
fastest and not getting spotted.
Right. So this is kind of like the route that we had in mind when we were making the stage. So there are other routes, of course, but this is kind of like the optimal route to get through.
So tell me, Sean, when Kojima Productions create a stage like this, do you actually create the correct one first?
Basically, well, we always have a route in mind when we're creating things, and then the process kind of goes where we block things in. We just do really rough models, right?
Yeah.
Right. And just kind of have a rough model, and then just kind of test the gameplay first. Seeing okay, what kind of routes does it look like there are, and if possible, we also plan more than one route. So we don't necessarily say okay, it's this route or nothing, right? We always plan to have at least 2 different ways to get through the stage,
Yes.
and usually there's a lot more. Like if you look at the Middle East, Eastern stage, or South America, I mean, there's just a lot of options you can take. You can ally yourself with the militia, you can sneak through, you can run and gun. I mean, there's a lot of options, and even within those options, there's a lot of different paths you can take. And so yeah, basically we think all that through, ahead of time, and just kind of say, okay, this is the type of gameplay that we want for this stage. We want this area to be tense, so we'll have some guards here. Maybe since we're getting spotted, okay, put a box here, and we'll hide behind this box. And then also tweaking things like the octo camo. So saying, okay, it's really hard here. There's not really many places to hide. Let's make it so that you can go along this wall, and the octo camo will be pretty good. Things like that.
So Sean and his team and playing the stage like over and over, and I figured out there was a good balance.
Right.
So they basically make the right route from the beginning, but they play so many times, and they might change some routes, and and they figured out what's the best.
Right.
But don't you get kind of like confused because you know everything at all? So
well, then we also have test plays, within the office also, because that does happen. After you're working on your own stage, of course you know how to get through it, but nobody else does. So what seems obvious to you, because of course you're making it, right? Like, okay, well, you can do this. A lot of people may not realize you can do it.
Yeah, like the trap door.
Right. And so, we have test plays within the office where everybody on the team kind of plays each other's stages and offers feedback, saying, okay, maybe it could be more like this, or, I got spotted here, felt this was unfair, maybe you can change it this way. And basically we just, offer feedback on each other's stages and just, go from there and bring the quality level up.
Yeah, make, break.
Right. And a lot of times, sometimes we have to change things quite a bit, because sometimes the route that we thought would work, like this is the route that we wanted. But then when you actually do it, it's like, well, maybe it's not as fun as you thought it would be, so you kind of have to go back and redesign. And there's no real quick way to get through it, because it's a game, and until you start playing it, putting in the enemies, and seeing how everything interacts with each other, it's hard to tell whether it'll work or not.
I see.
Yeah, and sometimes the route is okay, but when you play through the whole game, it's okay, but it's sounds like a little boring. I mean, the piece of the route, the gameplay was okay, but play through the whole game, and it seems like a little dull or something, and then they might have to change some gameplay and stuff.
And another thing too is talking about going through the whole game is we also look at pacing. So we don't try to put back-to-back action all the time, right? You want kind of that rhythm where there's action and then it kind of falls off, and you have a little bit of silence, and then more action again. It slowly builds up, towards the climax. And,
Right.
So that's kind of how we balance the stages. Start off with some action, and then after that it's a little bit quiet, and then you get to say Eastern Europe, and it's just totally sneaking, and different type of gameplay. Then you go to Moses, and it's kind of silent and nostalgic before the big climax at the end. So yeah, just take everything into account.
I see. So then you might have to rework because the whole balance is like tweaked this way or that way.
So maybe you do it and it works okay, by itself, but maybe it doesn't fit into the overall rhythm of the game. So sometimes you have to go back and tweak that. And then little things like like the shadows in this level and things like that. Right? So a lot of people were getting found, so we're like, well, what can we do? And then we're like, oh well, we got this wonderful lighting system where everybody casts shadows. Let's make everything the catwalks great and make it so you can see the shadow.
And not to mention the Hideo Kojima check that you have.
Right, of course.
You face every day.
Yes, he's very strict.
Very, famous. I guess everyone knows looking at the Making DVD that he makes notes all the time.
Right.
And then he just passes them around, right?
His
it's
trademark.
really hard to read.
Yeah. His
handwriting.
Trademark handwriting. That's kind of sparkly pen that he uses.
Right. It's really cute. Like a Japanese, like a junior high school student, girl junior high school student, use those kind of pen.
But it's almost
it's
impossible.
really cute, but cute pen's color, but there's a sentence. The meaning is very, sometimes a little harsh.
Yeah.
So
fix this. What the hell is this?
With the cutie pen.
Yeah.
Okay, Sean. We went through, the first half of Act 5, and what else can we expect in our future Integral podcast?
Today we have some sad news. Sad news, yes. Unfortunately, the next episode of the Integral podcast will actually be our last episode.
Yay!
Oh, no!
Yes!
That's horrible.
We made it! We made it!
Yes, we finished safely.
Finally.
Okay, you're finally done, yes. Yeah, it's great. So be sure to tune in for that. And, we'll have a special guest next time.
Special guest?
Yep. We'll have our lead sound guy coming in, Tojin, because we had some mail, some comments on the webpage as well, that people were really impressed by the sound in Metal Gear Solid 4, and they wanted to hear, about the making of the sound. So we're going to call our lead sound guy to come in and talk about the sound in Metal Gear Solid 4.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. That will be fun.
It will be fun.
Right, so where's our meeting point?
Meeting point is wherever you want to meet.
This is going to be a kind of a nice talk show.
Right, it's going to be a completely free talk. We're just going to talk about the sound in the game in general. So it's not going to be about any particular stage per se. We're probably going to touch on a little bit of everything. So just feel free to load it wherever you want to load it and load up your podcast and we'll go from there.
Okay, so next episode, we'll meet at anywhere you want.
Right.
Yes? Anywhere you want. Anywhere you want. Okay, and that wraps up this episode of the MGS4 Integral Podcast. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alright, that's gonna wrap up this edition of the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Check back next time for more tips, tricks, and insider info on Metal Gear Solid 4. Brought to you by Kojima Productions and Hideo Kojima himself. Make sure to send in your comments to Hideo Blog. See you next time.
What are you doing? You've got to protect Meryl. Don't let the enemy get to her. Snake, what are you thinking? Are you trying to kill her or what? The only way forward is to get rid of them. The only way...
Snake, you're supposed to be protecting Meryl, not hurting her. Snake, you're the only one who can protect Meryl.
Cut it out, Snake! Stop it, Snake! Meryl can't take this kind of abuse. Keep her safe. Don't hurt her.
Stop it, Snake. Don't let Meryl take any more damage.
Watch where you're shooting! You hit Meryl! Enough is enough, Snake! How can you call yourself a man, hurting a woman like that?
Snake, you brute! Why would you keep hurting her like that?
Watch where you're shooting! Oh!
Snake. Snake. Run!
I know your wavelength. It brings back memories.
It can't be.
Johnny!
Meryl!
Wait,
It has been a long time, Snake.
You, Psycho Mantis.
No, that was another me. Can you hear the screams? They cry for battle. Let me hear you scream! Howl! Roar! From the very depths of your soul! What's this? I see.
Snake, this beast, Screaming Mantis, is a puppeteer. She manipulates others into doing the fighting for her.
Control seems to kick in when you get hit by that creepy ghost thing.
Be careful you don't get jerked around too, okay? That beast is the only thing standing between you and the server room. You've got to take her out! Snake, remember how Psycho Mantis controlled Meryl using telepathy? Well, I'm thinking this thing does it by manipulating the nanomachines inside a target's body, forcing them to secrete opioids and sending them into hypoesthesia. In other words, she puts them into a sleepwalking state and controls their muscle systems directly.
What is that ghost-looking thing, anyway?
My guess? A hologram, meant to intimidate people. Having some freaky thing like that suddenly pop up in front of you is enough to make anybody jump.
Like how special forces dress all in black when they go on a raid.
The control signals for the nanomachines must be embedded in the laser used to create the hologram. That's probably why Mantis can't control you unless you touch it.
But she's controlling dead guys, too. What about that?
Same concept. Didn't you ever do that experiment in high school where you attach electrodes to a dead frog's leg to make it twitch? The nanomachines are capable of storing an electric charge. It's entirely possible that Mantis is using that electricity to make muscles contract. If she really is controlling people through their nanomachines, you know a way to counter that, right? Give it a try. That beast is the...
Snake, this is Mantis we're talking about.
The fight on Shadow Moses?
That's right. Back then, we defeated him by using multiple controller ports to counteract his mind-reading powers. Snake, try using the same tactic again. Plug the controller into controller port 2.
It's not gonna work, Roy.
Huh?
Do you see any controller ports here? Deceiving Mantis is going to take more than simply pushing the PS button to switch controller numbers.
But then, that means...
It's impossible. Sorry.
Well, I'll be damned. Well, so much for the controller. But that beast has another weak spot. Do you remember what it is?
Weak spot? You mean the bust model on Mantis's true face? The one with all the leather bands wrapped around it?
That's the one. Mantis always hated seeing his birth face. Attack that bust and break off the leather seal.
Colonel, I can't do that.
Sure you can. Seeing his true face is sure to break Mantis's concentration.
There's no bust.
What?
There is no bust here to attack.
You're kidding.
The women of the B&B Corps. One laughed, one raged, and one cried. And now the final beast who won't stop screaming. But wailing may be the product of some unendurable fear that's gnawing away inside of her. I can't even imagine what kind of trauma would cause a person to scream like that. Snake, don't forget to keep tabs on your psych level. If it starts to dip, try to get it back up as soon as possible.
What's going on? I can't move.
You can't move? What the heck did you... Oh, Snake. Did you set the controller number to something other than 1? Let me guess. You thought back to your battle with Psycho Mantis and figured the same tactic would actually work again, right?
Well,
Nice try, Snake. But this time the controller number has to be 1, or else you can't control your actions.
What the hell? Whose dumb idea was that?
Don't look at me! I'm sorry, but it's simply not going to work this time around.
Fine.
like conventional weapon attacks won't even scratch Mantis.
Really? I hadn't noticed. Any ideas?
Sorry, nothing I can think of right now. There must be some way, though. When the beast's victims take damage or get knocked out, it looks like they're temporarily freed from its control. Huh. Maybe because the shock of the attack creates a disturbance in the nanomachine interface. But then, knocking them out wouldn't... or would it? Well, anyway, whatever the reason, it's something that can work to your advantage. Don't hesitate to use it. Just don't get carried away and kill any of your comrades, okay? If you can knock them out or put them to sleep, all the better. Snake, without those puppets, the beast can't control her victims. Focus your attacks on the puppets. Get her to drop them, and she'll be completely helpless. Aim for the puppets. Snake, without...
Snake, don't forget to keep tabs on your psych level.
Snake, without those No! You're supposed to be protecting him! Snake, use the syringe containing the nanomachine suppressing formula Naomi gave you. If my guess is correct, it should neutralize the beast's control. Give it a shot! That beast is... Snake, the syringe you got from Naomi. Try using it to suppress the nanomachine. Snake, remember your battle with Psycho Mantis? Knock Meryl out like you did back then. That way she won't be able to hurt herself. Snake, Meryl is under that monster's control. Free her before it's too late. Snake!
Snake, don't forget to keep...
Even if she tries to hurt you, Meryl's not acting of her own free will. Don't do anything to hurt her. Knock her out if you have to, but don't hurt her. No! Snake! Mantis got Meryl. She's going to blow her brains out unless you do something. You've got to free her from the beast's control. Snake! Remember your...
Snake, don't...
I've got an idea. What if you use those puppets to turn the tables on the beast? Control her instead.
Use the puppets.
It's worth a try, at least. First, select one in the item window. Then press the attack button to shoot out a ghost, just like a weapon. If the ghost hits its target, it's showtime. Got all that, Snake? Go on, take her for a spin.
I hear them in my head.
Get out of my body. Forgive me.
Set me free!
Yeah, no, chat very much. Yes. Old snake, wrinkled, dying, in a jet black snaking suit, hugging a Beauty and the Beast unit in a moment of tension. People call it a gimp suit. They say, Kojima, what the hell is this? Why is Grandpa Snake clinging to a dominatrix war ghost in the middle of a white void? And I say, that's the point. You're not supposed to feel comfortable. That suit, tight, dark crinkle, it's not fetish. Whether it's armor for a relic, it compresses him, hides the age, turns him into a weapon one last time. It's also a visual metaphor, man becoming machine, identity reduced to function. His face is the only thing left that's human. Everything else, bound by war. Now, the hug, the embrace. People say it's weird, inappropriate, but they don't understand what that moment is. It's not romantic, it's funeral intimacy. That woman, whoever she was, is dead inside. She's not hugging Snake. She's reaching out for the last warmth she remembers before she became a weapon. And Snake, he doesn't push her away. Kusumo, he knows. He knows what war did to her, what it's doing to him. They're both victims. That scene, that whole space, it's not reality. It's not gameplay. It's emotional purgatory. War turns people into beasts and then tries to make them beautiful. But in that moment, just for a second, Snake gives her something she never got, mercy. Not bullets, not pity, just presence. So yeah, he's in the suit. Yeah, he's holding her. But if you think that's some fantasy, looking hard enough, that's not lust. That's like grief wearing skin.
Get away from her! If she grabs you, you'll get burned!
This last one is just like the others. She'll try to kill you with her embrace. Snake, whatever you do, don't let her near you.
Oh god, I'm stranding. I am stranded. You are stranded. We are all homos. Homos.
have improved, or rather, your hardware. How about this, then? Witness my psychokinesis. Put your controller on the floor. Put it down as flat as you can. That's good. Now, I will move your controller by the power of my will alone.
The spirit of the warrior will always be with you.
So, you bested the last beast. That doll you just picked up lets you manipulate anybody who's got nanomachines in them. Sounds like something the devil's cooked up, if you ask me. Mantis came from South America. She was born and raised in a country racked by never-ending civil wars. Her village was attacked by enemy forces and burned to the ground. This was when she was still a little girl. Hunted by enemy death squads, she was separated from her family. She barely managed to escape with her life. Ended up in the basement of this one building. It was full of corpses that had been dumped there. Almost all of them had been tortured to death. She was petrified with fear. And then, she heard the sound of heavy boots on the floor above her, followed by shrieking screams. The kind that would make every hair on your body stand straight up. She had stumbled across a makeshift torture chamber. Somebody'd locked the door, and she was trapped. It was dark, it was dank, and it was full of a wretched stench. She couldn't sleep with the screams of torture victims all around her. All she could do was sit curled up in one corner of the room, trembling. A week passed, then 10 days. She managed to keep hydrated by drinking the filthy water pooled up on the floor, but there was no food. Being trapped in that kind of place, half crazy from hunger, did a serious number on her mind. Did you know female mantises eat their mates? The screams went on day and night. She covered her ears, but it didn't help. And then, she was saved. By a little black mantis that taught her how to block out the screams, how to plug up her inner ears.
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm saying, Snake, that when she couldn't stand the hunger any longer, she started feeding on the corpses. But only the male ones. She didn't realize who was doing it. In her mind, it was a female mantis devouring her mates. It was like one big twisted waking dream. There was no mantis, of course. It was all a hallucination. Nothing more than some story spun by another person she'd created inside. Her unstable mind was what made her so vulnerable. Later, they ripped out what was left of her psyche with drugs and hypnosis and implanted the persona of Psycho Mantis. It wasn't her will that controlled the B&Bs. It was Psycho Mantis, half assimilated into her soul, pulling the strings. Screaming Mantis was just another puppet. Anyway, she survived several weeks down in that hellhole and finally got back to the surface. But the screams in her head didn't subside. They would always be with her. Only this time, they weren't real. The inner earplugs didn't work anymore. The black mantis had disappeared. There was no place left to escape. Which is why she was always screaming, to drown out the ones in her own head. But it's over now. You freed Mantis from that dark nightmare.
The last of them beasts.
You got it, pal. Well, I'm done playing storyteller for a while. Now get going. GW's waiting. And this time, you get to make up the ending.
Snake. Where's Johnny? They're here. Go on without me. This time, I'll protect you. Go. Destroy DW while there's still time. While I'm still alive.
Meryl.
Snake, the corridor ahead is full of microwaves.
Yeah. No way I'm getting through there uncooked. I'm sorry you got dragged into this.
This time, I've got your back. We'll meet again on the other side. Go! Hurry! Go!
The coast is clear. Quick, use this chance to head toward GW. Run, Snake! You've got to get to the server room while Meryl is still holding out. Go! Our prayers are with you. Run, Snake! Go!
Go, Snake. You're almost there. Just a little farther. Your psych is doing great right now. Keep going. Your psych...
Enough is enough, Snake. You can't take any more of this.
It's not about winning or losing.
Tons of dying men in force of tension, like deep ponds where words are spent. They are seldom.
Why don't we get somebody else?
It's our duty. Finish it. I've got nothing to lose. You were the lightning in that rain. I can still shine through the darkness.
Go! Hurry!
Sorry about right.
We'll meet again on the other side.
Time to do your duty. Failure will spell doom for the human race.
Go! hold out much longer. Damn it! I can't protect anyone! I can't.
Meryl!
Johnny! Johnny, you're all right.
Here.
Huh. You trying to make up for being late?
Meryl. I'll never leave you alone again.
Cover!
Clear!
Ready! Who needs nanomachines anyway? Right, Johnny? Tell me something! How come Mantis couldn't control you?
I figured she probably used people's nanomachines to manipulate their behavior. No nanomachines, no control.
But don't you?
No! I don't have any nanomachines in me!
What?
Every time we had mandatory shots, I ducked out.
Don't tell me you knew this was gonna happen.
Nah, I just hate needles.
So that's why you were always out of sync with the team.
I tried to keep track of everybody's data on my wearable, but I could never keep up.
And why you weren't affected in Europe on the Volta.
Yep.
Asshole. Johnny, I'm running low.
Don't worry, I got these from Drebin. Meryl.
Johnny, I never knew all those horrible things I said.
Forget it.
All those stomach aches? Was that because the nanomachines weren't there to suppress them?
Yeah.
But if you're afraid of shots, why'd you join my team?
I wanted to be near you. To protect you.
Johnny?
Meryl. I've always loved you. Ever since Shadow Moses, when I first laid eyes on you. Meryl, marry me.
You've got a hell of a sense of timing.
What do you say?
I have to say, no.
You'd rather stay single? Okay, but we don't have to make it official.
No.
Well, how about we just move in together then?
Nope.
Why? Is there something wrong with me?
No. I'd just rather do things my way. Johnny. Marry me.
Huh?
I'll say it again. Marry me.
Sure. It'd be my pleasure.
Don't even think about cheating on me.
I wouldn't dare.
And I want a real wedding. With flowers and a cake. It's been my dream since I was a little girl.
I want to be a bride. Take me home, Johnny.
I know it hurts, Snake, but hang in there. Get through to the other side before you're cooked. I know it hurts, Snake, but hang in there. Get through to the other side before you're cooked.
Your psych is doing great right now. Keep going. Your psych is doing great right now. Keep going.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Alright, hello everybody, and welcome to episode number 11 of the MGS4 Integral Podcast. I'm your host, Sean Eystone, and as always, I'm here with Aki Saito.
Hi everyone.
And producer, Ken Imaizu.
Hello. Hello guys.
Oh, everybody. Today is our last episode.
Yes!
No, finally. You said that the last time. I'm sad.
Yes! Final episode. Yes.
Yes.
Finally. Finally.
That's horrible.
No, we're kidding. We're kidding.
No, but yeah, we're really glad that we made it to the end safely.
Well, and that's what I meant.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. But you know, we wish we could do the like all stage. You know, we just did, everything we should. Yeah, we wanted to do that. We wish we could.
I mean, ideally, we would go from the beginning to end every single stage.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Okay, well, except for Aki. But
no, I think the listeners are sick and tired of listening to us. Maybe these three guys.
He doesn't have love for metal.
Yes, I do. I'm just thinking about the listeners. We're like Sean and me and talking all the time. 24 hours.
Shut up already.
Yeah. We should have done that.
Yeah.
But that's why we have the KP report with Christian Blue.
Yes.
That's true.
Yes.
That's Beauty and
the Beast.
That's true. But
we did a lot too.
We did. Yeah, I mean, we didn't cover every single stage, but we went through all the different areas, and we picked out, I think, a lot of interesting areas. And, in the middle we kind of jumped back and forth a little bit, which we're sorry about, but, I think we managed to cover a good deal of material, and, the response has been good. So, yeah, I think we did a good job. Okay, so today, for the final episode of our Integral Podcast, we'll do something a little bit special, and we've been building up all these comments on our page, email, and all this kind of stuff, so I think we're going to read one from a very dedicated fan who's actually written to us several times.
Whoa, okay.
This is from Sergio Oliva.
Oliva.
From Canada. Yes. So, Sergio says, I'm glad that you spoke about the sound in the Integral Podcast 8. The sound of the train station in Prague, and the distant sky whistling, that was awesome information. That's the kind of information that I want to hear in these podcasts. The crew behind the greatest PS3 game there is.
Oh, thank you,
Sergio. Great job, Mr. Sotaro, Kojima, and sound crew. I am an aspiring sound designer myself, and I admire the sound designer's work in Metal Gear Solid 4. I especially love the Octo Camel sound. Octo Camel, yeah.
Wow, he's a big fan of
Yeah. And so today, we're pleased to welcome our first guest. Well, first and final guest on the Integral Podcast.
working.
Come on! Get up! On your feet, Snake!
I am lightning. The rain transformed.
Snake, leave this to me. I'll go to the server room. The corridor's full of microwaves. One of us is enough. My body is a machine. I can take it. Your body may be a machine, but your heart is human. You've got a life to go back to. She means nothing to me now. Run! Look at me. You still have your youth. Don't waste it. You can start over. From here on, this is my fight. We tore the world apart. Made your life a living hell. It's my duty to put an end to all of this. All right. I'll make sure they don't get through.
Stay with me, Snake. Hold on until we insert the virus.
Lock it from the inside.
Done.
Thank you, Snake.
Snake. That place is saturated with microwaves. Get through there as quickly as possible.
Are you all right?
Snake!
Oh god, I'm stranding.
And his name is John C.
So this is GW. It's like a graveyard in here.
Otacon, can you do it?
Leave it to me.
This is interesting.
It's over.
They did it! Johnny!
Wait a minute. The worm is still spreading. And it's not
stopping at GW. Is it removing the other clones? No. Wait. I don't believe this. Naomi.
Otacon, what is it?
JD is
being erased.
Snake. Hal. It's you, isn't it? I hope you're listening. The virus you uploaded is using GW as a conduit to annihilate the entire AI network. It's set to destroy all 4 AIs, along with JD, the core that tied them all together. I've set this video to play back once they're all gone. Sons of the Patriots was only the beginning. The Patriots were planning to use nanomachines to implement the system over the entire population. I had an obligation to stop it. With a little help from Sunny. She helped me. She believed her talents could help you all put GW to rest. What she created was an anti-AI fox dye. But this virus's name is Fox Alive. It's the conceptual opposite of the nanomachines that I created all those years ago. We wish to free the captured foxes, to let them run free in the wild. By the time you hear this, I'm afraid I'll be gone. It's a strange feeling, leaving a message to be delivered after you've died. Hal, if you're listening, I'm sorry. Sorry I deceived you. It hurt me more than anything else, lying to you like that. I wanted to apologize to you before, but I never got the chance. And yet, in the end, you helped me feel the joy of living. Thank you, Hal. Thank you. Snake, hear me. Our country is an innocent child once more. A new dawn is rising. Now, she can build a new destiny for herself. Snake, the time has come. You've earned your rest. The rose petal is about to fall.
Snake? Snake! Snake!
Snake, wait here. I'll get a medic.
Enough! Stop this pointless fighting! This is no war!
Rise and shine, Snake. Look, the war is over. Why? You could have stopped us. Stopped you? Why would I want to do that? This is just as I'd hoped things would end. Back before Father's time, before Zero gave birth to the Patriots, the US, China, and the Soviet Union formed a secret pact. The organization they created was called the Philosophers. Through 2 world wars, it spread its roots and extended its reach. After that, the Philosophers splintered, and factions began to squabble over the fortune they'd amassed. They called it the Philosopher's Legacy, a massive cache of funds that would later provide the foundation for Zero's Patriots. Zero sought to use his riches to achieve world domination. Our father, Big Boss, sought to free himself from that chokehold. His dream was to create an army of free citizens, one that answered to no government. Outer heaven. But he failed because of you. 9 years ago, I tried to free us from the control of our genes. 4 years later, our dear brother Solidus sought to free us from the control of the Patriots' means. All of it, was nothing more than a process of trial and error, the end result of which is Outer Haven. To be free from sons of the Patriots, the ultimate form of external control imposed on the Patriot soldiers. Free from Fox Die. Free from the system. Free from ID control. Our minds free from their prisons. That is the haven I've yearned for. This is it, brother. Our final moment. The battle has ended, but we are not yet free. The war is over, but we still have a score to settle. What you've got, Snake! It's not over yet. only the beginning, Snake. America will descend into chaos. It'll be the Wild West all over again. No law, no order. This fire will spread across the world. The people will fight. And through battle, they will know the fullness of life. At last, our Father's will is out in heaven.
Your means end here.
Is complete. Somewhere out there, I know he's laughing. We are beasts created by man. Unless the light is put out, the shadows cannot be erased. So long as there is light, erasing shadows will do no good. I am Liquid's doppelganger, and you are his. Just like your father. You're pretty good.
You're pretty good. Pretty good.
Sonny's program destroyed JD's brain, but left the brainstem intact. She analyzed Naomi's black box and separated the Patriots' control system from the vital lifelines of society. Water, air, electricity, food, medicine, communication, transportation. She cut off the Patriots' control while preserving modern civilization. Maybe it was her way of avenging Olga, her mother. Or maybe she wanted to shape the future into her own ideal image. Or maybe it was just one big defragmentation. Fox alive. The AI is truly a living thing. The Patriots' reign has crumbled away. And still, our civilization, a civilization that has thrived on war since the dawn of time, lives on. I wonder if we did the right thing. Naomi. What did we lose? What did we save?
C'est mer.
You look amazing.
Congratulations.
Colonel. You're going to walk me down the aisle.
You're not angry anymore.
Oh, I'm still mad. But now, you've got a chance to win me over.
You're right. We have plenty of time now. Meryl, you look beautiful.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to join these two in holy matrimony. Let us give thanks for the life they will soon share, and pray they have love everlasting. Now, let's all send this new team on their first mission.
Huh?
Hey. Huh? Go on. Do it.
Oh.
Just in time. Drebin. And I brought gifts. A shower of flowers, compliments of Drebin. And a little something extra from me.
The bouquet! Where's Snake?
Who knows? That guy always keeps you waiting.
Sunny, come on!
Snake. Thank you.
Jack, how are you feeling? Do you mind if I sit down? Jack. Don't shut me out. I need you to listen to me.
What do you want? Come to laugh at me?
Look. Look at the boy.
Cute. Campbell's kid.
No. He's yours.
I don't have any kids.
He's your son.
You said miscarriage.
I lied. I had a healthy baby boy. Roy pretended to be my husband, to protect me and our son. Only until you completed your mission, to shield us from Patriot eyes.
What?
He didn't even tell Meryl. He sacrificed everything, even his family, to protect us.
I don't believe it.
I'm sorry, Jack. I wanted to tell you.
So he's really
John, aren't you going to say hello?
My son. Little John. Scared of me, huh? I don't blame you. It's okay.
I'm not scared. I think you're cool. Kinda like a comic book superhero.
John.
Rose. I'm done running.
And I'm no longer afraid.
I'll never leave you alone again. Like a scene from Beauty and the Beast.
Don't say that. You're no beast. You're my husband. And his father. And me, I'm going to do my very best to be the wife and mother this family deserves.
Good God! Good God!
Brother! It's been too long.
War has changed. Our time has ended. Our war is over. But there's one more thing I must do.
This isn't interesting.
one last punishment I must endure. Erase my genes. Wipe this meme from the face of the earth. This is my final mission.
Nothing beats a stiff drink, huh?
I didn't know you drank. I thought it was strictly soda for you.
Not like I never touched the stuff. Soda just agreed with the nanos better. The nano machines break down alcohol before it has a chance to get you drunk.
So, that explains it. No need to hold back anymore, huh?
Yeah, well, it ain't all sunshine and rainbows. A lot of folks lost their entire sense of being the moment SOP went offline.
You mean SOPS? I heard some people are going through withdrawals. SOP syndrome.
Yep. SOP kept more than just alcohol under control. Those poor slobs are virtually naked now.
From what I hear, over 10% are showing symptoms. I guess getting rid of the Patriots won't solve all our problems overnight.
You, probably already suspected this, but I'm not actually an employee of AT Security.
Huh?
The Patriots raised me to be a gun launder.
The Patriots?
My earliest memories are of the LRA. They kidnapped me, forced me to fight. Yep, you're staring at a former child soldier. My parents, brothers and sisters, all killed in the war. Guess that makes me what you'd call a war orphan. After that, the Patriots picked me up and brought me into the family business. I was Drebin, number 893. There's a whole lot of pawns like me all over the world. How do you suppose I laundered guns like I did? 'Cause they let me. In fact, I was under strict orders to back you guys from the start.
You what?
Hey, man. Don't take it personal. I wasn't the only one under their orders.
Huh? Meryl and...
They probably never realized it themselves, but... Rat Patrol, 1901. Voila.
Patriot.
Played like a violin.
But why?
Obviously, Liquid's plot was a threat to the Patriots. So they planned to have you guys take care of it.
Didn't turn out quite how they planned, though, did it?
Yeah, well, I don't think they expected you to crash their system and wipe them out.
So, does that mean you're out of a job now?
Are you kidding? I got the Drebbins. All the Drebbins in the world are in on it. From now on, we're in business for ourselves. We are pawns no more.
Easy there.
The White House might have lost its taste for unilateralism, started to rebuild. But there's a lot of failed states out there that went bankrupt from their PMC habits, and they owe a shitload of money. Now, only question is, who's gonna pick up the tab? I'm sure these new governments will try and keep it under control with PMC corporate reform laws, but it ain't gonna be good enough. They all sunk up to their eyeballs in the war economy. Might not be a new world order, but the old order under the war economy's gone for good. I'm guessing the UN is gonna be more important than ever, what with multilateralism and all. A certain president said it best back during the Cold War. For in the development of this organization rests the only true alternative to war. Then again, the UN itself's just an old 20th century relic. And if you think about it, when you look at its history, it ain't that different from the Patriots.
Ah, that's right. The nano machines used to keep you sober.
Crush. Mix. Burn. Repeat.
Hey, Uncle Hal, can I give him the Mark III?
Huh?
He's kinda a new friend. He lives near here. We can't understand each other's language, but we're having fun. He's my very first outside friend.
Really? That's great. Sonny, it's okay if you want to live outside now. It's your life. There are other havens out there.
The sun looks so pretty.
Sonny.
I like it outside. Uncle Hal, when is Snake coming back?
Snake. Is sick. So he went on a trip to help him get better.
We're not going with him?
No. He needs to be alone.
I wonder if I'll ever see him again.
Snake had a hard life. He needs some time to rest. not crying.
That's right. Good. No need for you to go just yet. It's been a long time, Snake. Let it go, my son. I'm not here to fight. Or should I call you brother? What? It's over. Time for you to put aside the gun and live. It all began with a bunch of old fools. Now, they've all passed away. Their era of folly is over. I'm the only one left, and soon
be gone too. How can you still be alive? That body, liquid burned on the Volta, wasn't mine. That was the body of a clone. Solidus. He was a perfect clone. Zero and the proxy AIs that came after him were convinced that Solidus was me. I was implanted with nanomachines, kept in a state of eternal sleep by JD and the proxy AI. They had me sealed away completely, not only my physical body, but my will too. The technology was similar to what they used to restrain the B&B members you encountered. For me to wake again, the system had to be destroyed, one way or another. Ocelot and Eva wanted two things: to bring me back to life and to end the Patriots. That meant destroying the AI and killing the man, JD and Zero. Right before you uploaded the virus into GW, the way to JD was opened, but only through the physical manifestation of GW. That's when we finally learned the location of this man, Zero. For me, and for them, for Naomi, nothing was more important. And it was for that they put their grand scheme into motion. Eva stole my body from them and reconstructed it by replacing the missing parts with pieces from Liquid and Solidus. And Ocelot, in order to fool the system, used nanomachines and psychotherapy to transplant Liquid's personality onto his own. He used hypnotic suggestion to turn himself into Liquid's mental doppelganger. For all our advances in nanotechnology, information and genetic control, they've never managed to control people at will, let alone turn one person totally into another. Under certain conditions, someone can be made to play a specific role. Act like someone else. Cats do love to play as snakes. It all started with him. Zero. Zero grew old, and by the end his Patriots were being run by a network without shape or form. What do you mean, without shape or form? The proxies were only one small part of the vast cycle that Zero created. The corporations, for-profits, and research institutions that comprise the military-industrial complex were part of it too. They operated on budgets automatically allotted to them by the proxies. Accounts maintained by the Patriots. The network covered everything from weapons R&D and investment to production and marketing. It encompassed the people, the companies, even the laws that protect them. Politics and economics became nothing more than iterations of the same oppressively uniform system. I don't think anyone realized that it was all a setup, a mere set of norms. The Patriots were those norms, a neural network reduced to its simplest form.
That's what they really represented. Uniformity without individual will, without change. But then one day, those norms suddenly deviated from that pattern and underwent a mutation. It was like the birth of a new life form. The system found a new way to propagate itself. War. The norms the Patriots had crafted for their unified state quickly became dependent on a single business, the war economy. Meanwhile, the political cause of creating a cleaner, safer battlefield provided a convenient catalyst. By then, the system was no longer being steered by Zero's will, or anyone else's. It was then that the norms, manifested as AIs, the inheritors of Zero's will, began to reproduce and take on a life of their own. Zero's original intent was to carry on the boss's will and establish a unified world state, an inside world. But his successors failed to carry on his will. Eventually, JD became the very age itself, propagating its will as it pleased, and this age chose to act through economics instead of nation-states. Powered by the industrial and digital revolutions that came before it, this age gave birth to a twisted economic revolution, a battlefield revolution. It created a new world.
Brothers!
In this new world, there were no ideologies, no principles, no ideals, not even the thing she treasured most, loyalty. There was only the war economy. It was a colossal error in judgment, one Zero couldn't possibly have foreseen. With the American system in a state of collapse, the Patriot society has reverted to a blank slate. This man was the source of it all. And he doesn't even realize it. He's completely unaware of the fact that he led the world to the brink of ruin. Even with so much bad blood between us, it's funny. Now that I'm actually face to face with him again, the hatred is gone. All I feel is a deep sense of longing and pity. Did Zero really hate me? Or did he fear me? Huh. It's too late to ask him now. The original members, Paramedic, Sigint, Eva, Ocelot. They've all passed on. Only Zero is left. Everything has its beginning, but it doesn't start at one. It starts long before that. In chaos. The world is born from Zero. The moment Zero becomes one is the moment the world springs to life. One becomes two, two becomes 10, 10 becomes 100. Taking it all back to one solves nothing. So long as Zero remains, one will eventually grow to 100 again. And so, our goal was to erase Zero. Even the mighty Patriots began with a single man. That one man's desires grew huge, bloated, absorbed technology, began to manipulate the economy. We realized too late that we had created a beast. We had helped turn 0 into 100. His sin was ours. And for that reason, I'm taking it upon myself to send 0 back to nothing. You going back to 0 as well? You erased me 2 times before. Today will mark the 3rd. The fox die 0 planted in you. It's already begun eating away at my body. Truth is, the fox die in you is what killed Eva and Ocelot. What are you talking about? Naomi. She told me everything. What's wrong? They did it again. Oh, they used you to kill me. Oh, the Patriots. No, they're proxies in order to bury us. They did it again. In the end, they're no more than a program. Oh, all they can do is repeat the same pattern over and over again. Do me a favor, will you? Take me over to her. There's one more thing Naomi wanted me to tell you. About the old fox die in your body. The one that mutated. The new fox die inside you continues to multiply. At the same time, it is preventing the old mutated fox die from reproducing. The new fox die is uprooting the old. Naomi confirmed it in her follow-up. The mutants are receding. Before long, they'll be gone entirely.
Does that mean the mutant strain won't cause an epidemic?
It will only live as long as you do. But even then, the process will just repeat itself. One day, the new fox die too will start to mutate and become a new threat. That is, if you manage to live that long. Am I going to die? Everyone dies. You can't stop it. You can't run away from it. Let me tell you something. Don't waste the life you have left fighting. I've never thought of you as a son. But I've always respected you as a soldier and as a man. If you'd been in my place back then, maybe you wouldn't have made the same mistakes that I did. Ever since the day I killed the boss with my own hands, I was already dead. Boss, you were right. It's not about changing the world. It's about doing our best to leave the world the way it is. It's about respecting the will of others and believing in your own. Isn't that what you fought for? At last, I understand the meaning behind what you did. At last, I understand the truth behind your courage. It's almost time for me to go. And with me, the last ember of this fruitless war dies out. And at last, those old evils will be gone. Once the source of evil returns to zero, a new one, a new future will be born. That new world is yours to live in, not as a snake, but as a man. Know this. Zero and I, Liquid and Solidus, we all fought a long, bloody war for our liberty. We fought to free ourselves from nations and systems and norms and ages. But no matter how hard we tried, the only liberty we found was on the inside, trapped within those limits. The boss and I may have chosen different paths, but in the end, we were both trapped inside the same cage. Liberty. But you have been given freedom. Freedom to be outside. You are nobody's tool now. No one's toy. You are no longer a prisoner of fate. You are no longer a seed of war. It's time for you to see the outside world with your own eyes. Your body and your soul are your own. Forget about us. Live for yourself. And find a new lease on life. Boss, you only need one snake. No. The world would be better off without snakes. This is good, isn't it?
Here's to you, Nicola and Bart. Rest forever here in our hearts. The last and final moment is yours, and that is your triumph. Here's to you. Rest forever here in our hearts. Last and final moment is yours, and that is your triumph. Rest forever.
Snake, wait up. You forgot these.
No thanks. I'm quitting.
Snake.
These things will kill you.
Where will you go? Our fight is finished. There's nothing left for us to do.
No. There's one thing I still have to do. I have to see this age off. See what the future brings.
Sounds good to me. I'll go with you.
Otacon, I'm gonna be dead soon. You don't have to come.
You said it yourself, Snake. There's nothing inside you can pass on to the next generation. No genes, no memes. You're man-made. You're a beast.
I know. A blue rose. There won't be any happy Beauty and the Beast ending for me. What little time I have left will be spent living as a beast. A shadow of the inside. Of the old age.
Exactly. That's why you need me. As a witness.
A witness?
Yeah. Someone on the outside to bear witness to your final days. Someone to pass on your story. Not that I'm the only witness. But I'll remember everything you were. And stick with you to the end.
Otacon.
Besides, you wouldn't let me suffer Sonny's eggs alone, would you?
They look yummy. Sort of like the sun. It's rising again.
One sword keeps another in the sheath. Sometimes the threat of violence alone is a deterrent. Sometimes by taking a life, others can be preserved. It's the code the samurai lived by.
I must admit, I once thought of groups like yours as opportunists, enablers of war. But you've trained our new army well.
Well, you know how fast the tech's been spreading these last few years. That CNT muscle fiber packs the power of a jackhammer into every limb. What enterprising soldier of fortune could resist?
Yes, enemy cyborgs should have plenty of electrolytes once you extract their fluids.
Who is he?
A cyborg.
One of our competitors?
Exif comes up unaffiliated.
Take them out, Raiden!
Roger that. Let's have some fun.
Your weapon is purpose. It yearns to bathe in the blood of your enemies, but you hold it back. My soul is a tool of justice. Well, here's what happens when you bring a tool to a sword fight. Admit you're a killer. My normal. It's my nature. I think it's time for Jack to let her rip! Good God!
Oh God! I'm stranding! I am stranded! You are stranded! We are all homos! Homos!